Welcome into day 5 of Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. It is an absolutely spectacular day here in downtown Paris for the sport of triathlon. And it's a full, busy day of racing with a number of events from day 1 now moved to day 2 due to the water quality of the River Seine. Well, as we said, the stage is set. It's been a 3-year wait for our para-triathletes who today, well, look to create their own little piece of history. For some, it's about winning medals. For others, it's simply getting here, making the start line, learning and dealing with the occasion. Joining me in commentary, Heather Furr. Heather, I know you're excited. Some remarkable athletes in both the men's and women's across the many different divisions that are on display here in downtown Paris this morning.
Yes, Mark, we are certainly in for a treat. We have 11 gold medals that will be decided today. This is the biggest schedule we've had for para-triathlon, and exciting indeed. And you can see that the conditions look pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Weather conditions are great. I mean, the fear that every triathlete wants anytime there is a bike leg or a wheelchair leg, they don't want a lot of wind, do they? We certainly not going to get that today. But mercury will rise throughout the day, which will have an impact on some of those athletes starting a little bit later in the day. But when they do get to this level, I think it's fair to say that most of them are pretty well versed in terms of their preparation in their build-up.
Yeah, when you talk about preparation, it is an interesting one that these athletes have had to really change their mental ability to know which day they're racing and what time of day. And most of them, thought they were racing in the morning. So for those athletes later on, it's just a little bit of another challenge to overcome. But as you said, they'll all be used to being adaptable. And when you've got open water swimming, you have to just go in a little bit open-minded because courses sadly do change all the time.
Yeah, 750-metre swim this morning, followed by a 20-kilometre ride or wheelchair, and then followed by, and let's use the terminology, a 5-kilometre run. Clearly for some that will also be done in the wheelchair, so it'll be a wheelchair race. So it's the sprint distance format, but it is multi-lapped as well.
Well, there you can see our 11 categories. We had 8 previously in Tokyo and just 6 in Rio, so the only category you'll see missing is the women's PTS3, but they are allowed to compete in the PTS4, so you might see some of that later on in the day.
Absolutely. So it's just a credit, though, isn't it, to the growth of the sport and the number of athletes with an impairment deciding that they want to make triathlon their point of view. They want to make that their chosen sport, and thus the increase in the number of categories from what we saw in Tokyo 3 years ago, as you mentioned. And so we're not too far away from that first race and the introduction of the athletes. It will be the men's PTWC, so the para-triathlon wheelchair, followed then by the women's para-triathlon wheelchair event, and they will basically start 5 minutes apart. But within that too, there are a number of athletes based on their level of impairment who will also have a stagger start.
Yeah, so we'll explain the categories a little bit whilst we've got a moment. So as Mark said, PTWC, the WC standing for wheelchair, and the other categories are the PTS, which stands for standing, so para-triathlon, standing, para-triathlon, wheelchair. Now within the visually impaired class and within the wheelchair class, we've got 2 levels of impairment. We have PTWC 1 and PTWC 2. Now, 1 are the more severely impaired athletes and 2 the less severely impaired, and as a result there is a staggered start. And for the men, they're whole time recalculating this to make it as fair a race as possible. So for the men's, that is equated to a 3-minute difference. So the PTW1s set off first at 8:15 local time, and then WC2 set off at 3 minutes after that at 8:18. And the same for the women's, although because the women's race takes a little bit longer, they actually have 3 minutes and 38 seconds in between PTWC 1 and 2.
Yeah, so but just the one set of medals up for grabs. So as we said, that stagger for these athletes based on that level of impairment. Well, there is the downtown city of Paris, absolutely stunning. Just so many famous landmarks, and what an opportunity for the athletes. They won't need any motivation. They'll have the Eiffel Tower in the background, and yeah, just such a rich history, isn't it, when you go through the history of this city. And that is that start list there. Gert Schipper, Jets Platt, 2 of the athletes coming out of the Netherlands, 2 of the real superstars in this sport. Nick Beveridge out of Australia, so real United Nations. And then we've got Junpei Kimura, and you can just have a look too at the different staggers there. So you'll see that Schipper will start 3 minutes after the official start. So 3 minutes after, say, Howie Sambon of the United States and Giovanni Kenza of Italy.
Well, here we have the women's start list, and as I mentioned earlier, it's that 3 minutes 38 that is the time deficit for the WC2. So Kendall Gretsch, if you did watch the Paralympic Games in Tokyo, won by 1 second, and she was coming behind Lauren Parker. So that 3:38, she'll be hunting down Lauren Parker. They are the two favourites going into this, and they've had that personal battle ever since that nail-biting finish. I think it was played all around the world for many, many, many times. It was absolutely thrilling to watch.
Well, it was as good as any finish you'll see anywhere in the sport of triathlon across any category. And that is the start list a little bit later. Then for the men's para-triathlon, those with basically prosthetics or those that have a level of impairment but technically can run or walk or whatever they decide to do. So Daniel Molina. And then we've got Henry Uron from Great Britain, another one of the Australian contingent, and Justin Godfrey. Max Keller of Germany. Never underestimate the Germans, such a rich history in the sport of triathlon.
Well, the men's PTS2, and the eyes will no doubt be on Mohamed Lana. Now, he was representing Morocco at the previous two Paralympic Games, now representing USA, and he'll be looking to go one better than that bronze medal that he won previously. We have France, so represented by Jules Ribstein, and he has to be one of the favourites going into this.
I tell you, the French athletes will just get such a wonderful reception, won't they? They will just be lifted today. They're going to need to control the adrenaline, though. Adrenaline will pick you up, but it'll also bring you down, so it's just one of those little factors that they will need to just consider. And again, the women's PTS2. So again, the United Nations mix there, and looking forward to seeing that American contingent. 3 athletes in total: Hayley Darnes, Alyssa Seeley, and also Melissa Stockwell. So 3 Americans looking to try and upset maybe some of the more fancied Europeans. It's an interesting one though, isn't it, Heather? I mean, this is an event, it's the biggest event in the sport. They've waited 3 years for this. There are just so many peripheral things that are going to be out there today that perhaps they don't experience, say, at regular triathlon type events. The large crowds, the television, the media scrutiny. Some athletes will handle it. Maybe for other athletes, you know, the nerves and the build up to this, missing yesterday, having to wait another 24 hours. It's all of those, just those little things that could ultimately be the difference between, say, first and fourth, first and second.
It really is. I was got the chance to go down to the swim familiarisation and having a chat with the defending champion in the PTS5 women's event, Lauren Steadman, and she's taken a bit of a break from the sport, but it's just that allure of coming back to the Paralympic Games. And you know, she's battled with COVID this year, but she said, I'm here on the start line and anything can happen. And once you're a champion, you've got that slight mental advantage. She knows how to deal with the Paralympic Games and the pressure that comes with it.
And now we are getting set for a start here on day 5 of Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, the sport of triathlon. And the first chapter about to be written, number 124 there, Howie Sambon of the United States. There are 10 athletes in this first up event, this being the men's PTWC, so those athletes in a wheelchair. Some athletes choosing to go with a wetsuit, others choosing, well, to maybe just go with what they call the core shorts, the rubber pants. That will just come down to their individual preference. So all the work has been done. Not too far away from a start. Always one of the great spectacles in world sport is the start of any open water swim. And history being made here in Paris. We are underway, 750 metres in the River Seine. And here we go. And always great to see the whitewash, the washing machine effect, I call it. And here, the key thing here, you want to get out quick, and then you want to try and see if you can get into the wash or the wake of another swimmer, and basically what they call a drag coefficient.
Yeah, it's really interesting with this unique situation of the strong current as well. And on the way downstream, you don't get as, because you're swimming so much faster, they're going with the current on the way out. So it's worth noting that this is where it'll feel much easier for the athletes, and coming back, you'll see the groups split up more. And on the return, actually the draft factor becomes even more important, because that current is going to be so hard into the athletes' faces, and they really want to find their best line. This is such a technical swim, and it really is about finding that line, and like you said, trying to get onto the feet. And we are seeing a group of 3 in the lead who are making the most of basically benefiting from each other and that drag that they can get.
And we just use on the feet as a metaphor. Clearly here it's just about trying to get into the wash. They still use a lot of the triathlon terminologies in para sport. We'll see them later doing what we would technically call a 5-kilometre run. Clearly it will be done in a wheelchair. But yes, if you can just get into the wash of another athlete, it's about 10 to 15%. The key thing is you've got to get off the line quickly. High arm turnover. Now we're just starting to see that strokes just settle down. They'll look to just lengthen out.
Yeah, now the difference is so extreme. I mean, obviously the swimmers of different categories are going to swim at different paces. But speaking from doing his recce and his planning, Mohamed Lana reckons he's swimming in the PTS2, that he'll take about 3 minutes downstream to the first buoy and potentially about 8 minutes from the second buoy back to the finish. That's how extreme this current is and how different. And obviously that was on the swim familiarisation. The current today is a little bit less. We've had a few days of no rain, hence waiting until now for the triathlon to actually start.
Now, swimming is very much what we call a taught sport, so it's a sport that's governed by good technique, and I like to always use the analogy. It's a bit like a golf swing. You can play all the golf in the world you want, but unless you've got a good swing, you're not going to shoot a low score. Swimming's a little bit the same. You've got to be technically very good. The challenge for these athletes who have these impairments is that they have to make the adjustment. They don't necessarily, the legs don't provide them necessarily the balance that perhaps an able-bodied swimmer will get. So they need to be able to adjust, which makes what they're doing even more remarkable.
Well, here, that's a wonderful aerial shot, isn't it?
Yeah, nice technique. Really nice, high out of the water, good upper body, nice high elbows.
Well, here we can see the PTWC2 athletes. And that 3 minutes will have felt a long time as they're watching their competitors go downstream. And we can see Geert Schipper closest to us with the red cap on the left, ready to go. And that is the 3 minutes up. And now it is first across the finish line. That time deficit is now irrelevant.
Yep, so if you have just joined us again and you just missed the introduction, so these athletes' level of impairment is lesser than those athletes that we've just seen start. Thus, we do see this 3 minute stagger just to even it all out, make it a level playing field. And again, you just see that high arm turnover. I guess they would have had the benefit perhaps of seeing those athletes 3 minutes ahead of them in terms of what line they're taking, maybe just trying to mentally take any notes, as you've mentioned, on the environmental factors that they will face in this swim.
Well, this is the 750-metre course, and it's 330 metres to that first buoy, so the orange and yellow markers you can see on the right-hand side of your screen. And now, when the athletes go round that first buoy, they actually need to be aiming more to the left of the second buoy, because the current is so strong, and you can see some of those that have got it right. The athlete in the middle of our screen is taking the shorter line. You've got to compensate for that current that's going to take you further down, and the athletes aren't intending to go that far around that second buoy. It's just the strength of the current that's taking them.
Yeah, one swimmer gone clear at the moment, and then a group of 3 doing a really good job. Those 3 are just working together, trying to either get alongside of the hip in front of the athlete or directly behind the athlete in front of you, as we've discussed. You can, once you get there, do it a little bit more comfortably. Most of the swimmers here breathing every 2 strokes, breathing to one side. But it is at times important that you do look both sides. Sometimes, particularly in a deeper field, there can be movement. You're breathing to your right, there can be a lot of movement going on the left, and you don't want to miss the train.
Well, here you might wonder why you're seeing the athletes swimming towards the wall. Now, that is because from all of the recce's and the experiments done, that the current is far less on that right-hand side. But we now see the start of the women's PTWC, and that is the start for the athletes in PTWC 1.
Yeah, good field, this one. And that will include Lauren Parker and Kendall Gretsch. We talked about the famous finish in Tokyo 3 years ago where, well, I tell you what, it came down really to less than 0.1% in performance. They'd raced for well over an hour and nothing really separated. It was one of the great finishes. But the challenge was also come from you know, a group of athletes really that represent the United Nations. You've got Melissa Nichols out of Great Britain in there, Mona Francis out of France. She'll have the crowd behind her, Amelia Perry as well. And as mentioned, they will have a stagger of 3 minutes and 38 seconds between the lead swimmers, or those athletes with a lesser impairment, to those with a more severe impairment, as we go back to the front of this men's race in the men's PTWC.
Well, here, as I mentioned, you can see that they are hugging the wall. Now, this is not the shortest route. It's the quickest route, and that is the most important thing. So the coaches have been in and swam this. The athletes have been in on recce swims, the swim familiarisation, and the consensus is that sticking to the right-hand side to the wall, that's where the current is less. Well, now we're just getting a view of those chasing swimmers making their way around the turn point. So it will be interesting to see if they can compensate for that current. They need to be aiming more to their left, so you allow for that current to push you further down to the right, and it looks as though they're going to be pretty much on point for that second marker, and that's when they then continue heading straight to the wall almost, because if you're turning left, the current is just going to be pushing you backwards and you're wasting that energy. And we've got barges up alongside, and you can really see how close the athletes are playing it to, you know, moving from the wall to the barge, and it's kind of almost a bit of an obstacle course race on that battle up against the current towards the finish line, or towards transition, I should say.
And you'll see these athletes probably lifting their head every 4 to 5 strokes. There is no black line to follow clearly, so they do need to just do their sighting themselves. It's always good if you've got an experienced swimmer just ahead of you. You can really just look at their high elbows and maybe look at the silhouette if in fact the sun is in your eyes. Well,
the sun is actually, it's rising. It's a beautiful setting down there, but the sun is rising sort of behind the start line. So when they're swimming back, they will be swimming into that low sunrise light, and it will make it a little bit more difficult, but this is when it's an advantage if you breathe on the right hand side, because you've got those markers on your right just to sort of help almost guide you until the wall ends and you've got to go around a barge that suddenly appears in front of you.
Yeah, and that's exactly, it's all part of it. It's all those little things, knowing which way, left turn, right turn when it comes to the marker buoys. You're going to breathe to your right. I mean, clearly there's no swell in the River Seine, but if it was an open water swim, sometimes you might breathe to the right, but the swell might be coming from the right, and therefore you'll need to adjust and start breathing on your left. But really good technique here being shown. Really good long strokes. It's about distance per stroke. These athletes clearly don't have the ability to use the propulsion that might go with an able-bodied swimmer and the kick that they will have. So they do have to be really, really strong in the upper body. Really rely on the arms to propel them through the water.
That's a great rhythm you're seeing there from earlier on, but you can see that stroke rate needing to be extra high there to compensate for less leg kick, although in triathlon, when you've got the bike and the run, the legs become less of a propulsion action anyway, but it's a very high stroke rate up against that current, and the swimmers will have also paced their swim accordingly. So going down with the current, you almost want to relax and let it help you. Now this was the start of the women's PTWC 2. So we mentioned earlier that the gap between PTWC 1 and 2 is 3 minutes 38, as shown on the graphic on the left. Now interestingly, there's only 2 athletes, and Kendall Gretsch being one of those who will be chasing, as we saw in Tokyo.
Yeah, and Mona Francis, the other one, the French swimmer. So she will certainly get plenty of support once she does come out of that swim. As we said, you've got to control the emotions here. You do not want to get big adrenaline surges. Show your body in training what happens on race day.
Well, that there we're just getting a glimpse of is Nick Beveridge from Australia. Now he is taking the longer route towards the finish, but this has also been tested that if you cut across from the barge too soon, and we've seen different swimmers having different options into that transition zone and the finish line, it is significantly slower. So he's just hugging the buoys and the barges to the very last minute when they have to then make that left-hand crossing, so to speak, to the transition ramp where they finish the swim.
The nice thing with a swim course like this, where you do have so many little landmarks, whether it be barges or people in that situation drinking coffee, if you have done some recce's, then at least you can sort of break the distance down in your head. There's little points that you can knock off, and sometimes that just psychologically you go, look, I know I'm through 500 metres, I'm hurting, but I've only got 250 to go. Just get through to the next point. And so there are some just little key points that they'll be using. It's just a little bit of markers, and there'll be a sense of relief, particularly for those athletes who don't deem themselves to be strong swimmers. I think certainly some big gaps, aren't there? Really starting to open up.
They really are, and you do expect to see this in para-triathlon. Now, this is the interesting move here. So you see our leader just coming away from the barge and making the beeline straight to that finishing ramp. And it's been tested that some of the athletes will actually decide to hug the outside for a little bit longer, but the stronger swimmers will be making the move and going for that straight line. That's a great shot of it there, and you can see the handlers ready to help the athletes out of the water. And on this, if they're wearing a red cap, as our leader is here, that means that they will be lifted and assisted to their wheelchair to then get to transition. The yellow caps mean they are going to be supported to help with their balance. The green caps receive no assistance.
Okay, so this here is absolutely crucial. This is where teamwork comes into play. This is where it can still be won and lost. You cannot win the race in the swim, but you can certainly lose it. Transition's always so important. Nice job being done here by the handlers. So it is Nick Beveridge out of Australia.
Who's that?
Who is, at the moment, just confirm that, 127.
Oh, it is a lead for Giuseppe Ramelli.
It is, in fact. Yep, my apologies.
From Italy. He's had a great swim. 11:31 his finished swim time. Now they're allowed to use their transition chairs to get actually into T1. So the wheelchair category will have their handler assist them into their wheelchair. Then they move to their hand cycle where they have to almost make a second transition.
And here is the Australian Nick Beveridge. So there we go. We do apologise for putting it wrong. Sometimes it's just difficult picking up the swim caps and the numbers at times, but it'll certainly get a lot clearer when we do get out onto the bike course or the hand cycle.
Well, look at that. You can see making the most of the time there, taking goggles off as he's being helped into the wheelchair, hat off as well. Every second counts, and these transitions in para-tri become really vital as athletes have different levels of impairment. They'll have different bits of equipment that will need to be fixed and sorted as they move from one sport or one discipline to the next. And already got the wetsuit down to the waist.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's always that balance, isn't there, between deciding that you want to swim with the sweatsuit and then the time it takes to actually get it off. But with these athletes, they want to be buoyant in the water. Thus, most of them have chosen to go with the wetsuits as we get out onto the bike course. And it is Giuseppe Ramelli of Italy. Hand cycle, of course, for those athletes in this particular category. But they still have 20 kilometres that they need to travel. And it will be 5 laps. And the opportunity to just try and settle down as we see our next athlete come out of that swim, number 130. And that is the man from Tunisia, representing his country today with great pride. And that is Zouoki Fati.
Well, we didn't get a glimpse, but Jetzer Platt, the defending Paralympic champion, is out of the water. 13:19 his swim time, so he comes out in 4th position, but we know he is so strong on the bike leg.
So he's made up that 3 minutes already, has Jetzer Platt. Remember, he started 3 minutes after this main group due to him having a lower level of impairment. And now this is where it does start to get a little bit chaotic. And you mentioned the green caps.
Yeah, so we'll see those different levels of assistance, and it is absolutely all actions. But this will have been practiced and practiced as much as the training. The transition is all part of it. Brungraber, Noel of France, and we see Schipper just in the background there as well for the Netherlands.
Well, Florian Brungraber, interesting tactic there. Wetsuit's already gone, so he doesn't have to worry about anything like that in transition. He gets straight into his hand cycle. And just have a look at the transitions here. Again, there are a clear set of rules which they must follow in the transition area. They do have race referees that can potentially penalise them. Really nice transition there coming from Florian Brungraber of Austria. And out onto the course we go. Yeah, it'll be interesting here, won't it? So 5 laps. They'll use the first couple of laps just to maybe get a bit of a feel for the environmental factors, and then start taking some mental notes, and each time maybe looking to take slightly different angles, slightly different apex. Look at the crowds. Wow.
So we do have quite a few corners and turns, but it is a fast course, so it's pretty flat, relatively straightforward. A looped course often ends up like that, and it really will suit the strong cyclists. There's no real technical aspects of having to sort of navigate. We do have cobbles, but it's dry, so that's going to make it, you can see the cobbles right here, that does make it a little more straightforward, these dry conditions, and as we saw earlier, very little wind. It becomes a time trial race for these hand cyclists.
So deep carbon rim wheels, a lot of technology goes into the bikes these days. There has been a real shift in technology. Historically, tyre width has probably been the real move, where even 15 years ago, the width of the tyres were anywhere from 19 mils to 22. Now they're up around 26 to 28, and they tend to run those tyres with a lot less air pressure than what they once did. As we might just now start to see a little bit of a lead change here. So we are seeing a lead change.
Well, we are following the phenomenal Jetse Platt at the moment with the camera, and do expect him to absolutely fly through the field on the hand cycle. He does have gold medals in the hand cycling event, as well as 2 in para-tri, a 4-time Paralympic gold medalist. And he has actually said that he'll be disappointed if he doesn't win gold in the para-triathlon.
Well, he started 3 minutes back, and now we'll go back to the first of our women athletes in the PTWC. So chopping and changing, but yes, just going back to Jetse Platt, he did win the road race in Tokyo as well for his particular category. It was a dominant display.
I think that might have been Lauren Parker if it was 101 on the cap.
It is 101 on the cap indeed, so it is the Australian Lauren Parker, who had to settle for silver 3 years ago after basically just losing the race in the last 5 metres. Not so much a case of losing it, I think Kendall Gretsch won it.
That's that wonderful view. The Paralympic torch burning brightly at the end of the Invalides. Lauren Parker off to a strong start. She did have that 3-minute 38 lead over Kendall Gretsch, the defending Paralympic champion. So we would expect to see her coming out of the water first. And it'll be Kendall Gretsch who has to do the chasing, as well as the rest of the field in this situation.
Yeah, great swim, doesn't have the use of those lower extremities and therefore all upper body, but just the ability to still be able to keep those legs up through, really strong through the core and the chest. Don't underestimate that. That is a very, very good swim indeed from the Australian Lauren Parker. There we go, just some of those additional aids that these athletes get to benefit from in terms of just helping alleviate some of their impairments when it comes to the sport of swimming. Interesting too there that she's really just gone with the core shorts, not the full upper body wetsuit.
Well, the water temperature 21.1 degrees at the start of the day. The air sitting at 18 degrees, but that's only going to increase. And when you're working that hard, you don't want to risk overheating. And it will have been part of the element, and also just that freedom of the shoulders. And you can see the difference here between wetsuit choice and going with just the neoprene shorts.
Yeah, nice group of athletes coming in here. So also exiting the water.
Eva Morel leading that group.
There's Naya Alvarez as well. And now Taylor of Canada comes out of the water, so really good swim there from Leanne Taylor. So that gap, Lauren Parker came out in a time of 13 minutes and 19 seconds. Eva Maria Morel Padero, well, she came out in 14:25, so just over a minute lead, Lauren Parker, just showing the quality of her swim. Still waiting for possibly Kendall Gretsch, who started 3 minutes 38 back due to having a lower level of impairment. She was joined by Mona Francis. So we haven't seen those two exit the water just yet, but I can't imagine they cannot be too far away. And then it is game on between Lauren Parker and Kendall Gretsch, who were gold and silver 3 years ago.
Nichols having assistance from her aide.
Oh, I just heard in the background there that Greg Welch, the great Australian, who's on the public PA system here, Hawaiian Ironman winner, former world champion out of Australia, saying that Kendall Gretsch has come out of the water. So I'll just try and confirm that for you. Jessica Ferreira of Brazil comes out in a time of 15 minutes and 10 seconds.
So practiced that transition and so important. As we now return to the men's PTWC.
Yeah, just having a look at the setup here. So they'll have gear ratios on their bike, like a standard road setup that we all experience, and then they'll also determine what sort of gears they want to push. So they can make an adjustment in terms of the gear ratios or the number of cogs that they have attached to their wheel, which allows them to go into harder or easier gears. And not dissimilar to what you see with road cycling, they will ride on a chosen cadence, or the number of times they're turning their arms. Some will be pushing maybe a slightly harder gear, so the rotation will be a little bit slower. Others a slightly easier gear, so you'll see a higher arm turnover.
Well, at the moment it is Giuseppe Romelli who holds that lead, but Jetse Plaat from the Netherlands is hunting him down. I expect to see that gap being significantly closed over the next lap or so, potentially even before they make it into T2, the second transition, and now it's on to the run phase, which will be the racing wheelchair for these wheelchair athletes.
Yeah, just saying there that Giuseppe Romelli went through lap one of the bike in a time, including the swim, of 22 minutes and 10 seconds. There we go. And Platt just 22 seconds back, so it is very much game on, isn't he? Platts will just be patient. He knows what his strengths are. He will just be looking to try and get into a good rhythm. Nice thing is the swim should be well and truly out of the arms now, and they should be in pure cycling mode. Always tough, isn't it, when you go from one sport to the next, and you've just got to sort of using a slightly different muscle group.
It makes it the wheelchair racing even harder. It's so arm dominant, but it will be a slightly different action when they move into their racing wheelchairs. There's still another 2 laps of the cycling to go.
Well, that tends to be a lot more sort of triceps, doesn't it, and a little bit more back of the arms. It's coming a lot more from the shoulders. But again, like just in road cycling, it's all about good technique there. Not a lot of movement at all. Really nice, smooth pedal cadence. A really nice job being done here by the Italian. So it's all Europe at the moment. Italy won first and third. And then the might of Platt there from the Netherlands. And now Gert Schipper. So 2 Italians and 2 athletes out of the Netherlands. They are your top 4.
Romelli, his first Paralympic Games in triathlon. He's competed in the Winter Paralympics in Beijing only 2 years ago, in the cross-country skiing events and the 10 kilometres. He's having a wonderful debut here in Paris.
He clearly likes pain, because cross-country skiing, another one of those sports that absolutely is brutal in terms of the aerobic side of it. Lactic acid build-up. So nice to see that all of our athletes out onto the bike course. Not all of them have completed that first lap. So they will now have a really good understanding of what a lap looks like, if there is any wind on the course, where those cobblestones are. They'll get an understanding of when the subtle little gear changes might need to come. If in fact they do perhaps face a headwind or any crosswinds, or even just having to adjust for the cobbles here. Really, really good crowds. I've got to say, Heather, that the crowds I've seen throughout these entire Paralympics have been just simply superb. I was at the basketball the other night, capacity 12,000, atmosphere just unbelievable, and it's a real credit to the people of France, a real credit to the people of Paris as well for really embracing these Paralympic Games.
I expect the crowds to build as the sun comes up here. Full day, 11 medal events in the para-triathlon.
So they have gone through another time gap, and at the moment it's just 4 seconds now, and we can just see that closing up. So we are about to see a genuine lead change. So it is Platt who has now gone. Trying to pick up some of those numbers.
Well, he has really made his mark early on in this race. And expect him to open up a margin on this hand cycle leg and then potentially ease off a little bit, as he has an absolutely packed schedule here at the Paralympic Games, competing in the road race, the time trial, and he's adding to his schedule this year with the marathon on the final day. It's a huge ask, but a very talented athlete in which to do so. Now we're just getting a view. That was one of the men overtaking Lauren Parker. So we've got both races out on course at the moment, and we'll do our best to keep you over all of it.
If you just look up to the top of your screen, hopefully you've seen it at home, you'll see the women's PTWC, so just that little line at the top, just giving you an idea of which race we are following. At times we will be chopping and changing.
Well, Lauren Parker knows she has to lead from the front, and she'll just be hoping that she can maintain that lead until the finish line. She did all the hard work from the front 3 years ago until that crucial moment on the blue carpet. But since then, since that silver medal in Tokyo, she has not lost a race. I mean, that is one incredible record, and she knows it really is her medal to lose on this occasion.
Yeah, it can be a cruel sport, isn't it? You go that close and you end up losing it, and it can be one of those what-if moments that you have to sort of live with, unless you sort of, you know, some athletes will come there and go, look, I wasn't expecting a medal, I'm just happy with anything. Some athletes will come with an expectation, and I'm certainly not saying this is the case with Lauren Parker, but, you know, some athletes, you know, second might be failure. For others, it might be the greatest moment of their life. But it can be quite cruel when you lose it in such a manner. And so sometimes you have to maybe learn how to lose to learn how to win. Will she get her hands on that gold medal and absolutely well and truly established herself as a legend in the sport of para-triathlon? Interesting though, isn't it? We just saw there Lauren Parker's set up on her bike. She had the full disc wheels on the back, slightly larger wheel on the front, and then you go and have a look what we are seeing here with Jets Plats out of the Netherlands. Different setup again. There's not a right or a wrong, it just comes down to your individual physiology, what you're most comfortable with. The wheel choice could actually be determined by the type of course they're on, whether it's quite technical, whether it's hilly, whether it's downhill, whether it's fast. So they'll work with their physiologists and some of their sports science team to determine what's best suited to. And more of a spoke-based wheel here for the Italian.
Romelli sitting in that silver medal position, but here is the man that all eyes have been on in this build-up and are most certainly on now. Jets Plaat won the gold medal the first time this event was in the Paralympic Games back in Rio, defended his title in Tokyo, and he is looking in great form and on the way to potentially defending his title for a third time.
He looks comfortable, doesn't he? I often say this, you can get caught up looking at facial expressions of athletes. Some will sometimes accentuate that pain, but still be really, really consistent in terms of the effort they're putting out. Others will have a little bit more of a poker face. Fatigue, you just look at subtle changes in technique, is always a really good understanding of whether an athlete's starting to struggle or not. And so far, neither athlete, or the athletes that we've seen so far, seem to be doing it pretty well. And we go back to this women's race. Lauren Parker still in control. So through transition, she came out at a time of 15:07, swim time of 13 minutes and 19. It was Brenda Osnaya Alvarez of Mexico who came out of transition second in a time of 15:54. Now, Lauren Parker has officially gone through the timing here in the transition in a time of 24:56. So this will start to now give us an indication of just what that lead is over the likes of Kendall Gretsch, her great rival, the likes of Leanne Taylor of Canada.
Just heading out onto that second lap. And it is a time trial in the cycling event in para-triathlon, so the athletes are not allowed to get within 10 metres of each other, and that's measured from the front wheel of your bike or to the front wheel of the bike in front of you. So it can be sometimes hard to judge, but they are using new technology at these Paralympic Games in the form of Race Ranger, and a flashing light will come up onto that computer, and once it flashes red, it means you're inside that 10-metre zone, and you then have 20 seconds in which to actually complete the overtake. So you are, in a sense, drafting, and you have to make the move. Yeah,
a New Zealand company, Race Ranger, too, set up by James Elvery, a former professional triathlete, and it's been a real revolution, hasn't it? Particularly in the sports like the Ironman now, where you get that top 20, 25 athletes. They all swim pretty close. They're all pretty similar in the bike ride, but for the integrity of those races, it's so important that in the non-drafting races, that it's the best athlete across 3 disciplines. It's not the athlete that, for whatever reason, seems to benefit from those riders in front. And sometimes you do tend to get a little bit of critical mass at the front of a race. So, onto the blue carpet. And I can tell you that Jessica Ferreira of Brazil went through that time check 26:50. So she is 1 minute 34 seconds down on Lauren Parker. Brenda Osnaya Alvarez just went through in a time of 26:35. So she is 1 minute 30 down on our race leader. And I tell you what, there is a group of athletes now within about 15 seconds of each other. So we've got Jessica Ferreira, 1 minute 34 back, but she is only 5 seconds ahead of Brenda Osnaya Alvarez. Alvarez is 13 seconds ahead of Leanne Taylor. Taylor is just 1 second ahead of Eva Maria Morel Pedrero. So at the moment, it is an absolute duel and an absolute battle for those silver and bronze medals if things were to stay this way.
We have talked about this being a time trial and not being allowed to draft. However, you can still get a benefit at a 10-metre distance behind each other. So
absolutely,
the fact that we have those athletes so close together, they will likely be almost what you call working together, which might sound a little alien to someone watching a sport that is an individual sport, but they will know that they have a much better hope of actually closing any time gap that they could to our leader Lauren Parker or any of the athletes in front if they do use that work together and they can conserve a little bit of energy.
Well, it's also, sometimes it's just nice to key off someone, isn't it? Just to go, look, I just need to stay in touch here. Let's just work through this together. And sometimes also just allowing, particularly if you've got a more experienced hand cyclist, as we're seeing here with Lauren Parker, just maybe taking the right lines in and out of some of these corners, and you can just follow what they're doing. And you can say, well, how relevant is that? But as we said, go back to Tokyo and look at the gap between gold and silver. What was it, a second?
It was a second officially.
It was a second officially. So all of those little things can be the difference. You know, you don't want to burn too many matches, and what I mean by that, burn too much energy when you don't have to. If you can conserve energy on this hand cycle leg, that is going to benefit you when they get into the wheelchair for that wheelchair leg, the final leg. Have you managed to get yourself up the Eiffel Tower?
I have not. I did get down to the swim familiarisation, and it was a beautiful view of the tower from the swim start. Not one that I think the athletes will be taking in today, but absolutely stunning venue, and it has been worth waiting that extra day. We've been kept on tenterhooks waiting for the start of the para-triathlon, and well, it's certainly been worth it, hasn't it?
Some wonderful venues in and around the Eiffel Tower too. Wheelchair rugby underway. Go back and have a look at Jetse Platt. What an athlete, what a rider. Look at that, just look how smooth he is, just beautifully balanced. Don't underestimate just how much he is hurting. He'll probably be what we call, Heather, maybe what we'd call a high aerobic state, possibly a little bit of lactic acid, but I think if he'd probably be in a state where he could answer a question if you really made him.
Well, he would want to be, and he has openly talked about his schedule here and the fact that, in a sense, his para-triathlon target to win that gold, to defend his title, is almost his I don't think he used the word easiest, but the one that he most expects to win. And as a result, if he does find himself leading from a large margin, which he might well do at the end of this hand cycle, that he will just try and conserve a little bit of energy.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, because here in the triathlon, as I said, it's a non-drafting race. It's pretty much an individual time trial. When you get to the road races, that's not the case. You are allowed to draft. You are allowed to use that drag coefficient. And so sometimes when you're the best bike rider, that actually simply means that everybody else is going to jump on the back of you. And as long as athletes, you know, we said all the time in road cycling, don't we? It's not always the best athlete wins, it's the smartest athlete. It's the athlete that conserves the most energy. The nice thing with Jens Platz, he does actually bring that experience.
We've had more lead changes, and it is now the Netherlands 1-2. Italy just been bumped out of the medal contention, with Brungraber making that third spot as things stand.
Yeah, so again, just confirm those splits are 118 and 124. So real race two between Florian Brungraber and Gert Schipper for silver and bronze at the moment. And they just looking at the time gaps through the first lap. It is very much Brungraber who is on a bit of a mission here, looking to try and split the Netherlands from gold and silver. Okay, we have been told, and we will confirm that for the Italian, Giuseppe Romelli, who actually led out of the swim and led for the first part of this race, we understand might have been disqualified. He cut the course, apparently, we've been told. So no good for the Italian. It is up to the athletes to know the course. It's all part of a recce. Not always easy to go and do a recce when the course is set up in downtown Paris and 24 hours a day there's a lot of traffic on the road, but we will have that confirmed. In fact, we have had that confirmed that Giuseppe Romelli of Italy has been disqualified. So not great for the Italian, but that is racing at this level.
There you really get a view of just how harsh the cobbles are. You can see the vibrations, and that will be adding to the fatigue of the athletes. Any sort of extra movement that you're having to absorb through your body just adds sort of difficulty and fatigue to the muscles.
Yeah, and that's exactly why, Heather, we've seen the change in technology. And from going from thinner tyres to wider tyres, and riders now using a lot less air pressure. So we used to have like 110, 120, even 140 psi in the tyres, and they were very thin. Now you'll see some riders going from anywhere from 70 to 90 psi, so quite soft, wider tyres, and that is to absorb a lot of that shock so that it's not going through the body, so that the muscles are not just rubbing through that vibration and therefore fatiguing. And so it's a really interesting point you make regarding the cobbles.
We just had a glimpse there of Jessica Ferreira sitting in silver medal position behind the dominant Lauren Parker. And Ferreira in the same category, PTWC 1, so she did start the swim with Parker and is almost 2 minutes adrift as we get towards the midway point of the bike.
Now that's the interesting one, isn't it, Gretch? 2 minutes and 2 seconds. So does she have enough time to get Parker? Do we get an action replay of 3 years ago? Or has Parker, over the last 3 years, just continued to put layer upon layer of training and says, you know what, I'm not even going to give you a chance today, out of sight, out of mind. So a really, really good race beginning to develop here, folks, in this women's PTWC event, downtown Paris's. Pont Alexandre III is the area. It's what they call a deck art bridge. It spans the Seine River in Paris, and it connects the Champs-Élysées quarter with those of Invalides and the Eiffel Tower. And it is absolutely spectacular.
The sun's starting to come out now. You can see the length of the shadows, but they're going to get shorter and the heat will increase.
Oh, look at the crowds. Isn't this wonderful for these athletes? Wow, that is just fantastic from the people of Paris and France, turning out in numbers. Really is. This will lift the athletes. I mean, this is, you know, very rarely will they on their own circuit get crowds like this, and If that's not motivation to train hard, if it's not motivation or aspiration for people at home watching this who have an impairment to get involved in triathlon, I'm not sure what is, because, wow, what absolutely wonderful amphitheatre for the sport of triathlon.
Well, speaking of which, it was actually Kendall Gretsch who was watching the London 2012 Paralympic Games when she realised that there was a sport for someone with her impairments, and para-tri hadn't yet been at the Paralympic Games, but it gave her enough of incentive, and she then took up para-triathlon, the wheelchair racing. But it wasn't for the women in Rio, it was for the men, hence why we have Jetse Platt defending his title for the second time, going for that third medal. But the women, it's their second time for the PTWC.
And that's just simply for the fact that you've got to have depth to be able to be a sport, and sometimes you just simply don't maybe get the depth in a particular category. That does come as, again, more athletes with impairments be inspired by watching these events, and clearly they start to get greater critical mass and people getting involved. As this is Florian Brumgraber of Austria, currently sitting in second place. Now, Jetse Platt, he is halfway through his final lap of the bike, so he has completed 4 laps. Now, Brumgraber is coming through transition, so we'll get that time for you. He is now currently 1 minute 28 back, so 1 minute 28 back. Interesting there, just looking at that chainring, Heather, just where attached to the arms that his hands are rotating through. He appears to be running a slightly smaller gear ratio and a slightly higher arm turnover than what we're seeing from Platt.
I actually got to see Platt riding on a turbo, an indoor hand cycle, as a super tri event in London a few years ago, and they had the power meter up and he was putting out more than 300 watts.
That is unbelievable, yeah. So that is a point we should probably make too, that these riders these days have what they call power meters attached to their cranks, attached to where, well, basically the equivalent of the pedals, I guess, and they do a lot of their training based on pure power output. And so they do a lot of testing in that area, and they might stick to a certain wattage throughout this race, and it might be 300, so they might sit between, say, 290 and 310, but they'll train their system that way too. It's not a sport that you can train one way and then turn up and race another way. Always love the sound though of those disc wheels that you do get. Did I do that quite well, Heather?
I think we'll pause and we'll let the audio give it to us in real time, Mark.
Yeah, sounded a bit like a frog in my throat, didn't it? Yeah, but it's got the sound, and there's nothing more intimidating when someone's chasing you down and you can hear that sound of the disc wheel and just that beautiful sound, and you think, okay, I'm in a bit of trouble here.
We are showing what we are triathlon fans, that we love the sound of a disc wheel, and I'm with you on that one. It's even better when it's your own sound and you're catching somebody else. Not that happens very often.
It's a wonderful sport, so much technology. It's been a real driver too, the sport of triathlon, in terms of technology. Cycling have taken a lot from it, but it's also been a real game changer in regard to the nutritional side of it, and we should focus a little bit on that as well, because these athletes, that is one area that they do have to address. You've got to make sure you're eating and drinking.
Certainly do, and we have witnessed a few times athletes drinking from a straw, so they'll have a platypus system, a hydration system, quite often affixed to the chair just behind them, and you'll see that they are able to then drink whilst cycling. And that is the hardest part, when you've got both hands attached to the cranks. You've still got to really make sure that you're getting in that hydration at this point in the race.
Yeah, and they'll probably choose points on the course where maybe it might be a slight downhill where their heart rate just drops a little bit, easy to take a drink, because it's not always easy to drink when your heart rate's through the roof.
Yeah, you can just see it there, that blue pipe just sort of balancing around Lauren Parker's neck, and she'll be able to just adjust herself to pick that up when she feels the need for some more hydration.
Yeah, you don't want to be heart rate 180 and trying to drink. You're going to a state of hypoxia. As we go back to our leader, and
well, this is Kendall Gretsch now chasing down Lauren Parker, and it really is a matter of having to chase. She had that 3 minute 38 deficit, as expected, as known, and that is all calculated throughout the season. They're continually adjusting that year to year to make the racing as close and as fair as possible between the two levels of impairments.
Yeah, and as the sport continues to evolve, that data will become more and more accurate as athletes understand the sport, and they all start, I guess the coaching side of it becomes a little bit more mainstream. Then those gaps should start to close up, and the numbers do become a little bit more accurate, but at the moment the athletes seem pretty happy with the way it is staggered. And so we will get an update shortly. So I can tell you that Lauren Parker, she did go through, as you can see there, in 38.16. Yet to see Kendall Gretsch come across that timing match. She'll come across now. So let's just have a look and see what that split is, and then we can determine pretty quickly whether in fact she's taking time. So it's 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Well, she's lost 7 seconds on that lap. It was 2:02 at the last clock that we got for that gap. And it was closing after the swim, but Lauren Parker is known to be so strong on the hand cycle. And we know that Lauren Parker is competing in the time trial and the road race as well, so that shows how strong she is. But right now it is T2, the second transition for the men's leader. Jetse Platt is now positioning himself into his racing wheelchair. So he has just completed the 5 laps of the bike course. And it's on to the final discipline of this para-triathlon.
Yeah, no one's going to touch him now. The only thing that can really stop Jetse Platt from winning his 3rd consecutive Paralympic gold medal is if he was to have some sort of mechanical here, if he was to puncture perhaps on the cobbles. But again, they would have done their work on this. As we have a look at this very good performance still coming from the man from Austria, Florian Brumgraber. So here's in the silver medal position, Gert Schipper of the Netherlands, yet to come through and finish this 5th bike lap. Was in 3rd place, and then Giovanni Akenza of Italy in 4th. Howie Sanborn of the United States was in 5th. And there wasn't still a lot separating Sanborn and Akenza, but they've got some work to do if they're to try and move into that bronze medal position. So here comes the Austrian now. He will be the next athlete in, and let's just have a look at the transition here. And so,
well, the athletes don't have to dismount at what is known as the dismount line. However, they do have to come to a complete halt, and the referee will be there watching. And it's an expensive penalty if they are seen to be moving before that line. Brumgraber just slightly overshot his transition point. Trying to reverse and move his chair. Just cost him some valuable seconds there.
And you can see why too, that he started 3 minutes later in the swim, because clearly there his level of impairment not to the same degree as we see perhaps from some other athletes who need to be completely lifted into their wheelchairs.
Well, it's close, isn't it, in this men's race? The battle between silver and bronze, maybe where the majority of the next couple of laps of racing is going to take place. As we see that Jetse Platt had a 1 minute 26 lead going in to the 5K wheelchair race, and that's a significant margin indeed.
Yeah, so we'll give you that split. It's game on, folks, for silver and bronze at the moment. Jetse Platt, the 2-time defending champion, well, he's in a class of his own.
We've also got Giovanni Akenza, so it's a battle very close for silver, bronze, and currently it's the Italians sitting in 4th.
Well, I can tell you too, Heather, that Florian Brumgraber, he came out of transition in a time of 48.09. Gert Schipper came out of transition in 48.51. So just over a 40-second lead to Florian Brumgraber over Schipper. That is the difference at the moment between silver and bronze. Jetse Platt, look at him. What a wonderful athlete. Just taking the most of the aerodynamics, getting into that tuck position, conserving energy on any downhill, looking to cut the apex, looking to try and take the shortest line between 2 points. Really good example here. Nice piece of handling there from Brumgrubber. Tell you what though, pretty fine margins, aren't they, on some of those corners?
Well, they are. Now, interestingly, these four, the top four you see at the moment, are all previous medalists. And it was Schipper who won the silver in Rio, but then lost out to Arcenza. And Arcenza won the bronze back in Tokyo and in Rio, whereas Schipper the silver in Rio, but then lost out and finished fourth 3 years ago.
So I can just tell you too, we mentioned earlier Giuseppe Romelli, the Italian, having been disqualified. Now he's still out competing because he does have the right to protest post the race. And we have been given just a little bit of information here on why he was disqualified. And that was for passing through transition on the first lap, not following the standard course on the hand bike. So he does have the right to protest that, so he's still out on the course competing. And so we've also now had Howie Sanborn's come into transition in fifth. And here he is in a total time of 50 minutes and 52 seconds. And Noel of France, Louis Noel.
So listen to the crowd really giving their support to the French athlete. And they are in for a treat. We've got a great few French athletes to come throughout these events as the para-tri progresses.
Yeah, and for some of these athletes, I mean, it's Platt, he's here to win. You know, second would genuinely, for a guy of this quality, he'd probably determine that as failure. For others, and we've just seen the likes of Louis Noel and Howie Sanborn, well, this is an opportunity, isn't it, to experience this, to then go, right, I now know what the standard is. I know what I'm in for. I'm experiencing all the peripheral things that go with an event like this, from the opening ceremony to the games village, the media scrutiny, the large crowds. And so they then go away and they've got 4 years then to go, right, now let's just continue to build. That experience is so valuable. So for some of these athletes who may be finishing 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, they're the athletes you expect maybe in 4 years' time to be really challenging for the medals.
Well, Harry Sanborn has a huge motivation in the fact that the Paralympics will be going to his home nation in 4 years' time. And this is his debut at the Paralympic Games representing the USA. Qualified through the Americas Championships only this year. So they will be learning a lot, though, from watching this man.
Yeah, look at the back there. I mean, you could put a tablecloth on the back, couldn't you? I mean, that is how aerodynamic he is. That is the technique and the form that he has. That is just simply remarkable as we have a look, of course, at the famous Arc de Triomphe. What a backdrop for these athletes, though.
It really is. It's a great way of selling the sport of para-triathlon. It's exceptional that they've managed to secure such a course in the centre of Paris. And we had a little teaser of it in the test event. They had the World Triathlon Para Cup September last year, but sadly was only a duathlon, so it didn't really give a true representation of how this race was going to unfold. But this, thankfully, due to that day delay, we've been able to have the full distance course, including the full 750 metre swim in the Seine.
So it's Platt. Again, we know that he'll get out to a certain point. We've talked a lot, Heather, about the busy schedule that he does have with the cycling and then wanting to do the marathon and looking to try and win possibly 4 Paralympic gold medals. That at some point he will probably just conserve a little bit of energy, and with no disrespect to any of his competitors, but he'll do what he needs to do to win. I mean, always, no one ever remembers times, do they? They only ever remember the medals.
Well, it will be 100% all about that. Now, interestingly, he's only been beaten once, and that was by his teammate Gert Schipper, and that was down to a mechanical. Like you said, he did actually have a puncher, and it did mean that Gert Schipper became the world champion last year in 2023.
Well, Brumgrubber here of Austria, he is absolutely locked in the hurt box, folks, and what I mean by that, lactic acid building up. He has got a head like granite because he knows he's got Gert Schipper chasing him down. He cannot afford to back off at all. I tell you what, he is suffering like you cannot imagine here. His form is good. He's got a nice high arm turnover. He will get an opportunity when he makes this little turn here. Just have a look at where Gert Schipper is.
Well, these athletes are so used to racing each other. They'll know their rough form, but obviously everyone has different preparation going in, and this out and back course gives you that opportunity to have a glimpse potentially over your shoulder. We've got 2 U-turns. That was one of them of each lap, and remember, 3 laps on this run course on the wheelchair racing leg of the para-triathlon WC class.
Well, this is where it does become important, cutting the apex, making sure you cut those corners correctly, that you're not going too wide, that you're not losing a metre here or a metre there. We'll keep going back to it. You go back to Tokyo 2020, which was 2021, when Lauren Parker, Kendall Gretsch, it came down to a second. Now, we didn't have the benefit of going back through, but was that second due to maybe, just possibly, Kendall Gretsch maybe taking a slightly better line at times on the bike course? And this is what they have to be mindful of, particularly in this race for silver and bronze at the moment. Brumgraber, he needs to maintain his concentration. If you lose concentration, you're going to lose time. As we go here and have a look at number Lauren Parker, in fact it is. So I just thought there for a minute we were still briefly our race leaders. So it is Lauren Parker leading the women's race. She's a class athlete, isn't she? Form looks good as well. So I can tell you Jessica Ferreira has come through in 3rd place, 51 minutes. So she is 56 seconds down on Kendall Gretsch. So 56 seconds separating Kendall Gretsch, Jessica Ferreira for that silver and bronze medal at the moment. Lauren Parker comfortably clear of those 2. And she will now come in to finish the bike section and get onto her wheelchair, and then she is simply 5 kilometres away from hopefully picking up that Paralympic gold medal that she so narrowly lost 3 years ago.
And she is 4 times world champion, and the 2 years prior to Tokyo she hadn't lost a race, and she hasn't lost a race since. And you just have to think that she's got to be difficult to beat. And I imagine that Kendall Gretsch will have been aware of how close that was and how much work she now has to do to beat this woman.
Well, she, if she can win Paralympic gold today, I mean, certainly it'll put to bed any what-ifs that she might have had 3 years ago. But I just wonder whether, and you hope that she's aware that that close finishes actually might just be her legacy, because it did go around the world, as you mentioned, and it just brought so much profile to the sport. It inspired probably a lot of young athletes with an impairment to take up the sport because of the excitement that race generated.
Well, this is Kendall Gretsch, the defending champion, with some work to do. She has 4 Paralympic gold medals to her name. Let's see. One of which was Tokyo, but she went in as gold medalist from the sitting cross country and the biathlon, so she's competed.
And coming down to pick up a gold medal for the 3rd time in succession, it is Jets Platt of the Netherlands, and he does it comfortably. What a class act, what a performance. Came in as the favourite, and he lives up to the billing. It has been an absolute demolition from the Great One. It's the Netherlands who win gold. Their national anthem will ring out around the centre city of Paris very shortly. But the real race now is for silver and bronze, because here we go, folks. It's going to be incredibly close in this men's race. We've got Florian Brumgraber here, desperately trying to hang on to the silver medal position. But Gert Schipper of the Netherlands is starting to close that gap.
Oh, what a phenomenal men's wheelchair race this has been. Jetse Plaat, ever the champion, now 3-time Paralympic champion. But Florian Brumgraber, the silver medal just 3 years ago in Tokyo. He's onto the blue carpet, and he is on his way to securing another silver medal here in Paris.
And he'll be thrilled. Look at him, and good on him. Well done. Big punch, looks to the heavens. Arms raised in a V. What a moment. Well done to you. Well done to Austria. And now it'll be Gert Schipper, who does have a significant lead over Giovanni Akenza of Italy, and should secure the bronze. So gold and bronze to the Netherlands. It'll be Brumgartner of Austria, the silver. So Schipper cannot be too far away. Must be hard though turning up to a race knowing that you got Jets Platt there, and really you are probably racing for second. But here we go, Schipper now will come down. Another Paralympic medal for him. And what a very good program the Netherlands do have.
And a wonderful bronze, just missing out 3 years ago. He is back on the podium, joining his teammate Jetse Platt and Florian Brungraber. Geert Schipper now adds a second bronze in the para-tri to his medal collection.
And so it is Platt, Brungraber, Schipper, gold, silver and bronze. Just have a look at the upper body, the strength. As we go back to the front of the women's PTWC, Lauren Parker. Now, she has completed the first lap of, well, they're still in triathlon, technically label a run, but clearly it is a wheelchair race. And so she goes through a total time of 55 minutes and 40 seconds. And now we're just waiting to see Kendall Gretsch, Jessica Ferreira, just what that gap is. But for her now, it's just about focus, it's just about concentration, maintaining good form and just controlling the emotions.
Well, interestingly, the three that are in the medal positions at the moment have also been the three in that order at the previous World Championships, so they know each other incredibly well and they know maybe the predicted form, but this is the Paralympic Games and anything can happen, and you do see extraordinary feats, just that extra push, that extra emphasis, things in training that are changed, and so much effort put into a Paralympic medal. And Kendall Gretsch, defending champion, will have had those resources. The USA Paralympic triathlon team went and actually trained here in France for their preparation camp down in Vichy. They left no stone unturned.
Yeah, it'll be a little disheartening though, the fact that Lauren Parker's probably out of sight here. Always remember the great New Zealand triathlete Erin Baker, who won pretty much every World Championship across every distance from sprint distance. As we just have a look at the Italian Romelli, who technically is disqualified, but he will protest that. Just going back to that women's race, and Erin Baker had a great rivalry. And look, she always said that at some point someone will say second is good enough. And I think that's often the case where you just go, you know what, I've done everything I can, but it is what it is. And so she had a great rivalry, Erin Baker, with the great Paula Newby-Fraser back in the day. And not dissimilar to the rivalry that we've had over the years with Lauren Parker here and Kendall Gretsch. And you need rivalries, don't you? You don't have, say, Pete Sampras without Andre Agassi. That's the reason you get out and push every day. That's the reason why on those days where you maybe lack a bit of motivation, you always say to yourself, what's my competition doing?
It's also so great for the sport to have these characters, these incredible athletes with their stories and their rivalries that just bring the attention of the world outside of para-triathlon, because we can just get in our own little bubble of loving the sport of triathlon, but you have to remember that it's times like the Paralympic Games where it really gets to shine and brings in a new audience to watch these phenomenal athletes.
And Noel of France gets a big reception coming down to finish this men's para-triathlon, and isn't he absolutely thrilled? And he will be better for that experience. Big future ahead of him.
Arcenza making his way across the line for Italy. Absolutely left it all out there. You can see the exhaustion on the face of Arcenza.
Okay, so Lauren Parker now negating another one of these tight technical little turns. We'll get a huge lift here from this crowd.
We just had a glimpse at that U-turn, and that could have been Kendall Gretsch. Didn't have long enough to see, but Lauren Parker will certainly have noted it if it was. As she really puts the hammer down again now. You can see the power driving through her arms, and there is Kendall Gretsch, and I think she might have just locked on and just seen Lauren Parker ahead of her.
Well, yeah, it's interesting because coming through that first run lap, we had a split there. In fact, so Kendall Gretsch has come through second run lap, Total time of 59 minutes and 36 seconds. Lauren Parker, 57 minutes and 48 seconds. So that gap is still over 2 minutes. Got a number of different athletes out on the course. And we just go back and to the men's race, and more athletes finishing. And coming across the line now is Nick Beveridge of Australia, so well done to Nick. He will end up finishing in 6th place, total time of 1:05.11 as we go back to our race leader for the women's PTWC.
Beveridge will no doubt be recovering and then getting ready to cheer Lauren Parker across the line in whatever position it is, whether that's the gold or the silver. It's looking, as we get ever closer to that finish line, that the gold is in sight for the Australian.
And coming down now, our Tunisian athlete, Zioki Fathi. Well done. Great to have an athlete from Tunisia competing. And now, look at that, the gold. Is that symbolic? Is that the motivation every time she's in the chair? She looks at that sort of, I describe it as gold. Some people might say it's bronze, but I think it's definitely gold. And of course, the green and gold of Australia, what a sporting nation they are. There's not too many sports they don't have a point of view in or haven't had a point of view in. And now really, really being dominant here. Outstanding display. Just look at the contrasting form between the two, because Kendall Gretsch, just a lot more upper body movement. Head really bobbing. She is suffering. She is giving everything she's got to try and close this gap. She would love to go back to back, but she knows that she has an absolute mountain to conquer in the form of Lauren Parker in front of her. And at what point will she say, perhaps, you know what, second is good enough today? But as long as you've got inflated tyres and mechanical components, there's always that chance. There's always a chance that things can change with a little bit of misfortune.
Lauren Parker is absolutely focused as she's about to pass a lapped athlete. She might even be catching up one of the...
Might be Amelia Perry of the United States, or possibly out of France, possibly Mona Francis.
That is Mona Francis, one of the PTWC 2 athletes who did start 3 minutes 38 behind Parker.
So I can tell you Lauren Parker is on the last part of this run. So not too far away from bringing her onto the blue carpet, and it will be a golden day for Australia. We don't want to preempt it though. We saw in the Olympic Games on the men's side, a lot of people felt that Hayden Wilde of New Zealand was going to win the gold medal, only to be run down by Alex Yee of Great Britain in the final last 300-400 metres in one of the great men's races of all time. So things can change very quickly. Imagine those triceps there are just burning, but look at the composure on her face. Form is good. I always like to say you've got your war face on. Some people certainly don't say, but certainly in the men's race, they'll often describe some of the men when they're in the herd box having their ugly face on, because you are just grimacing. You are just literally trying to get oxygen in any way you can. I had a famous New Zealand cyclist who won the Commonwealth Games, Graham Miller. I always remember saying to Graham, how much are you hurting? And he said, so much sometimes the only way I can get oxygen in is literally through my eyelids. I've never forgotten the phrase, so don't underestimate just how much hurt Kendall Gretsch is going through at the moment.
Here's another one of these really difficult U-turns. That full 180 just takes out the momentum. You've got to start again, almost from not moving as you go around and navigate that turn, and it's getting the momentum, the power back up and into that rhythm that you can see her finding.
And really gutsy performance coming down here now from our American athlete, Howie Sanborn, number 124. And we can just have a look at the level of impairment, and just remarkable the way that he's had to make that adjustment to be able to maximise his energy output. And we are also getting set very shortly for the men's PTS3. So these are standing athletes. This is set to go at 9:25, and then it'll be followed by the men's PTS2. So that race will get underway. We'll go back though very shortly and bring you the conclusion of the women's WPTC. So again, that white water about getting out quickly, high arm turnover, and then looking to try and lock on to a swimmer directly in front of you. But now just 200 metres left for the Australian. She'll come down the hill and she'll roll round onto the blue carpet. Really good performance from her. Well, it was silver 3 years ago, and it'll now be a golden moment for the Australian.
She is not going to stop pushing until the end after that experience 3 years ago. But she is the 4-time world champion. She has every title there is, bar the Paralympic title. And she is now making her way onto that blue carpet, onto Pont Alexandra 3rd Bridge. And she won't be looking back. She doesn't need to be looking over her shoulder on this occasion. Australia's Lauren Parker is going to upgrade from that silver medal she won 3 years ago in Tokyo, and she even has a time to have that moment as she grabs the banner. Lauren Parker becomes the Paralympic champion in the women's PTWC category.
Oh, wonderful emotion, and she is very teary. I've got to say, I'm starting to well up a little bit. The if only moment from 3 years ago when she lost it on the line, and here she is now, Paralympic champion. It just shows you sometimes you've got to learn how to lose to learn how to win. What a performance from the Australian. And you've done your nation proud, and now coming down into that silver medal position, the gold medalist from 3 years ago, Kendall Gretsch. She's been outclassed today, but what an athlete. And she is the reason that Lauren Parker has had to put so much effort, energy into the sport over the last 3 years. She is the reason why Lauren Parker has had to take things to another level. A remarkable athlete is Kendall Gretsch. She will come round now onto the blue carpet. A huge round of applause for her. What an athlete.
Well, she has known the battle that she had on her hands coming into this event. She'll no doubt be delighted as she comes down that final stretch. She can start to let the crowd enjoy their moment, watching history unfold as Kendall Gretsch becomes the silver medalist here in Paris 2024, adding to that gold she won 3 years ago. And what a great rivalry it's been between those two athletes.
Yeah, as you mentioned, great camaraderie. And as I said, you've got to have rivalries. Sometimes you've got to have your heroes and the villains. The Americans will see Kendall Gretsch as the hero and Lauren Parker as the villain. In Australia, Lauren Parker the hero and Kendall Gretsch is the villain. That is sport. As we now go back to the swim in the third event of the day, the men's PTS3. So those athletes that stand are generally amputees, and so you'll tend to see these athletes. And we mentioned it if you have just joined us for the coverage that swimming in the River Seine, there is a huge current here and it does play havoc, and so when they do come around this first left-hand marker, they actually need to angle really heavily back onto their left side, or they will just get pushed out and end up having to swim further than they want. As we look back at our women's champion and our women's silver medalist, still waiting for our bronze medalist. And I tell you what, that is shaping up to be a very good race between Leanne Taylor of Canada and Eva Maria Moral Pedrero of Mexico.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can have some silence for the start of the next race. Thank you.
So I've got our next of our races also about to get underway, which will be the men's PTS2, so athletes that can stand, who will have a higher level of impairment to the athletes that have just started. And so other than the French athlete, all opting for wetsuits. And those wetsuits just provide a little bit more buoyancy.
It's worth just reminding here that this PTS2 category is a different race, even though they are only going 5 minutes apart. They are looking for a separate gold medal to the men's PTS3. But once we're out on the bike and the run course, we'll do our best to keep you over that. But there's a lot of racing to fit into one day here at this para-triathlon.
No, the team have done a brilliant job in terms of being able to chop back and forward and bring us all the different action out on the course. Crowd certainly loving it. What a venue, what a privilege it is for these athletes. One of the most famous rivers in the world is their amphitheatre. It's their stage now for just over the next hour. And there we go, get off the line quickly. Got to get off the line quickly. It can be very gladiatorial on open water swim, and what you've really got to try and do is just use your hands to create a little door out in front and swim through that door. And just got to get used to a little bit of the chaos and carnage that can go. And just see the swimmer here in second place, immediately going across to try and get onto the feet of our race leader. That is a really good move. You can save up to about 15% energy in doing that. So really starting to see that experience come into play for these leading swimmers. So we can just run through that start list for you. So we do have Laha Mohammed of the United States, Maritz Morsink of Netherlands, Mark Barr of the United States, Jules Ribstein of France, Lionel Morales of Spain, Wim de Peert of Belgium, Jeffrey Worsey of France, Thomas Goodman of Australia, Gianluca Valori of Italy, and Juan Esteban Pantino Giraldo of Colombia.
See the speed at which the current is assisting the athletes as they are absolutely flying down the river with the current.
And now it is the bronze medal by the looks of it in this women's PTWC race. Taylor of Canada will pick up the bronze medal in the smallest of margins in a very, very good performance from her. And she will grab that over Eva Maria Moral Pedrero by just 7 seconds, separating bronze and 4th place. What a performance for Leanne Taylor of Canada, and isn't she delighted? But I tell you what, Heather, she had to work for that. Boy, did she have to work for that.
Well, special moments at the finish line, and the athletes appreciating just what an exciting race that was for them.
Really nice to hear Eva Maria Moral Pedrero, who's just finished 4th, and sometimes a lot of athletes will say the worst place you want to finish is 4th, but absolutely delighted with her 4th place finish, absolutely thrilled with what she's just achieved.
So she should be.
So we've got 2 races underway. We've got the men's PTS3 event, we've got the men's PTS2 event. Now they are separate races. Gold medals will be handed out to both categories here. They did start 5 minutes apart. And in the PTS3 category, I'll just run through that field for you. We've got Daniel Molina of Spain, Nico Vandenberg of the Netherlands, Max Keller of Germany, Cedric Denizida of France, Henry Urand of Great Britain, Justin Godfrey of Australia, Michael Herter of France. As we see more competitors coming down to complete this women's race.
Well, the crowd going wild now as Mona Francis, the sole representative for France, coming across the line. We just saw Amelia Perry for the USA ahead of Francis. And that confirms Mona Francis finishing in 7th place in this women's wheelchair event.
Oh, great recognition for all these athletes. They'll be relieved it's over. They'll be very, very nervous at the time. Now they can sit back and relax and enjoy the rest of the Paralympics and reflect. And I'd imagine some will be pretty happy and others will be like, well, that didn't quite go to plan, but that is racing. It is hard to try and peak 3 different disciplines on the same day once every 4 years. And so now the women's PTS2 gets underway. So those women in that standing division with a reasonably high level of impairment. So we now have 3 races underway in the River Seine. The men's PTS3, the men's PTS2, and now the women's PTS2.
Yes, Melissa Nichols just coming in 8th place there at 8:20 down. So congratulations go out to all the 8 women now.
Well, this is going to be one incredibly exciting race, the women's PTS2, which we can see on our screens right now. Of the last 2 Paralympic Games, this category has been in since the inception of para-triathlon. The USA have won 5 of the 6 medals. Now the other nations will be looking to upset that podium that has looked of Alicia Seeley, Hayley Dance and Melissa Stockwell back in Rio. Stockwell just missing out on the podium, finishing 4th last year in Tokyo.
Yeah, good long distance per stroke here being shown by Daniel, is it Molina, I think, of Spain, about to come out of the water. It is Daniel Molina. And a time of 11 minutes 22. Then Nico Vandenberg of the Netherlands, second out of the water, time of 11:26 to get through 750 metres. 3:32 is Ibrahim Al Hussein. And he is part of this refugee para-triathlon, so wonderful to have one of our refugee athletes in contention. And then it's Max Geller of Germany in a time of 11:44 in 4th place.
Molina was first out the water, but he's actually been overtaken on that first part of transition by Vandenberg.
Yeah, so they will again have their bikes clearly customised to meet the requirements of their impairment and the various prosthetics that some athletes might have. Others, well, it'll just be about the way their shoes and stuff are set up on their clip-on pedals.
That is Cedric Denouzier coming to the end of his 750 metres and battling that current. It really is a tough end, or tough second half to this swim discipline.
Well, this is the hardest part, I think, sometimes in triathlon. Your upper body, you're in that horizontal position, and your upper body is, you know, a lot of the blood flows in the upper body, and it's a non-weight bearing position, and then suddenly you've got to get into the vertical and all the blood runs down to the lower extremities. The heart rate goes up another 10 beats, and that is when you do see some wonderful facial expressions. Normally the facial expression represents the amount of pain they are in as they're just trying to get the oxygen in, just trying to get the legs working a little bit better. It's not an easy sport.
We just saw Ibrahim Al Hussein, a very quick transition once he got to his bike, but he did just miss his transition position for a moment. And that green line signifies that the athletes are then allowed to mount, so they have to cross the mount line before being allowed to get on to the bike.
Yeah, this is a really good display of open water swimming. I like this. A nice group here. That athlete out in front's doing the majority of the work. The other 2 are just sitting back there. And you can almost see at times swimming straight up onto the back of the athlete, because it can be that much easier sitting in the wake of another swimmer. A little bit of a duel going on. Got to concentrate here. Do not want to let the athlete in front of you go. And then the athlete sitting in swim is almost in no man's land, wants to just try and come across, but she might actually be just taking a slightly better line because she is a little bit closer. And you've talked a lot about the current here.
Well, you wouldn't usually see such a pattern here. I mean, look at the disparity of the athletes taking such different lines, and this will have been practiced in training, and maybe the weaker athletes need to take a sharper left-hand turn so that when the current takes them, they're still going to hit this buoy in the right place.
Yeah, and so you need to be lifting your head, say, every 3 to 4 strokes. It'll be all slightly different. It's your responsibility to get from point A to point B. As we go back out onto the bike course, 3:23 is Daniel Molina, looking nice and balanced in that aero position. I'll often ask you, Heather, what the best position is, and knowing that you still got to run, I always say the most comfortable position.
Well, there's been so much testing done over the last few years, a lot moving from cycling into triathlon. And in actual fact, triathlon sometimes is teaching the world of cycling a lot with the fact that in long distance triathlon and in para-triathlon it's non-drafting, so they spend so much time training in this time trial position.
Yeah, plenty of Spanish out here on the course too, so nice smooth pedal cadence there. Revolutions probably about 95 revolutions per minute. A big chainring on the front. And the bike handling skills are going to be really important. You talked about it earlier here, they're just coming in and out of the corners here, just making sure that you are in the right gear when you come out of particularly the 180-degree turns, that you're not having to put too much pressure on the pedals, that you have changed prior to coming into the corners so you can get out of the corners quickly. It's a very close race up front because Nico Vandenberg of the Netherlands is in pursuit, and then Max Geller of Germany. They are your three coming out of transition, and then onto the difficult cobblestones. And now the first of our swimmers in our next category, that is the men's PTS2. In fact, neat note, going back to the PTS3 division.
Henry Urand, we've just spotted there from Great Britain.
Cannot be too far away from working out our athletes in the PTS2 class. So 2 categories out on the course. And so now Vandenberg is about to move up onto the shoulder here of Daniel Molina. Again, non-drafting, so needs to make sure he goes past. And it might be the responsibility there of Daniel Molina then to drop back once the pass has been taken. Again, slightly upright, not as aerodynamic, but a position that he's comfortable with. Not the smoothest bike rider, pushing a really big gear. You can see that his cadence is much lower than that of Daniel Molina, but it's effective. But that can actually come back and just hurt you a little bit in the run, because you are actually using a little bit more energy for the fact that perhaps you're not as technically good.
Now here we can see that great example of the athletes opting for the right-hand side of the river on the way back up, and that is purely due to the fact that the current is far less, notably less, on the outside. It's all been practiced in the swim familiarisations and in the recce's. Some of the nations have actually sent in people to go and test it for them as well, and done measurements of the flow at different places on the river. And it's very much proven now, having watched the Olympics and seen the tactical swims from that, and then the earlier races in the para-tri, it's very much the way to approach this swim.
It's also a really good example here, isn't it, Heather? Like, when you are under duress in a swim, you tend to go two-stroke breathing and breathing to one side, but it is important that you have the ability to be comfortable to just look the other way at times, so that you are just aware of what the environment is around you.
I think this could be
a PTS2. Yep, so we've had 3 swimmers come out on the PTS2. So we've had Jules Ribstein of France come out in a time of 11:01. Wim of Belgium has come out in a time of 11:06. And Mark Barr of the United States, 10:46. So he was technically first out. So Barr of the United States was first out. First out of transition, my apologies, Jules Ribstein. So very good transition coming from the Frenchman.
We return to the cycle leg, the men's PTS3. And the current leader, Nico Vandenberg, we just saw him make that move.
Yeah, Max Geller of Germany also beginning to make a little bit of a move. Came through transition, total time of 13:08. So it was only 13 seconds behind Nico Vandenberg. As we just go back and have a look at the change here.
And this was where he made that move. You've got 20 seconds in which to pass. Daniel Molina, one of the favourites going into this race, but it's still early days in this sprint triathlon. As Vandenberg finds his rhythm after having to really up the power, and sometimes you've got to commit when you make that overtake, but you don't want to really put yourself into the red, because it can take a little bit a longer time to recover and end up affecting you later on in the race.
Yeah, look at this. That is remarkable. Again, that adaptation that you do see. And That is, just confirm that number for you shortly. Belgian rider here is Wim de Pepe. And just ahead it is the Frenchman, so Jules Ribstein is the athlete out in front that we saw earlier. Nice and balanced too, both these riders. Contrasting styles again. We see the Belgian rider here, much higher turnover, so getting higher revolutions. And then Jules Ribstein here maybe pushing a slightly harder gear, leaning on those gears a little bit more. And again, that'll come down to them having to work out their own individual physiology and what they can best do based on their level of impairment. So these athletes are in the PTS2, so this is a separate race from the PTS3. So as you can see, their level of impairment is more significant from what we have seen from the PTS3 athletes, such as Nico Vandenberg and Daniel Molina, Max Gala.
Well, this just gives us a view of how close it is at the front of this men's PTS2. And if the crowd are ever going to play a part in a race, this is it. This is what they all have been out for. Jules Ribstein coming in as a favourite in the PTS2, or one of those favourites for sure. Four-time world champion. Can he convert that into Paralympic champion? I'll certainly be hoping so.
What a sight, though, having that Arc de Triomphe there in the background. Now, look, this is not easy. Basically, doing one-arm freestyle is remarkable. That is not easy to do. I do encourage people to try it, relying a lot more on the kick now. Again, having to just alleviate for their impairment, having to find another way in a sport that is governed by technique, that is governed by hydrodynamics. That is a remarkable swim.
That is the women's PTS2. We'll hopefully get a glimpse of the numbers in a moment.
So it's back to the men's PTS3. And we've now seen another lead change, so Max Gala has just gone around Nico Vandenberg. And so it is the German who now leads. Daniel Molina still sitting in third place. Molina is only still 5 seconds back, so we have 6 seconds separating our top 3 athletes in the men's PTS3. So those athletes that can stand but still have a high degree of disability. And interesting, deciding not to ride any aero bars at all, so just a traditional road setup, so up on the hoods there, and that'll be again based on his level of impairment and what allows him to ride most effectively and most efficiently. Just have a look at that nice smooth pedal cadence. As we go back to the swim.
Well, this is the big pack that we saw in the women's PTS2 navigating that second buoy, and they look as though they've managed to stay together coming back up against the current, and that will have really advantaged and made it easier if they are chasing.
Well, Melissa Stockwell first out of the swim, the American. You talked about the dominance the Americans have had in this event, so a time of 13:04. Then Hayley Dans of the United States, 13 minutes and 11 seconds. Veronica Plebani of Italy, 13 minutes and 12 seconds. There'll be a lot of interest in the Australian, Anu Francis, where she comes out of the swim as well. Third of the Americans, Alyssa Seeley, yet to exit the water.
Melissa Stockwell had a bike crash just before Tokyo, still managed to get herself back and ready to be on the start line, but could say that affected her. She finished 5th 3 years ago, and she's definitely got some redemption that she'll be wanting here in Paris. Well, the red cap signifying that the athletes are to be lifted in transition, yellow meaning assistance, and the green cap meaning no assistance required. So this is the women's PTS2, and that looks like it's Cécile Sabarot in 4th place.
Oh, she'll get a huge round of applause, won't she, Sabarot? She's going to have, you know, you talk about small percentages. I wonder what part that crowd might play today in terms of the French athletes. Will that be the difference for them? So this is a really good display here about keeping that 10-metre gap, so they can do this. They're completely legal here at the moment, won't want to get much closer. Will the Dutch athlete to the Belgian athlete. Really good opportunity here for Max Geller and Nico Vandenberg. And again, just getting out of the seat there, Vandenberg. So a few little undulations on this course, but the niggly, annoying little cobblestones.
And this is the third leader that we've had so far in this race early on. It's a lot of changes. It started with Melina. Vandenberg took the lead, and now Max Geller taking control of this men's PTS3 bike leg.
Yeah, and these athletes, and as we just, sorry, we'll go back to the swim. I'll pick that up shortly. So just go back to the swim of the women's PTS2. And another athlete that's just come out of the water. We've had Anu Francis of Australia has come out in a time of 14:38. And now we've got Uriarte of Spain in a time of 15:25. Yukako Hata of Japan, 15:30. Nell Ludwig of Germany in 15:35. You just see there on that visual the difference. And now back to the men's PTS2. And at the front of the bike race, it's Jules Ribstein of France. And won't the French be loving this? He's got to just control those emotions. As I said, they'll do a lot of their training based on power output that they would have garnered from other races, from individual time trials, and they'll do a lot of their speed work, tempo work, trying to hit those same sort of numbers that they experience in a race. So it becomes habit, it becomes practice. The crowds here might just give them a bit of adrenaline kick, which just means they might end up pushing a little bit harder than maybe what the training suggests they should do. And so they do have to control it, because at the end of the day, it's a well-known saying in the sport of triathlon: swim and bike for show, run for dough. It ultimately comes down to the run side of it. So yes, you want to ride quick, but you just don't want to burn too many matches.
Jules Ribstein, full-time world champion, reigning world champion. He is enjoying the fact that this event, the men's PTS2, is included in the programme. It wasn't in Tokyo, it was in the opener that we saw for para-triathlon 8 years ago in Rio. But a lot of these men having their first opportunity to compete at a Paralympic Games with the inclusion of this category.
Yeah, I think we just saw Lionel Morales there of Spain, who was again on a traditional road setup, but he's actually technically a lap down. And now we have one of our neutral para-athletes racing under a national flag.
We've actually heard that Victor Shepaterev, who you just saw there, came off his bike at one of the 180-degree turns, and there are those couple on each bike lap of the turn. You've got to go right back on yourself, and it does require backing off the pace and really navigating that and putting the power down when you come out.
Yeah, and just sometimes, not so much today in the dry conditions, but just in wet conditions, you just be tapping your brakes a little bit. Just don't want to be locking up too much. But again, not always as easy when you have an impairment.
I think we might be able to hear one of those disc wheels again.
Well, they do it better than I do, don't you? I think my attempt at trying to recreate the sound of a disc probably fell a little bit flat with our viewers, so you're right.
Well, actually, having said that, I think it is just the aerodynamic wheels, the deep section wheels that we've got here.
Well, also the little bit of, not really heavy cobbles, but I think the cobbles are also just generating that sound too. But it can be intimidating when you do just start to hear those wheels behind you. And now look at don't underestimate too the psychology that will go on out here. Some of these riders might be hurting, but they'll be trying to make out that they're doing it nice and relaxed, and you might be struggling a little bit, and someone comes past you. And if you don't have the experience, it might just reinforce to you that you're having a bad day, because look how good they are looking. And yet you talk to them after the race and they might tell you just how much they struggled on the bike as well. So wonderful aerial shots here of Paris. It is just such a beautiful city, just so much history. As we just pan back down Champs-Élysées. Now we go back to our men's para PTS3 race.
There's not much separating, and it looks as though Van der Berg's going to make a move again. He was overtaken by Gallard. He wants to put his mark back on the front of the race, or maybe not. He's just taking a wide line into one of these tight corners.
Well, they probably also feel that perhaps they are just riding really even, and they don't want to get caught for drafting. They don't want to pick up any penalties here. So it's just a simple case of not having to back off at any point to avoid drafting. So just take a slightly wider route. That way you can just keep your pace nice and even.
And that's Haley Dance. We're just getting a view there from the women's PTS2. But one of her teammates, Mohamed Lana of the USA, in the men's PTS2.
Yeah, so she does have that full disc wheel. There used to be a bit of science on it that really didn't want to ride a disc wheel unless you could sort of generate a certain speed or get the bikes up around 35, 36 kilometres, because they really start to kick in once you get those bikes up into the high 30 kilometre an hour type zone. But again, they would have done their work. Wider tyres these days, less pressure in them, and everybody these days have gone away from the rubber ring brakes to disc brakes. So the technology has changed a lot. The aero bars are a lot more elevated than they used to be, so riders tending to ride a lot more upright, not just for comfort, but again based on aerodynamics done in a lot of science labs around the world. Even into the helmets, a lot of aerodynamic helmets these days.
Van der Berg has a clear view, doesn't he, of the leader, Max Gallard, and he might just be pacing himself. He has to stay 10 metres behind, front wheel to front wheel, in a non-draft legal race. And that is Jules Ribstein as we join the front of the race in the men's PTS2. And he'll be carrying the hopes of a lot of these supporters. Hopes of France. Could it be the first French medal in the para-triathlon? There's a lot of hopes in the men's PTS4 event on Alexis Hinkenquan, the defending Paralympic champion. Jules Ribstein, this is his first chance of a Paralympic medal, and can he make it a gold?
Well, doing everything right so far. Form looks good. Got to make sure they keep drinking though. Don't underestimate that. It is really, really hard thing to do, is just staying hydrated. As I said, you'll see a lot of athletes in training who will drink and eat when they're what we call an aerobic state. So when they're cruising and training, when they're doing bunch rides, that you've got to learn how to drink and eat and absorb food when you're under duress, when you're in this time trial type position. But look at that, just pushing that massive gear, big chainring on the front, small cog at the back. Maybe got one more gear to go to if he needs to. Ribstein.
You can see the effect of the cobbles there, just the vibrations, and a lot of the athletes opting to come off the aero bars onto the base bars to get securely around that corner, and then it's back into that aero position for those that are opting for that triathlon time trial bike, as is Ribstein. And that was a quick, smooth navigation of that corner, just back into that most efficient position as quickly as possible.
Yeah, remarkable just how balanced these riders do. Look, Dan's here. Okay, really nice position for her. Two-time
Silver medalist, currently leading the women's PTS2.
It's always good to have the non-drafting races, because it is just an honest event, isn't it, across the three disciplines. Sometimes some of the drafting events can be a little bit slow on the bike, can be a little bit flat, and tends to favour the swim runner rather than the swim bike runner. This today, well, if you're going to win the medals, you're going to have to be good across all three disciplines.
Well, Haley Dance does know that her strongest disciplines are the swim and the bike, so she needs to have this margin that she's opened up now. And talking of nutrition, we just saw her have a quick bite of something that requires chewing, so not quite a gel, but it will be high in glucose and fructose, no doubt.
Yeah, interesting when you go with sort of solid foods, you know, your heart rate's high, very hard sometimes to chew and digest, and as I said, you go into a state of hypoxia, but they'll be well practiced in terms of what they eat and drink. There's not a right or a wrong, it's just what best suits you. Some will be like jelly beans or some sort of candy, others might even, you know, go for a potato, which is high glycemic. Wouldn't be my first choice.
You see Veronica Yoko Plebani has moved up into silver medal position after the swim. She won the bronze 3 years ago in Tokyo. And Alicia Seeley, who we didn't see feature in contention coming out of the swim, has just been overtaken by Plebani.
Yeah, I can tell you that 3 seconds, so they're 36 seconds back behind Hayley Dance at the moment. So Hayley Dance leads by 36 seconds over Veronica Yoko Plebani, and then Alyssa Seeley of the United States currently sits in 3rd place, 39 seconds back from Dance and 3 seconds behind Yoko Plebani. So very much game on in that women's race. You could throw a blanket over all three at the moment. As we go back to Rixstein of France, who continues to lead. And has a 21-second lead over Wim de Pape of Belgium. So if you have just joined us, new technology regarding the drafting side of it, Heather, Race Ranger.
Yeah, you might get a close glimpse if we see the athletes' bikes up close. Some of them will have a bike computer, but they also have another device that they have been given by the federation they have to use. So they have a sensor at the back just behind the seat post underneath the saddle there where the number's stuck, but they also have a warning system or a light system between their handlebars, and that will basically indicate the distance they are from the athlete in front. And once it starts to flash red, it means you're within that 10-meter zone, and therefore you have to move and make the overtake, otherwise you can be done for a drafting penalty.
Or simply drop back, and like, it is a game changer because there's no excuses now. It takes a bit of pressure too off the draft busters historically. There's evidence now technologically.
But it is very much a guide for the referees. They'll still, it's not black and white, so if your light flashes red, it doesn't mean you get that penalty, but it's giving you, the athlete, that it's almost like another piece of information. So it's really useful for the athletes. They don't have to be worrying like, am I too close, am I close enough? So they know they can sit just behind, outside that 10-meter zone and still benefit from that. There's, you know, it's proven up to 15 meters you can still get a draft benefit. You can be as close as, well, 10 and a half, 11 meters, I suppose, if you're going to play it safe, and be benefiting from the athletes in front. But if you are going from the front, like we see with Ribstein, then you don't have to worry about that. You are just concentrating on your own power and riding it very much like a time trial race.
Yeah, sport is just full of technology and innovation. Game changer was the power meters for the cyclists, how much power they put out every time they put pressure on the pedals. And what that takes out is, doesn't matter if you're on cobblestones or a really nice flat smooth surface. You might be going 40 kilometres an hour on a flat surface, you might be going 30 kilometres an hour on cobblestones, but the power might be exactly the same. And that's what a lot of athletes will train on now, that's what a lot of athletes will race on. But technology is all good. Sometimes you've just got to race your competitor. Sometimes you've just got to throw it all out the door and just go with your competitor. A lot to like here, isn't there, Heather?
Certainly looking good at this stage for Jules Ribstein. But with the amputee categories, you do see some athletes really favouring the bike compared to some with their run, depending on what prosthetics they use. Do expect changes. It is not game over so far in any of these three races that we have going on at the moment. So just to remind you, it's the men's PTS2, the men's PTS3 and the women's PTS2 all going concurrently on this course.
And PTS2, the lower the number, the higher level of impairment. So the PTS3 athletes will generally have prosthetics. And of course the PTS2, well, they will, as you've seen, you see a lot of them are amputees who are simply just using the one leg to pedal. Wonderful views of downtown Paris. What a backdrop, modern amphitheatre. As we have a look at the Louvre,
Just stunning, isn't it? It's relatively quiet for a Monday morning. I imagine some people have started to go back to work if they've not managed to get tickets or time off to come and watch this wonderful display of para-triathlon.
So Jules Ribstein has come through third lap of the bike in a time of 32.52. Ribstein, I apologise, Jules Ribstein is a time of 32.52, and so that gap is 27 seconds over Wim de Pepe of Belgium, and Mark Barr of the United States is a minute 16 back. So Ribstein doing a very, very good job as we now go back to the front of the men's PTS3. And it's been a really good battle here between Nico Vandenberg and Max Galler of Germany. Just 2 seconds separating them, so you can just see them there. Just happy to just share that lead a little bit. And contrasting form there, the road set up for the German. Nice high cadence. And has gone with the shallow carbon rimmed wheels, which will certainly feel a little bit softer and lighter across the cobblestones. Also allow him to probably just bike handling to be just a little bit better, and that again will be based on his impairment and his own personal physiology and what works best for him.
Still have Hayley Dance riding from the front, as is Jules Ribstein. Very much time trial efforts at the moment at the lead of these two races.
Just having a little bit of a stretch there, just showing the technology too in and around the way these athletes have to set themselves up on the bike. So I can just go back and so Plibani of Italy.
Veronica Yoko Plibani, bronze medal in the women's para-tri back in Tokyo. She has competed in para-canoe and in para-snowboarding. Very accomplished athlete indeed.
Just see the herd here. Has a look around. Form still looks good though. Always just contrast the way you see the form early on in the bike and then towards the end of it, whether you're starting to see fatigue, but still tends to push that big gear. So he's got a very low cadence. So he prefers that sort of traditional time trialing big gear, where we are seeing Max Galler of Germany, who tends to have a slightly higher cadence. Navigating their way through the streets. They are very familiar now with each lap on this bike course. They'll know exactly when they need to start changing gears, when they need to apply the brakes on some of these 180-degree turns. But looking very comfortable, the German. Got such a rich history in every facet of triathlon, whether it be from the Ironman, half Ironman, through to the Olympic distance, through to what we're now seeing here in para-triathlon. Ribstein of Germany.
He's trying to communicate something to potentially his coaches.
Maybe he's just saying that he's got a bit of a fault maybe with his power meters, or it was like he was very much pointing at his computer, wasn't he?
It's interesting because nothing can be done. He's got to stay focused on this final lap.
Yeah, just can't let those little things bother you at all. comes with experience.
So hard to ride from the front and you don't quite know what the chasers are doing. Do have the advantage of these two dead turns. Potentially can have a glance at your competitors. Yeah, there's so much to concentrate on with this course as well.
And now we've seen Wim de Pijpe of Belgium, 46 seconds back, so good performance coming from the Belgian athlete. Still over a 5 kilometre run, you can pull that back quite quickly. Again, as you mentioned earlier, some athletes based on their impairment might just be better suited to the cycle leg. Others, well, they might be better suited to the running side of it. So still a number of chapters still to be written in this bestseller as Plebani of Italy enjoys this large crowd, enjoys the acknowledgement.
She has said that a lot of her family have actually come here. They didn't obviously manage to make it out to Tokyo due to COVID, and with Italy being so close, she was expecting a huge amount of support on the course, and she'll no doubt be feeding off that. And this is a great thing of 5 laps on the bike. You really get to know where those cheers will be coming from.
There's still Hayley Dans of the United States. She went through that. She had a minute 11 lead after lap 2 of the bike. They are on lap 3 at the moment, and there was a 30-second gap between Plebani and Alyssa Seeley of the United States. So still very, very close amongst all 3 athletes. It can change very quickly, as mentioned. Dan's here, she's taking nice lines. Got to maintain your concentration. You lose concentration, make those little mistakes. And so coming into transition in the men's PTS3 event, Max Galla of Germany has already come into transition. So Nico Vandenberg of the Netherlands. And just the 6 seconds separating them as they rack their bikes and get set for this 5 kilometre run. And then they've got a good comfortable lead over 3rd place. In fact, it might just be Daniel Molina who should come into transition in 3rd place. So Germany versus the Netherlands. They will shake hands and then they will dial in, lock themselves into the hurt box and see who can stand on the highest step of the dais. I always like to say in an event like this, Heather, 5 kilometres, 3.5 kilometres of hope and 1,500 metres of truth.
It's going to be 5 kilometres of hurt, no doubt.
Oh, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt the whole way. No doubt about that. Daniel Molina now racking his bike. And you can see that prosthetic there. So there'll be a lot of science into that as well. And he's going to change prosthetics. So one for the bike, and then the aerodynamic blade that he will then attach.
And this is where transition does vary the length of time, but it's worth spending an extra few seconds to make sure it's correct, because if their prosthetic is not on correctly, that will lose them far more time than a few more seconds spent in transition.
Oh, he looks a good runner though. Spanish are very, very good. You go back to the days of the great Javier Gomez, great Spanish men's triathletes. And you just have a look at the contrasting form here. So don't underestimate that. Bike will be hurting. It'll still be in the legs. They still have to just try and shake this off. It's always a hard part of any triathlon. Bike to run. Cedric Demusier of France comes in 5th place. 2 minutes 2 back on Colour of Germany.
He's currently sitting just outside the medals. Bronze medalist from the World Championships last year. Can the home crowd give him that extra? As he needs a lot. He's got a lot of work to do. We saw how well Molina was running out of transition, but that was a very quick transition indeed for the Frenchman. He will have made up some time with that.
Yeah, now here it is about just form. This is where you've just got to dig deep. Just got to almost bluff your opponent. staying nice and tall.
Well, Max Geller has taken some time off work to really focus on these Paralympic Games. Went to part-time as of January, so he could put absolutely everything into the chance of becoming Paralympic champion.
Yeah, now just this little rise here. One thing you want to do is just always, you ever want to sort of sit back into the bucket. And as we go back to the women's race, we'll come back to some of the, I guess, some of the technical component of the running side of it. But we are going to go back to our men's PTS2 triathlon. And it will be Jules Ripstein of France who will rack the bike first. And it'll be interesting to see what that split is. Back to the Belgian athlete, Wim de Pijpe. And what a round of applause and reception he will get. Again, we'll have to control the emotion, control the adrenaline.
Well, interestingly, Ripstein has a degree in prosthetics and orthotics, so he has spent years on making his prosthetic absolutely perfect for him, and this is where it could really play a key role in his run.
And you can see the engineering, can't you? You can just see the level of technology that has gone into that prosthetic. And now off he goes. Big opportunity here. What a moment this would be for the host nation. Very, very emotional. You can just feel that energy here in central Paris as we go back to the front of the men's PTS 3 race. And it's still Max Geller of Germany. He had the 5-second lead over Nico Vandenberg of the Netherlands coming out of transition. Daniel Molina of Spain was a further 51 seconds back. And back into transition for the men's PTS2.
Here's a quick time check. Ripstein with over a minute of a lead, going into a 5-kilometre run. Wim de Pijpe, we're just seeing, sort out his prosthetic, and then there's Mohamed Lana, previous bronze medalist for Morocco, now represents the USA.
It's remarkable, the technology, and the opportunities it's provided athletes with a disability and allow them to participate in these sports. It really is remarkable.
Well, that man, Lana, who is chasing down the silver medal, has done some incredible feats in his athletic career, including running Marathon des Sables, which is 5 marathons across the desert. And think of sand, and I mean, he just said the sand getting in the prosthetic and the care that he had to take for his limb, for his stump, to be able to maintain that amount of endurance every day.
I mean, I've got really flat feet and I struggle running in the sand. I can't imagine trying to do it with a prosthetic in the desert, in the heat. Marathon des Sables, one of the great events in terms of human endeavour and endurance. So unbelievable. So it is Ripstein who leads by 1 minute 16. Very, very good race, developing for that silver and bronze medal with the American Mark Barr literally only 30 seconds back on Wim de Pijpe of Belgium.
We talked about the importance of getting the prosthetic on correctly, and Ripstein was quick in transition. Sometimes just having a few extra seconds to make sure that they're completely happy with their setup is worth it, and he's just had to take that extra pause just to make the adjustment, which again will be worth it. If he needs to stop for a few seconds now, but it means that he can run at a much more comfortable pace, he'll soon get that time back.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because for able-bodied athletes, even just sometimes deciding to run with socks and no socks, and you think, oh, it's going to take me 10 seconds, 15 seconds to put the socks on, but you know, well, if that means not blistering, or if that means your feet not overheating or having a build-up of sweat, it is worth doing. So it's a really good point you make, Heather. And now through the transition, it is starting to get warm here in downtown Paris. It's still very warm this time of year, so that is another factor. There'll be a certain point here where they'll just be working 5 kilometres. We will be breaking it down. Okay, let's get through the first K. The crowd will pick me up. The last K, the crowd will pick me up. I've got to work through that middle 3K as we go back to the front of the race in the women's PTS2. And it is still Hayley Dans of the United States, who has come through 4 laps on the bike of 5. Time of 43 minutes and 43 seconds. No other athlete has yet to complete 4 laps, so she is out in front. She's out in front comfortably at the moment.
On the team for the USA, we're seeing Mohamed Lana as well competing. They've all been preparing down in Vichy along with the French team, so they will have gained some local knowledge, no doubt, just from training alongside some of the French athletes, and they've long put behind them that time difference coming over from Colorado Springs training base for the para-triathlon.
So Colorado, of course, altitude, so a lot of athletes will train at altitude. You get an altitude effect anything above 2,000 feet, where you start to see a physiological change with your hematocrit or your red blood cells and your ability to carry oxygen. Now Molina moves to the front, so Spain now looking to try and take the lead here in this men's PTS3 triathlon. So Daniel Molina of Spain has taken the smallest lead over Max Galler of Germany. Nico Vandenberg of the Netherlands still sits in 3rd place. Gap just 20 seconds.
Well, we knew that Daniel Molina has a good run. The way he set out of T2, he just looked like he meant business, didn't he? And he is 5-time world champion, came in as favourite and maybe looked like he had some work to do, but the way he is running right now, he's making light work of it.
Yeah, I was just reading through your notes there over your shoulder, Heather, and he says, I didn't come here for second, I've come here to win. So second would mean failure for him.
Stealing my notes, indeed. Yeah, he very much made that bold statement, and it's a bold statement to make, isn't it? But you've got to believe that when you're training for a Paralympic gold medal. You have to believe that the gold is what you're after. And Hayley Dans, 2-time silver, she will have most certainly also have gold firmly in her sights, and she has not had a chance to look back. It's very much a time trial race from the front here.
Now, I never really understood the philosophy of how second and third for some athletes can be failure, but always remember, I think it was 1984 at the Olympics, Steve Cram of Great Britain getting beaten by his great rival Sebastian Coe, and he probably went in his favourite, and he ended up finishing second, Steve Cram, and always a wonderful piece of commentary. A dejected Steve Cram because silver to him means failure. And I thought that is harsh, but it comes down to the individual, doesn't it? It comes down to what your own expectation is, what your reputation is, what you're going for. But then I think also a lot of athletes come in with that mindset. When they actually get here and see the magnitude of the event, you realise they don't hand out a lot of medals, and you want to come away with something. So,
back to the man with his sights firmly set on the gold. This is not for fun. The fun will happen once he's on that podium with a medal around his neck.
This is definitely not fun. They are in a dark place. I call it the hurt box, and it's who can stay there the longest, who can throw the key away and just hang there, and it is a dark place. You've basically got razor blades attacking the lungs and bonfires burning the legs. And as we said, 5 kilometres, 3.5 kilometres of hope, 1,500 metres of truth, and we're getting close to that particular threshold. Really good, though, from the 5-time world champion. Form is good. Always look at the form. Shoulders start to drop, head begins to move. Generally means you're in a bit of difficulty. Ripstein of France.
Well, after that adjustment to his prosthetic, you can see he's found his rhythm again on the run.
Yeah, so this is the, as we can see at the top of your screen, the PTS2. So those athletes that can stand but do have a higher level of impairment than those in the PTS3 that we've just cut from.
And competed in the para-triathlon 8 years ago in Rio, and then without this category being at the last Paralympics, you must admit the incentive of having it come to your home nation, to Paris, enough of an incentive to train for another 3 years for sure.
It's interesting though with the prosthetic too, and that and the carbon blade there. Now there is a little bit of, you know, variation in terms of how stiff they are, but you've got it on one leg, and you'd have to make sure that that stiffness doesn't give you too much, or the lack of stiffness doesn't give you too much of a stride length that then puts the other leg out. So, you know, a lot of science going into the way you know, the stiffness, the angles of these prosthetic blades, and clearly there are boundaries placed around how far you can push the technology.
There's also a balance of working alongside your physiotherapist and your running trainer as well to get that gait correct, balanced with the prosthetic. And obviously Ripstein has such insight into getting the prosthetic perfect, but he'll still need the input from his physical training team.
Well, Hayley Dans, it's interesting, we keep coming back, it's a different lap, but it almost just looks like an action replay. Her form just has not changed.
She's very rarely come off those aero bars, and you'll see there's little buttons at the end of the aero bars, which you sometimes see her thumb on. That's because she's able to change gears, electronic gearing, and with just a touch of that it will change her gear. But this is now the end of the bike leg for the women's PTS2, and Hayley Dance with a significant lead coming into T2.
Yeah, now transition will be important. It can come undone really quickly in transition. He's got a fumble. It's amazing, though, the experienced athletes will have that ability to slow time down. Other athletes, you know, you make that little stumble. It might only be 2 seconds. It'll feel like a lifetime. And you've got to make sure that you just block any of that negativity out, that you stay positive, that you don't panic.
You can just hear the chanting of Hayley as she was coming into transition. And the American team are known for being so behind each other, and even though it's a long way to travel for fans, they will have no doubt made the effort to come to watch this woman at her 3rd Paralympic Games. Can she translate those 2 silvers into a gold? She has done it at World Championship level. She's now aiming to do it at a Paralympic Games level.
That is a world-class transition. Wow, that was good from Hayley Dans. That is just so well rehearsed. As now go back to the front of the men's PTS3 race, and it is Daniel Molina of Spain coming past his fellow countryman Diego Lardon of Spain. What a golden moment it will be for him. He is through 4 laps, so he is not too far away from coming onto the blue carpet and receiving the recognition that goes with being Paralympic gold medalist. Yeah, lovely camaraderie there between the 2 teammates. It's that lovely little tap on the back, plenty of encouragement. They'll be training together, they'll know each other. And speaking of encouragement, how good are the Parisians, how good are the locals in terms of getting out and supporting these para games? So 200 metres.
There's also the Spanish flag dotted amongst the French tricolor as we see the women's PTS2, and this is Veronica Yoko Plebani competing at her 4th Paralympic Games, her 3rd sport. She has the bronze medal in triathlon from Tokyo. She's also competed in her first games with snowboarding soon after her illness, but she has just been phenomenal. Now, the training for these athletes so tough, and Plebani actually had a tear of her quadricep muscle just in mid-July. She had to take 2 whole weeks off her run training. It's going to be interesting to see if that lack of run training or that gap in her training program comes to show, as we've got the young Anu Francis coming into transition in 3rd. So the America 1, 2, 3 we saw at the first Paralympic Games for triathlon back in Rio is not yet unfolding as Plebani heads out onto the 5K run.
Yeah, and Plebani looks like she's got good running form too, so she certainly looks like she is very, very capable over 5 kilometres. The Australian, another rich country with such a rich history in the sport of triathlon across all disciplines as well. Go back to the great Emma Snowsall. And so that is the gap. So, well, Dan's very much in control, but a good race starting to unfold for silver and bronze between Plebani, Francis and Seeley of the United States.
A little glance at the watch, and Hayley Dance, when you race from the front, it's as much about pacing yourself, using the clock as well, because you don't have the other athletes to pace off. You're being hunted, and she'll be used to that position. She knows that she's strong on the swim and the bike. This man also being hunted, but he is making it very hard for those that are hunting him. Jules Ribstein.
Well, he's got an unfair advantage. He's got about, I don't know, 500,000 French people behind him, pushing him along, giving him that extra 0.1%. That is the benefit of racing at home. Wonderful support for him. What an athlete. What a street fighter. What a warrior, folks. I run out of metaphors for this man. Remarkable. And just hear that support in the background. Still really good form. Really nice, steady in the upper body. One of the little tricks when you do start to fall apart is you just take your thumb and your forefinger, squeeze them together. I was taught this by a former Olympian over 10,000 metres, and you just take your thumb and your forefinger. Just imagine that you're just holding a couple of little twigs or little sticks between them, and that'll just relax the shoulders at times. It's about thinking about form.
Ribstein will be thinking about form as well as that place on top of the podium. And that's where his sights are solely set, as are this man's in Molina. Daniel Molina looking for the gold in the PTS 3. So we just saw the PTS 2. This is the PTS 3. The athletes that were first to set off, and they will be first to cross the line. So Daniel Molina at the moment will be our first man onto the blue carpet in this race.
Unbelievable. The man is 49 years of age. Simply remarkable. Look at that. He knows it too. And how is he going to control the emotions here? 5-time world champion, but the one you want is this. This is the biggest prize in the sport. He's looking good. He's asking for the Spanish to lift him. This is what it's all about, the spirit, folks.
Well, he can already see the bridge with the finish line. He's up this straight, and then it's a right-hand turn, and the finish line will be in sight. He first competed at a Paralympic Games as a swimmer back in Athens in 2004. And this is actually the first time he's competed in the triathlon at the Paralympic Games due to the fact that the PTS3 has not been included. And, well, it has been worth the wait, hasn't it?
Yeah, settle back. Let's just enjoy this with him. Let's just take in the crowd and the noise from downtown Paris here on what will be a really special, emotional day for the nation of Spain. It's never too late. At 49 years of age, he led for most of this race. He'll come onto the blue carpet now. The crowd will stand, they will acknowledge him, because from this moment on, the 49-year-old, the 5-time world champion, will not only be Daniel Molina, a national hero in Spain, he will forever be Daniel Molina, Paralympic triathlon champion. What a performance. What a moment. A nation stands. They celebrate their latest national hero. Molina wins gold.
That is a moment he will treasure forever. He's had success in family genes. His cousins competed at the Olympic Games back in 84 and 88 in modern pentathlon. Well, here comes our silver medalist. Max Gelhardt gave a great race to Molina, ranked third in the world, and he has gone one position better here to get on the podium and take the silver medal.
Yeah, what a great race though, wasn't it? Wonderful race, wonderful performance from the German. Led off the bike. Now expecting Nico Vandenberg of the Netherlands to come down and pick up the bronze. And here he comes. A bronze medal will be put around his neck. He'll get to stand on the Paralympic dais, and another life-changing moment for him. Congratulations to the nations of the Netherlands. And now back to the front of the men's PTS2. Jules Ribstein in control. How composed does he look? Form looks fantastic, coming up on his fellow countryman. I'll give him plenty of encouragement as he goes past, now coming across to the crowd. Lift me, he says, pick me up, bring me home. And Uran now of Great Britain will cross the line. Pick up, I believe, 4th place. Time of 1:08.05.
Cedric Denouzier just behind the Brit, leaving nothing out there on course, collapsing with exhaustion. Well, the zip goes up, as are triathlon rules. We also want to have the uniform looking spectacular for this spectacular finish.
Well, here it is. The host nation, France, will celebrate another national hero. What a performance from Jules Ribstein of France. He wins in front of his home crowd. Forever Paralympic champion. And he's done it on the biggest stage when it counts the most. Look at the emotion. Dominant from the great Frenchman.
Continue with the women's PTS2, and Hayley Dance will not be wanting to look over her shoulder. We saw coming out of transition Veronica Plebani running very well, and she'll no doubt get a glimpse on these out and backs of just what that time gap is, and she knows she needs a lead going into the run. The swim and bike, her strongest disciplines. She's in her rhythm. She is working hard.
Yeah, I don't know sometimes when you can see athlete on courses, Heather, whether it's a benefit or to your detriment. Sometimes you just don't want to know how close they are. Other times you do want to know. And I think that goes for those in second place as we go back to more of our finishes in the men's PTS3.
Oh, wonderful to see Ibrahim Al Hussein for the refugee team. But now we have the men's PTS2, and Mohamed Lana from the USA has picked up the flag as he crosses the line for the silver medal. Well, he's gone one better than that bronze, and what a special moment. Well, USA having an absolutely wonderful performance as we see Mark Barr making the podium. Well, that is a silver and a bronze for the team of USA, and they'll be joining Jules Ribstein later on that podium. Well, what a day for Team USA, and they've still got the chance of a gold at the moment in the women's PTS2.
Oh, that's a wonderful performance from Lana. Really, really good. But look, just small margins, aren't they? Sometimes it's the difference between a good night's sleep and a bad night's sleep. You know, just waking up and saying, I feel good. It can be the difference between eating and drinking at the right time, missing a drink stop perhaps.
Oh, wonderful performances indeed. There's now for the Netherlands, Maritz Marinsk crossing the line just outside of the podium in 4th position. Back to the USA pair. Mark Barr actually retired after PTS2. This event was taken out from Tokyo, and he came back for Paris 24.
And again, we will see Diego Lardon of Spain. Well, he has had an outstanding finish, finishing in 7th place. He'll have the benefit, though, later of hearing his country's national anthem as it's played for Daniel Molina, his fellow countryman.
We saw this man leading for part of the race. Wim de Pape finishing in 5th place overall, not able to hold on to that medal position in the run. But a formidable performance for the World Championship bronze medalist.
Yeah, a lot of these athletes too, over the next 4 years, you know, they continue to build. Some of them are still just in their triathlon progression, aren't they? Others, well, you know, the improvements are very, very small. As we go back to the front of the women's race.
Well, we'd love to get a time check. Hayley Dance, no doubt, will be getting that from her coaches on this 3-lap course. And she'll be pacing it accordingly. She has been on the top step at the World Championships, but never at the Paralympic Games. This her 3rd attempt. 2 silvers already to her name. And there potentially is a glimpse of some of the other athletes. And this is a out and back part of the course where she might just get a little insight.
Yeah, whether she wants it or not. So it was Veronica Plebani of Italy who was 1:36 after the first lap of the run. Has that come down is the big question. That is what we're wanting to know. But Hayley Dance still leads. Alyssa Seeley of the United States was 2:13 down at the end of the lap. There's more of our finishers across the line.
And that was Lionel Morales from Spain and the men's PTS2.
Yeah, they're strong, aren't they, the Spanish?
We'll confirm that was a 6th place finish for the Spaniard.
So we have gone through that next run split, back out on that women's race. Hayley Dance at 1:05.54. Now the big question is, how far is Plebani back? Does she have enough time? Will she run out of real estate? Dance here, well, she is just locked in that hurt box, folks. Got to have a head like granite at this level. Got to believe.
Viktor Chabotarev came off his bike early on, one of those 180-degree turns. Managed to get himself back together to cross the line in 8th place. Tough to get back in the game after that incident.
I think it might be enough for Hayley Dance here. She will be very aware of just how much real estate she still has to cover. She'll just be playing that game, right? If I can just get to that little landmark, then I know I can hang on. The crowd will pick her up, the crowd will bring her home. As we see Chateau of France coming down and finishing. It's a great round of applause for him. There you can just see how much it's taken out of them. Don't underestimate just how warm it is out on the course now too. We're sort of sitting in air conditioning, but you step outside, it's very humid. What's going through her head here, Heather?
Well, she'll be gaining energy, no doubt, from those previous 2 Paralympic Games of being so close to the top step, and now she really is within reaching distance. A 3-time world champion will be very much looking to convert that. And can she convert it to Paralympic champion?
Yeah, still no time yet from Veronica Plebani on our timing system, so you suggest that gap is still significant.
Well, we've seen changes in the position further down in the women's race as Alicia Seeley has overtaken Anu Francis. So the second athlete from the USA has just gone past Anu Francis of Australia. That was for the bronze position.
So maybe the question is, Hayley Dance hangs on. Is the race then between Seeley and Plebani for silver?
We haven't had a glimpse here of any of the chasers. Well, that is second place, Veronica Plebani, and that is surely going to be a confidence-giving margin for Dance as she just passed.
And we're about to see Alyssa Seeley, are we? Also starting to maybe come up, can't quite pick it up on the other side of the road, the American who might be challenging for that silver medal, but that is destination finish line. That is the place of dreams. What a spectacular vista.
And so many dreams coming true today in this action-packed para-triathlon.
Grand Palace there in the background. It's been home of fencing and judoka. Wonderful venue. Now, even though she has a high level of impairment, the basic physiological principles that apply for able-bodied athletes apply here too. It's about form. And now that form clearly will be something that she determines that her coaches will recognise. And she'll be just thinking about those little trigger points, just trying to stay as relaxed as she can as we see Pantina of Colombia coming down. Great to have the Colombians. Expecting them to do great things in the road cycling coming up in the next 3 or 4 days. Or over the next 3 to 4 days. Tino Giraldo finishing in 7th place, 9 minutes back from our winner. You can hear the coaches in the background. You can hear the American coaches saying, you've got over a minute lead, you're going to win, you're going to win.
What words. That will be so delightful for Dance to hear. My goodness, that gives us goosebumps here. She won't be having a chance to have the goosebumps until she's on the podium, but she'll be really getting buoyed by that belief. She's got the self-belief. Can she convert it? And she just had a glance at her watch, and she'll know that that is a big margin to have with the distance that's left to go and the pace that she's running. And you can't even see Plebani in the picture at the moment. That just shows how big the lead is that Hayley Dance has opened up from that incredible swim and that dominant bike.
Well, the swim, it's so important, isn't it? You can't win the race in the swim, but you can certainly lose it. You've got to be a good swimmer, particularly if you've got other athletes at this level who can ride a bike in a non-drafting format. If you're having a drafting race, well, sometimes you can come out with very good bike riders as well, and you can work collectively together and shut the gap down. But as we mentioned, because this is a non-drafting format, this is very much a test of the athlete across all three disciplines. And she'll sense it too now. She'll still be just controlling that emotion, and I'd imagine very shortly the grimace will become a smile, and the smile will become tears. Tears of joy.
Well, she'll now just start to be able to see that finish line, the bridge up ahead as they run along next to the River Seine for the final time. Jeffrey Versailles enjoying the home crowd support as he makes his way across the finish line in the men's PTS2. He'll be looking to congratulate his teammate Jules Ribstein, no doubt. Tough day.
Yeah, a lot of athletes, as we've said, they come into the sport a little bit later. You know, a lot of impairments can often come through accidents, and therefore people do pick up sport a little bit later than others. And so, you know, they can still be early on in their evolution. And so the improvement over the next 4 years can be quite significant, maybe versus those athletes that have been in the sport a lot longer. But what a moment for this young lady, Hayley Dance. Remarkable. Has just dominated this event, hasn't she, really, from start to finish.
It's been an absolutely incredible performance to have to go from the front like she knows she has to do. She knows where her strengths lie. And she knew how much of a margin that she had to open up on that swim and that bike. And my goodness, she certainly has. And she's not given her competitors chance to even get a taste of gold. She has taken that hope away from them early on and has just continued to push from the front.
Now she's about to come down onto the blue carpet. You do start to see the emotion. She starts to acknowledge friends, family, and her fellow American athlete, who is giving her plenty of encouragement. And that might be Melissa Stockwell.
Oh, that was great to see, wasn't it? I mean, she's not going to be able to share the carpet, but the blue carpet right now for Kim Hwang-tae from Korea enjoys his moment. But this is the moment that the team of the USA have been waiting for. Hayley Dance, silver medal in Rio, silver medal in Tokyo. The American picks up the flag as Hayley Dance is about to be crowned the new Paralympic champion. What a performance.
Well, that is one of the most complete performances you will see. That is just an absolute demolition. Boy, What an athlete, what a performance. Great to see Kim there, just also celebrating in the background. Now Valori of Italy coming down in the PS3 men's triathlon. And he will hang around because it's about to be a silver medal for Italy as Veronica Yoko Plabani of Italy will come down and pick up the silver medal in another very good performance. And look at the emotion. Look what it means to her. That is outstanding. Arms raised in a V. And that grimace is now a look of relief and excitement.
Oh, what a moment. She's moved that bronze into a silver. She was injured back in July this year where they had to take 2 weeks out of her run training, but that did not affect her running today. Tremendous silver medalist. She congratulates the Paralympic champion Hayley Dance. Such brilliant rivalry in the women's PTS too. And Plabani, I think, can quite believe what she's achieved here today. And now the bronze medal, a strong performance by Alicia Seeley. She's had a tough couple of years coming into these Paralympic Games. And she will no doubt be delighted that she has managed to put together such a great performance to take the bronze. Alicia Seeley, bronze medalist in the women's PTS2.
Yeah, very good performance from the Americans. And Goodwin of Australia, part of a very good Australian team, coming down and registering a very good finish and a very good performance in the men's PTS3. So Justin Godfrey. Oh, what a venue. What a vista. Boy, it's hard not to sit here and get emotional. You can't do this job, you can't be involved with these Paralympics if you're without the level of emotion. It is overwhelming at times.
I knew Frances from Australia put together a brilliant performance. She crosses the line in just a moment, finishing fourth in her debut in this event. But my goodness, she has got a bright future ahead of her. She won the test event that was actually a duathlon last year, but has improved so much over the last couple of years, and she'll be one who will be setting her sights on LA in 4 years' time.
Yeah, well, never underestimate the Australians. You know, it's just part of their DNA, isn't it? It's a country that's just got such a good climate. It's so conducive to train. As we again just take in some more of the wonderful scenery downtown Paris. And again, I've said it a couple of times throughout the commentary, but I just want to recognise the people of France, the Parisians, those of the city who have come out in their droves to support this event.
Well, the Sacré-Cœur is obviously the time to go and visit it is the morning. I was there last night and it was absolutely heaving, but that looks quite refreshing, letting it shine. Absolutely incredible structure. If you are in the city watching the Paralympic Games, I would recommend making a diversion past the Sacré-Cœur and having a little moment sitting on those steps.
Still got more racing to come later on. We've got those athletes with a visual impairment and some more para-triathlon standing divisions too. And just big shout out to everybody around the world for tuning in too and supporting these athletes. Of course, the medal ceremonies to come. You yourself, Heather, have stood on the podium at the Olympic Games. Pretty special.
Yeah, it certainly is. And these athletes have worked so hard. It's only been 3 years on this time. And they will no doubt be looking forward to that moment of just letting those 3 years of hard work kind of pay back. And there'll be a lot of reflection and a lot of time. And for some of these athletes, it will be their third time on the podium, and it'll be interesting just how raw those emotions will still be.
Yeah, so victory ceremonies to come. Bronze, gold, and not silver and gold. And of course the national anthems of France, Spain, United States. Just absolutely beautiful aerial shots. Absolutely stunning. Wonderful job from our camera crew, our production team on the ground as well. Not easy to cover the number of disciplines that we've seen today. Simply superb from everyone involved.
Well, we saw Melissa Stockwell cheering on her teammate. She had 1 lap to go when Hayley Dance was making her way down the finishing chute. But this is now the moment for the American, and she is going to enjoy these final few meters. Melissa Stockwell won the bronze in Rio, 5th in Tokyo, and she's going to add another 5th place to her Paralympic table. Great performance for the 3 athletes from the USA. Melissa Stockwell supporting her teammates the whole way through this race. Wonderful to see.
And the party continues, the celebrations. And I tell you what, I was going to say the roof's lifting off this place, but certainly the atmosphere is, because it's another one of our remarkable French athletes.
Cécile Sabarou, the gold medalist from the European Championships last year, enjoying the energy coming back off this crowd as she crosses the line in 6th place in the women's PTS2.
And there is the famous Louvre.
It's a wonderful view, isn't it? You can see the shadows of the sun still making its way higher into the sky. And the heat has been increasing through the triathlon. With events to come, it's going to really add to that level of challenge for the following races. We saw in these earlier races the athletes going through the aid stations, taking the water, throwing it over their head, taking some of it on board, but most of it being used to cool them down.
Yeah, you mentioned it though earlier today as we now welcome Godfrey from Australia across the line in the men's PTS2. Good performance from him.
Well, Thomas Godfrey initially started off as a para-footballer before moving into para-triathlon.
In fact, the PTS3. So well done to him. Look at the hurt though. Good on him. That's all you can do, isn't it? Just put it out there. Absolutely just put yourself in the box, and all you can do is then shake your opponent's hands that are either in front of you or behind you.
The pain, the grit and determination written all over the face of our athletes here today on a spectacular morning.
Been lucky enough to go for a few runs in the morning, Heather, and go past the different landmarks, and it's interesting to see the work that's been done on Notre Dame Cathedral since the big fire there, and how that's progressing, and just the restoration work being done on it.
Well, these games really have just highlighted the city of Paris, haven't they? And it's been wonderful how they've managed to just incorporate so many of these landmarks. I mean, a great shot of the Grand Palais. We saw the fencing and the taekwondo during the Olympics. We've had the para-taekwondo, and tomorrow the para-fencing, or the wheelchair fencing, I should say, begins.
Get along there. Watch that venue. That venue, which is just in the background there, is just simply stunning. It really is. They've just done such a great job, haven't they, of taking these famous landmarks, and if they can, trying to just put in temporary seating, trying to put in scaffold type seating, decorating it, doing it, and just allowing these athletes to feel the history of the city, to feel like they're just not just part of the Paralympics or previously the Olympic Games, but just living or being one with the history of the city.
It's just a wonderful spectacular display, and the fact the sun has come out has not only made it possible for the para-triathlon event to go ahead, but it's meant that it is absolutely shone. And refreshing back to the start of this morning, it was Jetse Platt, the first man to cross that finish line and become Paralympic champion. An incredible performance it was from the Dutchman. Defending champion, now 3 times Paralympic champion. And another dominating performance in the women's PTWC. Lauren Parker, the silver medalist 3 years ago, translated that into a gold. She had to wait 3 tough years. She was undefeated in that time. And we still have live action going on in the women's PTS2. Emma Rodriguez from Venezuela. Lives and trains in the USA. She completes her first Paralympic Games. Just see how hot it is out there. The sweat and what will be tears for these athletes, and including in that Daniel Molina. An incredible run performance, that final 5K, to take the lead and then take the tape as he was crowned Paralympic champion in the PTS3 at the age of 49. Worth the wait. Well, this was the weight that the French crowd had. Jules Ribstein, he came in as favourite, and my goodness, he certainly delivered with that performance. The Paralympic champion of the men's PTS2. And a moment ago, we just witnessed a dominant performance from Hayley Dance. Twice the silver medalist, but now the Paralympic champion. Just reliving these wonderful moments. Pagani at her 4th Paralympic Games, and she dealt with the fear of that quadricep tear in the middle of July, meaning she had to just focus more on her swim training, let her run training just take a back seat for a couple of weeks, which a year out that wouldn't be a problem, but with 6 weeks to go, that must have been a very nervous moment for her.
I've got to say, I keep watching it start to get well up a little bit in the eyes. It's just so emotional. It's just such a wonderful day.
Alicia Seeley, 2 times gold medalist, this time the bronze medalist, had a tough couple of years in making it to Paris, but she has still gone away with an impressive bronze medal.
Again, just want to re-emphasise the crowds and the wonderful support they've shown these athletes. Really has been remarkable. I've been across at the wheelchair basketball and Versailles Arena that's got a capacity of 12,000. Every single wheelchair basketball game has been a sellout, no matter who's been playing. All the athletes have been given the recognition they deserve as more of our athletes come down onto the blue carpet. And Neil Ludwig of Germany, Nelly Ludwig of Germany coming down, and another one who's in her infancy in her triathlon career, looking to just use this as a great valuable experience and then look to build over the next 4 years, bring those times down. But it's that one common denominator, isn't it? When they come onto that blue carpet, Heather, it's a grimace to a smile and then one of absolute emotion and joy.
Such special moments. Ludwig not wanting to stop. She is an endurance athlete. She's competed over the Ironman distance. Did that only 8 months after her impairment.
And we should say the Ironman distance too, for people not aware, 3.8 kilometre swim, 180 kilometre bike ride, and then a full marathon. So it just shows you just how much grit and determination she has and how much of a love she has for the sport. So we will have more races to come. The men's visually impaired and women's visually impaired athletes set to go around about midday Paris time.
We still have the finishers for the women's PTS too. Raquel Mateo Uriarte, the Spaniard, competing in her 3rd Paralympic Games in this para-triathlon event. And a wonderful story actually for Raquel Mateo. She was given a bike after the Rio Paralympic Games. She had a misfunction with her bike and wasn't able to sort it back in at the Rio Paralympic Games. And then she was sent a bicycle, given a bicycle by a stranger, and she didn't know who that was. And it wasn't until she was at the finish line in Tokyo and someone tapped her on the shoulder and she was made aware of the gentleman who I think worked for the bike brand at the time, who'd managed to sort her with a bicycle. A really wonderful story, and she's so grateful. She spent 4 years trying to work out who it was that had got her that bike that enabled her to really up her game and compete at the next Paralympic Games, and here she is competing again for the 3rd time.
No, it's just great that technology is also evolving, that it allows for it. There's more interest and more people with impairments do take up the sports of triathlon, which do have clearly equipment involved, equipment that does require a little bit of customising at times. Camera crew doing a wonderful job of presenting this most beautiful of cities. To encourage people to, if you're thinking of travelling somewhere, holidaying somewhere, wherever you are in the world, do come to the city of Paris. It's certainly much, much bigger than I ever thought it was. And it has something for everybody.
You could sit and enjoy this view all day, couldn't you? Just sort of picking up the landmarks, trying to zoom in, see what the director's going to show us next.
Yeah, full of wonderful little cafes and restaurants and a lot of artists, which the city is known for.
Mateo Uriarte enjoying the Spanish support. She completes the 5K run. Well, support is certainly still going strong. And as we mentioned earlier, it's getting hotter as the day progresses. Just trying to keep that core temperature down with the water that's on course. You can drink it or you can pour it over your head.
Yeah, always a danger, it runs into your shoes and those sorts of things. But again, as we've talked about, a lot of this stuff's just practiced, isn't it? You know, training's a dress rehearsal for race day, so right down to the times that you do want to race. That has been one of the challenges for the athletes. A number of the athletes are racing this afternoon. We're expecting to race in the morning. Of course, day 1 of the triathlon, due to the water quality, was moved now to day 2. So athletes that were expecting to race early in the morning are now having to make the adjustment. They've had a short period of time to make the adjustment, to think about what is about to come. Temperature are going to certainly be warmer.
Hata Yukoka for Japan. She finished 6th place in Rio, 6th in Tokyo. She's going to take home a 9th place finish here in Paris, her 3rd Paralympic Games. She made her debut into para-triathlon back in 2014.
Yeah, you can hear Greg Welch on the PA. Kabate Kudasai. And outstanding performance, Sagoides Nat. Basically meaning outstanding. And so just one athlete still out on the course. Clearly see a high degree of impairment. And finding a way though to participate in the sport at the highest level.
Well, the Spanish will have plenty more to cheer. They've got Susana Rodriguez, the defending Paralympic champion, going in the visually impaired class later on today. So they'll no doubt be trying to find some shade and stay cool, waiting for the following para-triathlon events to come.
Oh, a little bit of cramp maybe too, so that's never any good.
Well, categories in para-triathlon are different to the categories of other sports, because obviously you've got to take into fact that there is the swim, the bike and the run, so it's not as simple as taking a category from athletics or taking a category from cycling or from swimming. And it's a very thorough process, and the athletes have to, once if they come into para-tri, they have to be assessed and reviewed, and these reviews are made continually through the sport. And it's still a relatively young sport, having only had para-triathlon it's only its third appearance at a Paralympic Games.
Yeah, still in its infancy. It's a good point you make, because you're basically having to, make adjustments biomechanically for 3 different disciplines, which require 3 different skill sets and 3 different muscle groups. Or, swimming clearly tends to focus a little bit more on the upper body. Biking, a non-weight-bearing sport, and then you go to running, which is weight-bearing. And so, your prosthetics and stuff all need to be slightly different. The mechanics are different.
Well, there's so much kit, a lot of kit to travel with as well, especially for the wheelchair athletes. They'll have their day chair, they have then their hand cycle, and they have their racing wheelchair. And if you want to have any spares amongst that, you're travelling with a lot of equipment. Well, a wonderful feature of Paris 2024, the Paralympic flame that rises at night and shines over the city. If you are in Paris, make sure you keep an eye out around sunset, and pretty much from wherever you are, you'll get a glimpse of that golden glow.
Yeah, certainly the opening ceremony for these Paralympic Games was simply superb. Really captured the essence of what it's all about. So Matteo, she'll see destination finish line there. That'll give her plenty of incentive. Slight downhill through to the finish. Yeah, so for a lot of these athletes, once they do finish, it's about the recovery side of it, and every athlete will be slightly different. Some will immediately go into ice baths and look to try and just see if they can help alleviate some of the lactic acid in the build-up and some of the muscle soreness. Most of these athletes, I would have thought, will continue maybe their race program, depending on how the calendar does look. They are that fit that the top athletes will recover reasonably quickly. It's whether or not, probably where they need to rest the most is probably mentally, Heather. Just they've put so much into this. There's been so much emotion, so much anguish. They've gone to a pretty dark place in terms of the race itself. Then you've got to say, do I really want to go back there that quickly? So, yeah, the recovery, it's always an interesting one. It's not just physical, but it's also mental.
Yeah, and I mean, early on we saw the wheelchair categories, and 2 of those athletes, the 2 new Paralympic champions in Jets Platt and Lauren Parker, both have to recover incredibly quickly, because they are competing in the road race and the time trial, and then Jetse Platt also competing in the marathon. So a huge amount of recovery important for those athletes. Yeah,
and I think the athletes too, in the days coming, they'll probably get out on their bike and go for a little bit of a spin and just try and flush the legs, might go for a light swim in the pool, and then, maybe 3 days from now have a couple of days completely off. So a lot of athletes will train the next day, and then 2 days later or 3 days later actually start having a lot of rest. Mind you, I'd imagine that with everything going on, these athletes will now just go and enjoy the rest of the Paralympics as fans, supporting their teammates. So a big round of applause is about to come the way of Raquel Mateo Uriarte of Spain. As she comes now onto the blue carpet, so she has just under 100 metres of her journey. She is the final athlete on the course. What a performance from her. A lot of mental fortitude, a lot of suffering, and when it's all said and done, they'll tell you they do it for fun.
crowd appreciating and encouraging every single athlete throughout this competition.
Comes down, and she will bring this morning session to a close. And right there is a metaphor for the Paralympics and the movement. Life-changing moment for her. Congratulations. And isn't she absolutely delighted and relieved? And again, it's been a common trait, hasn't it? Just the sheer emotion. Some of these athletes have had to overcome an awful lot in their lives, and as we look back down on the famous Arc de Triomphe, Champs-Élysées, and what has been a remarkable morning of racing. And victory ceremonies will come at the end of the day. And Hayley Dans picking up a gold medal in the women's PTS2. And it was, of course, Daniel Molina of Spain who picked up the gold medal in the men's PTS3. In the PTWC, it was Lauren Parker of Australia. So Australia will hear their anthem ring out a little bit later on in the day. And the men's WTC, well, you can use the word great with them. Jets Plaat of the Netherlands. Eiffel Tower there in the background. Still more races to come. As we just confirm those results for you. And Gert Schipper there picking up the bronze for the Netherlands. Brugraber the silver. And as mentioned, the great Jets Plaat picks up the gold. Comfortable victory by 1 minute and 9 seconds. Great to see representation there too from Japan and Junpei Kimura.
Here is confirmation of the podium for the women's PTWC. Leanne Taylor with that really close finish, taking the bronze for Canada. Kendall Gretsch, the silver medal on this occasion, because it was all about the Australian. Lauren Parker, undefeated since Tokyo. She was undefeated 2 years before that. And she has certainly set things right in her mind with a dominant performance, winning by 1 minute and 23 seconds. No sprint finish in this women's event on this occasion.
Now, Mercury continues to rise. So we look back down the River Seine and reflect on the results of the men's PTS3. Daniel Molina, the 49-year-old, winning in a time of 1:08.05. Max Galler of Germany, absolutely delighted with his silver medal. And then yet again, another medal for the nation of the Netherlands, with Nico van der Berg picking up the bronze medal in a time of 1:09.24. And Ibrahim Al Hussein, great to see him pick up a top 6 finish, representing the refugees at these Paralympics.
Well, the men's PTS2 brought home the crowd favourite. Jules Ribstein had an absolutely phenomenal performance and gave the crowd something to cheer for with that gold medal. Mohamed Lana upped his bronze medal to a silver, joined on the podium by his teammate Mark Barr. A great day for the USA in the men's PTS2, but it will be France that will still be celebrating that gold medal long into the night, no doubt. And the women's PTS2, the USA continue their dominance, but this time it's a new woman on the top step with Hayley Dance moving her 2 silvers into a gold. Veronica Yoko Plebani, the silver, and Alicia Seeley, the 2-time Paralympic champion, adding a bronze medal to her Paralympic collection.
Now, a little earlier too, we in the men's PTWC, there was the Italian athlete Giuseppe. Sorry, just tongue-tied there for a moment. Commentators.
I know what you're trying to say.
Giuseppe Romelli was disqualified. Now, he finished the race. He has put a protest in, so we will try and confirm whether that protest is successful a little bit later, which might just change the overall order of the top 9 athletes.
It was good to see that he still managed to complete the course even so, and even if that disqualification stands, he would have still had that Paralympic experience of being able to perform in front of these crowds.
Yeah, at this level though, rules are rules, and it can be pretty close and pretty tough. I remember seeing Hayden Wild, the New Zealand athlete at the Commonwealth Games, and Birmingham picking up a time penalty for unclipping his helmet by the smallest of margins prematurely, and ended up getting beaten again by Alex Yee. But it is an absolutely beautiful day here in Paris. Still plenty of racing to come. Oh, wonderful images here of day 5 of Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. And it is the sport of triathlon, and what an absolutely wonderful advertisement it has been this morning for para-triathlon. So many wonderful stories, such wonderful racing. Heather Furr, I will turn it over to you for your final thoughts.
Well, I mean, we've seen 5 Paralympic champions crowned here. And what an absolutely wonderful setting. Jetse Platt, Lauren Parker, Daniel Molina, Jules Ribstein and Hayley Dance all go home with a gold medal around their necks.
Well, I hope you have enjoyed the coverage. Still more to come very shortly. But on behalf of myself and my co-commentator Heather, it's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure. Hopefully you have been inspired by what you've seen here on day 5.
rester avec nous parce que nous avons encore 6 courses de para-triathlon, 6 courses somptueuses cet après-midi à faire. Alors que nous avons vu bien évidemment ce matin 5 nations différentes prendre les médailles d'or sur les podiums, les 5 podiums différents. Donc le français Julien Epstein qui a gagné la médaille d'or sur son catégorie PTS2. Donc cet après-midi, qu'est-ce qu'il nous reste? Il nous reste les courses de PTVI, hommes et femmes. Donc ça c'est les vision impaired, c'est-à-dire les athlètes malvoyants ou non-voyants, avec bien sûr en tête d'affiche, nous retrouvons Elish pour la Grande-Bretagne, le grand favori sur le PTVI homme, avec nos Français Perel et Rigaudot qui ont aussi les cartes à jouer sur cette course de malvoyants, non-voyants. Et sur le PTVI femmes, les grands favoris sont Rodriguez pour l'Espagne et l'Italien Tarantello. Donc Susana Rodriguez, la championne paralympique en titre et star de cette discipline depuis plusieurs années, qui a tête et qui a fort à faire, l'Italienne, la jeune Italienne Tarantello, qui commence à monter en puissance. Et bien évidemment, nous avons aussi nos Françaises Anita Terzia et Louise Courvoisier qui ont un cœur à briller ici à Paris devant leur public. Nous allons avoir aussi à suivre le grand favori du catégorie PTS 4, le grand Alexis Anquincan, qui a porté la flamme, allumé la flamme sur le cérémonie d'ouverture. Bien sûr, vous avez vu ces images incroyables de la cérémonie d'ouverture. Donc il aura envie et besoin certainement de démontrer toute sa force, et champion paralympique en titre, il a envie de doubler ce fois-ci à Paris avec les Français Baël et aussi bien sûr Burton, qui sont aussi très bien placés avec classe pour les US à jouer les podiums sur le PTS 4 femmes. Maintenant, je vous présente un petit peu les favoris de cette course, avec Elme Linger pour les USA qui domine cette catégorie depuis plusieurs saisons maintenant. Puis, on va dire, sur les autres marches du podium, vous pouvez trouver Française Gomez pour l'Espagne, Bremlo, la jeune Australienne de 17 ans qui monte en puissance certainement. Elle a envie de prendre au maximum d'informations pour Los Angeles en 2028, mais elle a ses cartes à jouer aujourd'hui. Elise Mark qui est surclassée dans le catégorie PTS 4, alors que d'habitude elle court en PTS 3, donc avec les accrochements un petit peu plus lourds, les handicaps un petit peu plus lourds que le catégorie PTS 4. Ces deux catégories sont regroupées, donc nous avons 5 femmes de la catégorie PTS 3 qui courent en PTS 4 aujourd'hui, avec la Britannique Richter PTS 4 qui aura aussi ses cartes à jouer, jeune Richter qui a 18 ans il me semble. PTS 5 maintenant avec la grande favorite du jour, Grace Norman des US, et certainement les places sur le podium qui seront jouées par Stedman pour la Grande-Bretagne, Cashmore pour la Grande-Bretagne et Frenette pour Canada. Gladys Lemousseau, notre médaille de bronze à Rio, aura aussi bien évidemment envie d'aller chercher une place sur le podium, voire mieux que ce qu'elle a fait à Rio. Dernière catégorie du jour, c'est le PTS 5 hommes. PTS 5 hommes avec un favori du jour. Nous avons trouvé bien évidemment Martin Schulz, le champion paralympique en titre.
Yes, we have 6 more categories coming up this afternoon, just after 12 p.m. there, 12 noon, and we got our PTBI men's one that'll be lining up. Then we got Antoine Perel and Johan Lember is the guide, and then Marty Andre is replacing Zach Goodman for Kyle Kuhn. And then in our M2 category, we got a former Olympic athlete guiding Sam Harding. That would be Aaron Boyle from Australia. But Dave Ellis, look out for Dave Ellis, because he is the defending champion on the men's side of the PTVI, and he is set to have a fast race today. So Dave Ellis from Great Britain. Also Owen Craven's in there, and Ben Hoffman is the guide, and Thibodeau Rigaudot from France is being guided today by another one of our former pro athletes, Cyril Vino, and also the Polish Athletes says Turkaj Wiecki is guided by Jacek Krochik today as well. Over on the women's side on our PTV1, on the women's one side is the defending Paralympic gold medalist Susana Rodriguez from Spain, with guiding by Pera Sales. So Sarah Perez Sala is guiding. So another great competition in that category. Then in our W2 in the PTVI is Alison Peasgood, guided by Brooke Gillies as well. And then over into the PTVI W3, we have the sisters Chloe McComb and Judith McComb that will be racing alongside of each other today. Over into the men's PTS 5 category, Stefan Daniel and Chris Hammond, Martin Schultz have been, solidifying themselves as the heroes of that category over the last couple of Paralympic cycles. Don't look any different today. They will be trying to get out there and protecting their medals from Ronan Cordiero and also Jack Howe, Benjamin Charlie from Hungary as well. Back over onto our men's PTS4 category. This is one of my favourite there, Jessica, with Alexis Okiko. And he was, holding the flame there on the opening at the Olympics and then also Paralympic opening ceremonies as well. So look for Alexi. And then also the PTS5 women with Grace Norman, Claire Cashmore, Camille Frenet, and Lauren Stedman. Don't forget about Francis Gladys Lemessieux. And then finally with our PTS4 women's, that is Kelly Elminger, the 45-year-old from the USA, Mother Francis Gomez, Megan Richter, and Hannah Moore, just to name a few, with Francis Elise Mark. So another 6 races on deck from noontime today.
Merci Greg. Alors que nous allons revenir sur notre fanfare du jour, notre fanfare de la bande à Paname qui vont jouer pour les spectateurs maintenant sur le pont Alexandre III.
And now for some entertainment with Banda Panama.
Arnaud? Ouais, c'est bon, c'est fait. En para-triathlon, les athlètes visent le meilleur temps en natation, cyclisme et course. Aux Jeux Paralympiques, c'est 750 mètres de nage, 20 km de vélo et 5 km de course. On concourt dans différentes catégories en fonction du degré de limitation à la pratique du triathlon. Dans les courses assises, les athlètes utilisent un handbike pour la partie cyclisme et un fauteuil pour la course à pied. Dans les épreuves debout, les vélos sont modifiés et les équipements, comme des prothèses de jambes, sont autorisés. Les athlètes avec un handicap visuel ont eux un guide durant la compétition. Ils sont reliés par une attache lors de la nage, roulent en tandem avec le guide à l'avant et utilisent une attache lors de la course. Le succès nécessite également des transitions rapides et fluides entre la natation, le vélo et la course. On passe de la combinaison aux tenues et équipements de cyclisme, puis aux chaussures de course. Les transitions ont un impact sur le corps, donc on peut recevoir de l'aide pour se soulever ou pour préparer l'équipement. Il y a des techniques pour enfiler son équipement ou mettre sa prothèse plus vite. Endurance, force et un travail d'équipe fiable sont indispensables pour arriver au bout. Vibrer aux Jeux Paralympiques de Paris 2024.
It is a beautiful, stunning late summer's afternoon in Paris, and this is Pont Alexandre III and our second session of para-triathlon action. We have 6 medals that will be decided over the passage of this beautiful afternoon on this spectacular course that is really igniting the interest in not just para-triathlon, but of course Paris as well, giving us vistas of this spectacular city. As I said, temperatures near on perfect. Water temperature 21.1 degrees, relatively high humidity. And the good news is that after some delays, there is all go. The green button has been pushed and they will be swimming in the Seine. What an experience it will be for the athletes. Alongside me, Mark Watson. Good day, Mark. You've been keeping a close eye on the para-triathlon.
Oh, it's been a wonderful, wonderful morning of racing so far, and it's only going to get even better throughout the afternoon as the weather begins to increase, or the temperature increases. The crowds have been fantastic. Streets are absolutely lined. The Seine River, well, it looks very inviting, doesn't it? But it is a very, very tricky swim over the 750 metres. But these athletes have actually had the benefit, and for the visually impaired athletes with their guides, to actually have a look at the racing this morning and just have a look at some of the environmental conditions and how they need to negotiate the 750 metre swim. Because you've clearly got a current going one way, and then that current swirling, and then you've got to come back into it.
So these are the 6 events, the men's and women's PTWC, the visually impaired athletes, 3 different classifications within each of those, but racing for 1 medal, a PTS 5 and 4 for men, and likewise for the women. And it is going to be a spectacular afternoon of brilliant action, because we've got plenty of former champions. We have current world champions. The very best in the sport are right here in Paris for this afternoon's action. And then we'll conclude the session with the victory ceremonies for all the para-triathlon events that have taken place here in Paris. The flags at the top of the stand, just above the graphic there, indication that there is a bit of a breeze up there.
It will increase. The thing is, it's a multi-lap bike course, and therefore that's probably the area which is always going to have the biggest, or the wind's going to have the biggest impact on. So, but they'll have multiple laps, so they'll have an opportunity through the first 2 laps to maybe get a bit of an idea what direction the wind's coming from, at what point they do need to maybe make some adjustments, use slightly different gearing.
Welcome the athletes to the Paris 2024.
Well, the preparations are done. This is the moment. This is the time. That is Owen Cravens. These are the athletes just starting to prepare for the race here. Ben Hoffman will be guiding Owen Cravens, a triathlete of the highest order as well. And well, that's an important piece of equipment, isn't it?
Yeah, Race Ranger. So that is a newly designed piece of equipment set up there by this man actually here, James Elvery, former New Zealand elite triathlete, and it's designed very much around keeping these riders 10 metres apart. So it's got a warning system on it. If you get within 10 metres, a little light starts to flash. It's at your point, you've either got to overtake or drop back. And it's not, it doesn't mean that you're going to get pinged for a drafting penalty, but it's just a little bit of a warning. There will still be race referees out on the course monitoring that. So no drafting, so very much the best athlete across 3 disciplines today.
Absolutely. No drafting, of course, is the triathlon ruling. What a day it is. The River Seine, the Tour Eiffel, and a venue is truly spectacular.
Representing Spain, Jose Luis Garcia Ferrano, guided by Diego Montreal Zamora.
On to the first event, and this is the start list for the men's PTWC, the visually impaired athletes. The athletes starting first will be those categorized as the I1, and then the 2s and 3s will follow 2 minutes and 41 seconds afterwards.
Yeah, and for the women it'll be 3 minutes 11. So that's just based on their degree of visual impairment. So clearly those that are starting at 0, they basically are completely blind. They cannot see at all. The others have some level of sight, and so it's just been formulated over the years to allow this to be an even playing field.
What a race here. Rodriguez and Tarantello are going to be going at each other there. Clay McComb's been in good form this year as well. So much talent to bring forth here in the women's race. We look forward to Tarantello, the world champion, silver in 2022. Rodriguez, a 4-time world champion. Now to the men's PTS 5, and the defending champion here is Martin Schulz, and they're all here. The men looking to challenge him. Look at the Stefan Daniel is the top-ranked athlete in the field at the moment. Chris Hammer from the United States He's the man who was a silver medalist in Rio and bronze in Tokyo. So they'll be the serious contenders there. Don't discount Cordero, won in Swansea earlier this year. Well, if anyone is able to stop this man at the top of the list there, Alexis Anconi, it is going to be very, very tough indeed. He has 41 wins in 46 races this year. Yes, fours is a category that's going to be very competitive indeed. Bertrand is a man who pushed all the way in the test event. He got the silver medal. Grace Norman is the favourite and the top-ranked athlete in the women's PTS 5. But Claire Cashmore and defending champion Lauren Steadman will be very much wanting to have a say in the destiny of the gold medal.
So we should just say with the PTS, so that's para-triathlon standing, significant impairments in both run and bike segments. Amputee athletes, of course, may use a prosthesis or other supportive devices. And of course, the higher the number, the lesser degree of impairment. And as we continue to look at that list, always wonderful to see Australian representation, the United States, Great Britain. And I wonder too, Gerald, whether we might just see, I'm not sure how they'll play it, but could we possibly see any team tactics unfold? With this being a non-drafting race, probably unlikely, but potentially you do have that ability if you can somehow work it.
It takes a big athlete to do that in an event of this magnitude, doesn't it, Mark? It's really down to how much you want that medal, and are you prepared to work for a teammate and share in the glory, or race for the ultimate singular sensation of winning the gold medal yourself? Well,
it'll be interesting here too, Gerald, because those with the visual impairment have to race with guides. Now, we'll see in the start of the swim that the key thing in swimming is not dissimilar to a bike race, is you can benefit from getting behind another swimmer. There is a drag coefficient there. You can basically draft. But clearly the athletes that have a major visual impairment are going to need to rely on their guides to somehow let them know, hey, look, there is a swimmer in front of you. You want to try and see if you can swim in their slipstream, swim in their wake. And so I'd imagine they'll have some sort of communication out there in terms of just saying, hey, this is where you want to be. Work a little bit harder perhaps. Get on that set of feet and let's see what you can do.
So here we go. This is the start of the men's PTWC. Athletes and guides on the pontoon.
It's always one of the great spectacles in any sport. Start up an open water swim. A washing machine effect.
Ellis, well, looking for redemption after a terrible mechanical in Tokyo, denied him an opportunity of racing for a medal. Away they go in the swim leg, 750 meters with the current initially.
Absolutely, yep. And they have had the benefit of watching the athletes earlier this morning race, so they'll get a bit of an idea on what those environmental factors are, the line that they do need to take. But it's always fast and furious here. This is where you've got to have very good 400-metre speed. You want to try and get clear, or you want to try and make sure that you do get in the slipstream of another swimmer. As I said, around a 10 to 15% drag coefficient in doing that. But they are going to need to rely heavily on their guides for that communication. And so if you look at that at the moment, well, we've got 4 athletes and 4 guides, so a nice line of 8 athletes across the front. Opportunity for that athlete, those 2 athletes, or that athlete at the back, to try and just get into the wash, to get into the wake.
So these are those V1 athletes. And very shortly, the V2 and 3 athletes will set off behind them, so as not to create any confusion.
Yeah, it's a bit of a fast swim here. It gets tricky when they do approach those first marker buoys, and then they've got to take a left-hand turn, and because the current is pushing them down, you actually almost need to come around that first can and just angle back to your left, almost as if you're going to cut back inside, and then just allow the current to naturally push you back into line.
So These are the V3s and V2s. Key to get going.
Yeah, it's an amazing 3-year build-up for this.
Yeah.
And the nerves. I guess that is the one thing about having a guide. You get to share that nervousness, get that little bit of a reassurance. It's a bit like going from a single scull in rowing to maybe a double scull and just being able to lean a little bit on each other.
Under the bridge they go, and a little bit of a gap starting to appear. Remember, this is one race, they're racing for one medal.
Correct. So they get the stagger start, and then once these athletes start, it's their job to catch that group in front of them.
Looking over the shoulder at the clock in their background. So just seconds away from starting. Plunging into the River Seine, the 3 and 2 athletes churning up the waters. And on their way now, it is all for racing. The women wait their turn behind, spread out across the River Seine here.
Now, the white caps are the guides. And the green caps are the athletes. Really, still good technique. This is it's a taught sport, Gerald. So it's all about technique. And I said this earlier, but it's like playing golf. We can all play golf, but unless you've got a good swing and good technique, you're never going to shoot a low score. And swimming's another sport that is governed by that. And it's a very hard sport to pick up later in life. You'll see a lot of young kids who will get in the pool and still beat a fully grown adult with big muscles because of the flexibility. And so it's a sport that does require a lot of effort and a lot of technical work to master and to get right. And we just now start to see that current pushing those swimmers out, don't we? So what would normally just be a direct line across now becomes a bit of a curve, a bit of an arc.
And then the real risk and reward here, because they'll come back into the current, and even that little drift has created a separation.
Yeah, and the group of 2 swimmers behind this leading athlete with his guide, they want to get on the feet here. They want him to have to punch into this current. They want him to do a lot of that work. And it is amazing just how much easier it is sitting back there on someone's feet. And sometimes you can be there and you're thinking to yourself, well, this almost feels too easy. And then you get alongside of the athlete that you were sitting on, and you pretty quickly realise that you're best to be just sitting back.
On the pontoon now, the PTVI women's field, and as I said, there's a wealth of real talent here. 22-year-old Francesca Tarantello of Italy, the current world champion. Much expected of her. Big contest with Susanna Rodriguez, the gold in Tokyo, 5th in Rio. And don't discount Chloe McComb.
So first athletes have gone, and those athletes whose impairment is not to the same degree, they will start 3 minutes and 11 seconds back.
The athletes in the orange caps are, well, the guides are in the white caps, and the athletes in the orange caps.
Yeah. And so you can just see the graphic at the top of your screen. That'll always let you know which event we are covering. Clearly, we have a number of different races out on the course. So that graphic at the top of your screen, PTV1, says Women's Para-Triathlon, visually impaired. And these are the athletes with the greatest degree of impairment. Those athletes starting 3 minutes and 11 seconds back will be a V2, V3, and therefore will have some ability to see.
Amongst the Susanna Rodriguez, Anouk Kuzilat, the bronze medalist in Tokyo. Leticia Freitas from Brazil, as well as Ana Barbaro and Aytunuk Zumart from Kyrgyzstan. Those are the V1 athletes in the water, and already strong start, creating 2 little waves here.
Yeah, the nice thing here is that the guides are all pretty experienced triathletes in their own right, so they're clearly the ones doing the sighting at the moment. And you'll notice the guides are lifting their head every 3 or 4 strokes. There's no black line to follow, so they do have to rely on their guide to take the straightest line to get that sighting right. And of course, every time you lift your head, you tend to drop your hips, and that's another way you can create some drag. So there's all these little dynamics at play in open water swimming that don't necessarily go with pool swimming.
Charging down with the
world record pace.
with the
Probably
current.
just broken the 400-metre world record.
It looks like Francesca Tarantella and her guide Silvia Bisaggi have gone out very, very fast indeed.
Yeah, and the guides will be looking to their left and right on behalf of their swimmer, just to make sure that they're aware. Anytime you're in a swim, you'll generally go what we call two-stroke breathing, so breathing just to one side every 2 strokes. But you can often see different groups going up the left side, different groups going up the right side. So you've got to make sure that the guide is looking both ways, so that if somebody is coming up on the other side, you can jump across, get on their feet if you need to.
Well, a desperate scramble to try and get on the feet of the leader here. We suspect is Tarantella, but this is a blistering start.
Yeah, the strokes will always have a high arm turnover, so it's a little bit like going through the gears on a car. You'll have high revs, and then as you progress through the gears, you tend to lengthen out a little bit more, and they will look to settle down.
The remainder of the para-tri visually impaired field awaiting their start. Tension builds, and the expectation, all those years of preparation. Away they go.
And just look how gladiatorial it can be, eh? And so that's part of it these days. I don't think any athlete genuinely intends to try and go out and sort of, if I can use the word, beat you up, but it does happen. And so what the guides will be doing is they will be just trying to create a little gap out in front with their hands, and then looking to swim through it. And clearly the athletes that do have a degree of vision will be doing that themselves. But you can just see those athletes out there, the front, that have gone. They're trying to get clear water. They don't want anybody on their feet. And look at the current here, just the havoc that it's creating around that marker, getting pushed further down. And so world record pace for the first 400 metres, and we say that tongue-in-cheek, and now they're going to feel like they're basically swimming in quicksand.
It is just such a almost unique swimming environment for these athletes. As the men's leaders approach the pontoon.
Yeah, so we've got 4 athletes all pretty close there. Of course, looks more than that. Just a reminder that they do have the guides. The guides are in the white cap. The athletes are in the orange cap. So we've got 4 swimmers very much in contention here. Now, we saw earlier this morning in some of the races, they tend to hug the wall here on this right-hand side. But at some point, they will just have to cut across on the diagonal. Now, there is an advantage by sticking to the right-hand side of the Seine River for as long as you can before having to get back into that current. But the better swimmers will take an earlier path directly across to the exit point.
Well, amongst the one athletes in this group, Jose Luis Garcia Serrano, as well as Satoru Yonoka, the Asian champion from Japan. And then Carl Kuhn from the United States, bronze in last World Series event he competed in Montreal. And then Antoine Perel of France.
Yeah, so we've got 3 groups there in the water from the different categories and the different stagger starts that we've seen based on impairment. But yeah, it's always, you can't win the race in the swim, but you can certainly lose it. They don't want to be losing too much time, particularly those athletes that, you know, do come here with real medal aspirations. For some athletes, they'll be here for the experience. They'll be here just to, you know, they're maybe early on in their triathlon development, and their real time will come maybe 4 years from now. But you can still just see them hugging the wall here, and they'll have to hug this little wall or that buoy line there for as long as they can before then cutting across, because clearly the current's not as strong out to the sides as it is in the middle.
You can see breaking from the second start wave, an athlete starting to close in on this early start group. You can see the struggle against the current here.
Yeah, it is tough, really tough, and it just does require a little bit of a adjustment technically. They will be relying a lot more on their kick as well. But you can just see here.
They're hugging as close as they can. Try and mitigate the effects of that current.
Yeah, I'm somewhat surprised here. If you're the guide, you probably want to be closer to the wall just to protect your athlete clearly with the visual impairment. And some of them would have done that level of due diligence and be aware of it. But it's not always easy in a race situation when suddenly you're surrounded by other athletes and you've got to go from right to left and change over each other. So now we see the diagonal. So this is where we're going to see the exit point. Transition is going to be really important. Hardest part of the triathlon, I think here, Gerald, is you're lying in the horizontal position in a non-weight bearing sport. Your heart rate's high. Suddenly you've got to get to your feet. So you go to the vertical. It's weight bearing. The blood runs down to the lower extremities. The heart rate goes up another 10 beats. And I say this tongue-in-cheek. You see some of the best ugly faces in sport shortly, if they're just trying to get the oxygen in.
Well, I think it's Japan's Satoru Yonoka who's emerging first after a good swim. And now, as you say, the transition is critical. Kuhn, 7 seconds down from the United States. Perel, the Frenchman.
Yeah, a lot of communication going on here. So Ellis of Great Britain also there, just 18 seconds back.
Yeah. Communication and cooperation is key here. Yes, Ellis has made a superb start. And he's perhaps the man at the top of the pre-race favourites board. There he goes now, David Ellis and his guide Luke Pollard.
Now this might be a large group of those athletes that were forced to start just over 2.5 minutes back.
Ellis has got away from that group there very impressively and has made up a lot of that time.
Yep, so he was one, and then Owen Cravens also out of the United States started 2:41 back.
And Thibaut Regadeau there of France, he has made a good start as well with Cyril Vinot, his guide.
So you can see the difference there between those that are blind versus those that have some visual ability, not having to lean so heavily on their guide. Now this is where they just need to slow down a little bit. You are a bit shaky, you're having to find your legs, and so you just got to clip into your pedals. And now out onto the bike course, so 20 kilometres. They will do 5 laps.
Yeah, the initial few kilometres after that swim is going to really hurt as once they settle into the rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely. You're using your big muscles. You've gone from a lot of upper body from the swimming now suddenly into the quads and the lower extremities, and it is hard, but it's like anything, Gerald. You just practice in training what happens on race day. It's just repetition, and if you do it enough, it becomes habit and you get used to it. It doesn't make it any easier, but it does. You do adapt.
Antoine Perel of France got out of the transition just ahead of Dave Ellis with Carl Kuhn. Whoa, that was very close. Scrambling and almost wrestling the wetsuit off.
Yeah, great. You talk about their cooperation and understanding. That's a really good example of it.
Lazar Filipovic, and now back to the sharp end of the race, and this is Antoine Perel and Johan Lebert of France.
Now, if you think that the rider on the front is assisting, you'll notice they've got a much smaller chainring on the front of the tandem bike versus the athlete at the back who's pushing a much bigger gear. So it is the athlete on the back who is doing the work. Just want to, if you have a look at the setup, we might get an opportunity throughout the race just to have a look at the gearing, the way these bikes are set up. But you'll see the chain rings attached to the pedals, rider on the front, much smaller chain ring than the athlete on the back.
Yeah, Perel is dictating the cadence and pace that the bike is going to go. So,
yeah, and that's now just that, and that's the other thing, isn't it? Talking to each other. So if you are blind, if you have, severe visual impairment, anytime you're riding a bike and you're cornering, it's about getting that lean right, isn't it? It's about getting that balance.
And now transitioning onto the course proper for the bike leg.
Yeah, and so just looking at the gear ratios there, the nice high cadence. So what we mean by that, the number of times they're turning the pedals in a minute. Now, it'll be different for every athlete. A lot of athletes will like to be around 90 to 95 revolutions per minute. Some athletes will naturally lean on a bigger gear, so maybe around about 80 revolutions per minute. And that just comes down to individual physiology and what best suits you. There is research, though, that suggests that the higher the cadence, then you don't tend to burn so many matches, and it does make it a little bit easier from a running point of view.
Now we get to the women's visually impaired athletes completing their swimming again, getting to the pontoon and that transition. It's a grimace almost. You can just about see it on the faces of the athletes. Really is tough. That's Susana Rodriguez, who looks to have put in a really good swim.
Here comes out in a time of 12 minutes and 20 seconds. That's a very good swim over 750 metres in pretty testing conditions.
All-time world champion. She'll be a real threat here. Because Ana Barbaro has made an excellent start to her race in the swim leg.
As I said, that tough bit, going from that vertical to that horizontal, that non-weight bearing to weight bearing, it is always tough, but yeah, nice job done there by Ana Barbaro of Italy. Charlotte Bonin, her guide. And the guides have to be incredibly fit themselves. And don't underestimate the energy the guide's burning too in terms of the management of the athlete. So, you know, I remember years ago escorting a blind swimmer across the Auckland Channel at home in New Zealand, and I was exhausted at the end of it. It really was. It was a real challenge, and a credit to the athlete. And look at that, four of them getting to their feet together.
This is going to be close. So top two in now. It is the French favourite, Carousel and the Freitas from Brazil, all together. And yes, it's all about maximising the time available here, quickly stripping down the top half and then helping each other, cooperation and communication. Out on the bike in the men's PTVI, and Perel at the moment is going very, very well indeed. Antoine Perel and Johan Lebert.
Yeah, just in that nice aero position, just tucked in behind, making sure that they are as aerodynamic as they can be. Their helmets are aerodynamic as well. But the challenge now starting to come here from Dave Ellis of Great Britain. So Great Britain beginning to make a move. Remember, they need to stay 10 metres apart, or at some point either hold the 10 metres or make a move and go back in front.
Well, this is something of a redemption ride for Dave Ellis, the multiple world champion. And he had mechanical during the bike in Tokyo in sight of a potential medal. We now move to the pontoon, back to the pontoon for the start of the men's PTS 5 classification.
So this is not a visual classification. All these athletes will have a physical impairment to a lower degree from maybe what we saw this morning. So you'll start to see all of these athletes just go hard. You expect to probably have a reasonably high level of swimming in here. Most of these athletes will have the ability to kick and have that ability to really, I guess, master the technique required to be a very good freestyler. A lot of these athletes will be very good pool swimmers, certainly probably be swimming sort of around 5 minutes for 400 metres.
Here's the catch. Dave Ellis moves past Perel. Well, the French will be cheering their man along, but Ellis is powering up ahead.
Yeah, now interesting here just to have a look at the form. So much higher cadence here from Ellis than what we're seeing from Perel. I talked earlier about the number of times they're turning the pedals, and you can see the contrast. There's been science proven too that if you have, say, a stride rate of 180 steps a minute, that equates to 90 revolutions per minute on the bike. And so a lot of the athletes like to have those two correlating, those two. So I'll ride at 90 revolutions per minute. I'll run at 180 steps per minute.
3-second gap as they complete the first lap. It's a 3.7 kilometer bike lap, and they do 5 laps, and it's not the smooth tar, even surface they're perhaps used to all the time. There's all manner of different surfaces here.
Yeah, cobbles, and of course just north of here, one of the most famous bike races in the world, Paris-Roubaix, where it's all about the cobbles. And so they do have to negotiate some of them. Here is the cobble section here, and that'll just send vibrations through the body, through the bike.
Well, Perel trying to hold on here. He was an athlete, wasn't picked for the Rio Games, and then turned away from athletics and has found his way very, very well into para-triathlons, and was a bronze medalist twice at the World Championships. But he's chasing the 4-man, the current world champion, Dave Ellis.
Might be the first look too now at our women's race here in the women's PTV, visually impaired race, and it is the, I think, the Spanish athlete Susana Rodriguez,
the full-time world champion, gold in Tokyo, making a great start to the defense of her title. Well taken corner. Her guide is Sarah Perez Sala. Further back in the women's field, the men's field, that might be Sam Harding.
Yeah, Aaron Royal, world-class triathlete in his own, as his guide, so in good hands. Gerald, I mean, you do an awful lot of work in the sport of cycling, and one thing we have seen, haven't we, is a real innovation in the way the bikes are set up now. It used to be only 10, 15 years ago, thin tyres, huge air pressure. Now it's wide tyres and much less air pressure. It almost feels counterintuitive, but the science says the wheels will roll quicker, the bikes will go faster.
Absolutely, and they are proving to as well. Now the cornering, and Perel is just hanging on there, trying as best as possible as we see Rodriguez leading the women's on her first lap.
Yeah, look, and sometimes you mentioned earlier coming from the swim, going onto the bike and just having to flush that swim out of your legs, and sometimes athletes will just take a little bit longer to settle. You know, you can be quite sore early on, and you've got to get rid of that soreness, but they've got to stay within 10 metres. Now they can, you know, obviously if there's more riders towards the front 10 metres apart, there is still just a little bit of a draft even at 10 metres.
Even there it makes it a difference. Yep. And Perel, well, absolutely every sinew being strained there.
Yeah, he's looking a lot more balanced now. He's looking not like he's fighting the bike so much.
We leave the visually impaired men and we go back to the pontoon. And this is the men's PTS 4. And Ankeon is the favorite here. This is a packed field awaiting their start.
And again, they have had the benefit of watching all of these other races unfold and having a look at that dynamic at the end of this first stretch on the swim, that around the orange pontoon you can see there in the distance. So they'll be aware of what the current is doing here. They would have done some visualization. They're making the adjustment themselves. When they hit that first left-hand turn, angle in almost on the left, allow the current then to straighten you up.
Alexis Hanquican is the French favorite here, the defending champion. Arsene Clough won World Championship gold medal in the team relay to his name, but he's in good form. He won the Swansea World Triathlon Para-Triathlon Series event earlier this year.
Love out here to the right. You just look at the two athletes have gone out to the right-hand side on your screen, and yeah, athlete in second place, they're desperately trying to get on the feet. Now, the athlete out on the right realises that he's probably gone off and is now looking to try and straighten up a little bit. But it just gives you a really good idea of the intent of these swimmers, the benefit and importance of getting into that slipstream.
Back with the bike and the men's PTVI, and it is still Ellis on the front here. ticking off the laps.
Yeah, now relying heavily on their guide just to allow the athletes in front that, hey, look, we are coming through. Just be wary of us. Really nice job being done there by Ireland, just pulling out to the right.
The McComb sisters making space there. The twins are both racing, Janet and Chloe, in the women's PTVI. But Dave Ellis, well, he's doing a fantastic job here. This is Perel. He's losing a little more time.
Yeah, it's great though. I love the non-drafting. All triathlon for a long time was non-drafting, and it's a true measure of athletes across all three disciplines.
He's not losing more time. He's actually closing in a bit here.
Yeah, on the Champs-Élysées.
What an opportunity to ride on the Champs-Élysées, just for a little section of these famous cobbles for these athletes.
Well, it's always, isn't it? It's the final stage of the Tour de France where they have the big criterium up and down this road. It's well known for anybody that follows cycling, and now it's the amphitheatre for these athletes.
Well, Dave Ellis holding on here, and he and his guide Luke Pollard under a little bit of pressure, although Perel is just marking him, you feel, at the moment.
Well, that's all he needs to do.
Yeah.
I talked a little bit about that swim, sitting on someone's feet, and you think, oh, maybe I'm doing it a bit easy. It's only when you pull up alongside of them you realise just how hard they are swimming. This is the same thing. Why should they lead? Just sit back, key off them, make sure you stay back your 10 metres. You know, what do they know about the run? Do they believe that they can win this in the run?
Which is where it all may well come down to, and it very often does in these events.
Yeah, just if you have just joined us again, they'll have a technology on there called Race Ranger, which is based on a GPS system, which will allow them to stay just outside of the 10 metres. If they get too close, they get within the 10 metres, a little light goes off, just a warning, and they automatically need to either overtake or drop back. The other interesting thing too here, Gerald, is the setup of the bike. So we've got the French here, we've got the full disc on, carbon rim wheel on the front. We go back to our leaders, and they've just gone with sort of deep carbon rim wheels. Now, that'll come down to maybe their coaches, some exercise science, what best suits the athlete as well. Personally, I would probably not be riding the disc on this course. A lot of turns.
Rodriguez also has a rear wheel disc. She leads the women's PTVI at the moment. This is Susana Rodriguez and Sara Perez Sala. Rodriguez, many feel the queen of this discipline for many years, but she's been challenged by young Francesca Tarantello, the current world champion.
Yeah, she's a class act, isn't she? And look at that, just trying to stay in that aero position. I mean, the whole sport really these days is science, isn't it? Right down to the shape of the helmets, down to the wheels that you do choose.
Rodriguez, one of those superbly multi-talented athletes. She ran the track in Tokyo as well, so she's got plenty of opportunity for medals here. She was 5th in the 1500 meters T11. Meanwhile, there's two riders up front in the men's PTVI at the moment. Dave Ellis and Anton Perel. Ellis very nearly gave up the sport. He was so intent on getting into the London 2012 Paralympics team and didn't get into it. And the gaps are marginal.
Yeah, 20 seconds separating the top 4 athletes, so it is very much game on. As we now see the first of our athletes exit the swim. I think it's the men's TS5.
Looks like it, and it may well be Felipe Marques, yes, of Portugal, has made an excellent start here. The European silver medalist, the European Championship silver medalist. We'll glance over his shoulder to see where his rivals are. Well, they're just emerging out of the water, 3 of them.
Yep, Cordeiro there of Brazil, Howell of Australia, and Moksari of Hungary.
So 3 hot on the heels of the first man out the swim there, Felipe Marques of Portugal.
The difficulty they will have is they're going to have to navigate an awful lot of traffic out on that bike course. So they'll be coming out, there'll be athletes sort of already out on the course, having finished 2, possibly going into their 3rd lap. So it's going to require a lot of concentration. So Stefan Daniel of Canada, Martin Schultz.
Yeah, the defending champion out the order there, Schultz. And Daniel was the bronze medalist in Tokyo. Looking out for Chris Hammer, and who's shown some pretty decent form for the United States this year. 2 para-tri World Series wins.
Yeah, won't want to get too far back. I've said it. You can't win it in the swim, but you can certainly lose it.
Yeah, and you make a point about the traffic out on the bike leg.
Well, this is a good example of it. So it's a little bit like a Formula 1 car almost coming out of the pits as other cars are still coming through. So, and then they've got to make sure they stay within the 10 metres. So it is going to add an interesting dynamic to this race.
On the left are the athletes out of the swim and through out of transition and onto the bike leg. Just that short little transition onto the 3.7 kilometre bike route. And on the right-hand side, the athletes completing laps in their bike leg.
Really good shot. Just gives you an idea too of the speed. They're probably sitting there on around 40 kilometres an hour. Might be quicker at points on the course depending on where that wind is. The thing with the multi-lap bike course too is that you do a couple of laps, you then get a bit of an idea, okay, where's the headwind, where's the crosswind, where's the tailwind. You can set your gearing up, you can decide when you want to drink, when you want to eat. I mean, you never want to be eating or drinking when the heart rate's through the roof. You generally want to try and eat and drink when perhaps you've got that tailwind behind you. So all of these little factors that they do just need to be thinking about. And it can come down to a second. So it requires a huge amount of discipline.
With the women's visually impaired race, and this is Rodriguez, the leader, and she really came out the swim well clear of her rivals and has made an excellent transition and a great start on the bike, but not being left alone just at the moment. Rodriguez on lap 2 of 5 on the bike leg. This is that dead turn. It's got to be negotiated very, very carefully, and done so.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to just make sure you get your gearing right coming out of those corners. You don't want to be having to push too big a gear coming out of the corner. So you do need to be changing through your gears as you approach the corner, go into a slightly easier gear so that when you come out of those 180-degree turns, you have the ability to turn the pedals quickly and get back up to speed quickly.
Judith McComb of Ireland there's a lap behind Rodriguez. So Rodriguez on her own net. Now the men's PTS 4 athletes starting to emerge into transition out of the swim.
Yeah, really good technique being shown there by our lead swimmer, which is Hankanet of France, who comes in as one of the pre-race favourites for this.
Oh yeah, he's the man everyone wants to beat.
Yeah, time in 9:35, so very, very good swim over 750 metres.
Back to the pontoon for the women's PTS 5 start, and they are underway.
So PTS 5, so they're at the lower end of an impairment. And so you do expect to see the times to be a lot quicker. And again, look at that white water, that washing machine effect.
Nkonke is into transition.
Yep, Han Nkonke doing a very good performance indeed. And so he'll want to just put a bit of a gauntlet in. He'll want to get transition. Michael Taylor just the 12 seconds back, and now Grégoire Berthon of France comes out a minute 3 back on his fellow countryman.
Critical phase here, transition.
Yeah, now if they do have the yellow caps on, that means they just need to be assisted out of the water. Green caps, they need no assistance. In some of the stand-up categories that we saw this morning, there's the red cap, and the red cap would basically mean they need to handle this completely to get from the swim. Because of the lower degree of impairment, you're only going to see a yellow and a green cap in play here. Liam Toomey of Australia out of the water in a time of 10:45, so just over a minute down on Han Kang-Kei of France.
And that's him emerging onto the cycle leg now.
Yeah, going to have his wits about it because the tandems are coming. In saying that, he should be able to ride faster than those athletes. After all, it is only the athlete on the back of the tandems who is primarily powering that bike. It's not like you've got two sharing the same gearing and therefore 2 versus 1.
Dave Ellis still up front in the men's race. It does look as though there may have been the change. There's Cravens. Yes, he's emerged as a challenger to Ellis here. Perel has lost some time. Cravens with his guide, Ben Hoffman. Ironman World Championship silver medalist in his time. Well, look at this.
Yep, now it is very much here. I'm starting to see these leads just change up and down, aren't they? And this is just a little bit of psychological warfare, I think. Just seeing if they can psych each other out. Just got to make sure they stay out of that draft zone. Don't want to get pinged, have to pick up a time penalty. So we've got our 3 top teams, all within about 5 seconds of each other. This game on, settle back. Enjoy this one, folks. It's going to be a beauty.
Look how close that is. Contenders for the medals. And don't discount Rigaudot of France, Thibaut Rigaudot of France. So in the frame there, and hometown advantage. Well, there's nothing like that. And the French across the board here at the Paralympic Games and all the sports have ridden that wave.
So they're through 4 laps, the last lap of the bike. Now I've got a saying, it's well known in triathlon, swim and bike for show, run for dough. They have a similar thing in golf, don't they? I think, what is it, drive and chip for show, putt for dough?
Yeah, this is where it gets down to the business end, doesn't it? So Rodriguez in the women's PTVI is certainly setting the pace here.
Yeah, I like just how measured they are here. Rodriguez not taking too many risks out of those corners. But again, got that big chain ring there on the back. She'll be nice high cadence. She sits a little bit more upright, so she's not as tucked aerodynamically, but that's more because of her guide and the way her guide is set up. All she needs to do is make sure that she is lower than the rider in the front, and they will be optimizing that drag, those aerodynamics.
Judith McComb is the athlete behind her from Ireland. She and her twin sister Chloe both in this race.
Yeah, they are a lap back.
It's Rodriguez, who's well clear of Anna Barbaro. Francesca Tarantello is the other athlete in 3rd place, but this pair really have just flown the coop.
And they, and just for that group, going back to that bike, they are just starting their 4th lap of 5.
The last to start off the pontoon is the biggest field of them all in the women's PTS 4. It does incorporate PTS 3 athletes as well. 5 of those PTS 3 and 10 PT 4. So away they go. And this is the biggest field of them all. As I said, PTS 3 and 4 athletes in here, all racing for 1 medal in this para-triathlon event here in Paris, one of the most eagerly awaited events.
Now, while this swim is underway, we can just tell you from out on the course in the men's PTV1 that Owen Cravens, with his world-class triathlete and guide Ben Hoffman, have taken the lead from Dave Ellis, and then it is Antoine Perel of France still. So just updating you on some of the things that are happening out on the bike course while we do focus here on the swim.
Yeah, we did see Cravens moving up alongside Ellis there. This is the PTS 4, and here is that race. Yes, Cravens up ahead there. Perel now making a little bit of a move. These are the 3 riders in, the athletes in the in the medal positions at the moment. Craven's having a little problem there.
No, I think what we're about to see the end of the bike lap here. So now they're starting to get out of their shoes. So they sit on the top of their shoes. This is all about just a quick transition. So that's all we're starting to see. So now we're about to approach the end of the 20-kilometre bike, settle back, because very shortly we get onto the run leg. Then we find out who's prepared to suffer the most, who's prepared to hurt the most. It's a weight-bearing sport. It's tough. And now who's well versed in the transition.
Perel delayed his loosening of the shoes a little bit to get into transition. Off they go.
It must dismount before that red line.
Yep, before the line. Don't incur a penalty. The last thing they'd want here. So Perel, Cravens and Ellis. Rigaudot is not out of the picture either, France.
Now what they've also got to be very careful here is making sure they don't take their helmets off too early. You can get pinged for that as well. So, and now the quick transition. You've got to control your emotions coming out of it. There are going to be big crowds. You're going to get this huge adrenaline rush, but you cannot train one way and then race another way. Most of these athletes will have set up their training so the first 2 to 3 kilometres are naturally quick.
So, drama and very, very close racing going on in the men's PTVI para-triathlon here. We'll keep flicking back to that and keep you as much informed of it as possible as we now go to the PTS 5.
Yeah, and you'll see that at the top of your screen. If you're only watch race you are watching, you've just tuned in. If you look at the top of your picture up there on the left-hand side, men's PTS 5. So these are athletes who have a lower level of impairment. And so you might be sitting there looking at them going, well, they look like sort of able-bodied triathletes. Please do understand that, in fact, there is a high level of impairment here from these athletes.
Ronan Cordero of Brazil, 5th in Tokyo. And a bronze medalist in the World Championships is going extremely well. Flick back to the men's PTVI, and Dave Ellis has gone to the front. A little look at his watch, his guide.
Well, he comes from a track and field background, doesn't he? So now have a look at the form here. You want to try and stay nice and tall. You don't want to be rocking back in the bucket. I'll say this, don't look at the facial expressions of an athlete, look at the form of an athlete. So we just see Cravens has picked up a bit of a time penalty, yellow card there. We'll try and confirm exactly what that might be for. As we go back now to the men's PTS 4.
And Gekon is in control of this race. Superb form on the bike.
Yeah, Hong Kong K, he just looks very balanced. He's well set up. He's one with his machine. He's over the top of his gears. He's got that head position looking good. You can have those aerodynamic helmets. You've only got to sort of lift your head up or drop your head too much, and the tail of the helmet almost acts as a bit of a handbrake into the wind. Good handling skills. He's not necessarily at a high cadence as we go back now.
Yes, this is Ellis tapping it out, and very good shape is Davies. Luke Pollard, remember he and Perel and Cravens, that's Owen Cravens, and Rigaudot, with no more than 6 seconds between those 4 athletes as they went through transition onto the run.
Yeah, and the regulations too around the guide. Not allowed to pull the athlete. Make sure that when they do cross the line, the guide is behind the athlete as well. So there are quite strict regulations.
Well, this is the team we're looking at, the Spanish leaders in the women's PTVI. That's Susana Rodriguez. Judith McComb ahead of her is a lap down.
Yeah, they actually had a very significant lead too. So their lead at the moment is over 3 minutes, the Spanish pairing, over Francesca Tarantello. And I say pairing because the guy clearly in it as well. So Susana Rodriguez over Francesca Tarantello. The last time check we got was 3 minutes and 11 seconds.
That's a significant gap, isn't it, as we go back to the River Seine and the women's PTS 4. And already a huge gap emerging there as they hug that the bank.
Yeah, just trying to stay out of that current in the middle of the river there, trying to get the fastest way they can. It's not very often you do a swim, and if you're breathing to your right, you're looking straight at a brick wall. But that is the uniqueness of this wonderful city.
Isn't it just an incredible thing to be having the para-triathlon happening and taking the River Seine as part of the course?
Yeah, really nice technique here being shown. Really good long distance per stroke. Head position's nice. Tips are nice and high. As we look at the exit of the women's PTS 5.
Oh, this is close.
So yellow cap, assistance only. And there we go. It's a difference, contrast there clearly in regards to impairment.
Oh, this is going to be a terrific race. Grace Norman and Claire Cashmore. Grace Norman, gold in Rio, silver in Tokyo. And Cashmore, bronze in Tokyo.
Really good swim from Cashmore when you do look at her, an amputee below the elbow, or, not necessarily an amputee, but certainly that impairment on the arm, and then having to swim at the level she swam at. It is a sport that requires catch.
And just to update you, Lauren Steadman there, the gold medalist in Tokyo, also in there, 15 seconds down. And the form athlete this year, Camille Frenet, fourth in Tokyo.
Yeah, so good swim here from Steadman, but she has suffered from COVID this year, a form of the long COVID, and has struggled a little bit with her training. Coached by Robin Brew, one of the real pioneers of British triathlon back in the day. So very well coached. She's just got to believe that things have gone well and that put any doubts out of her mind.
Over the line and onto the bike goes Lauren Steadman. Well, Frenet is calmly going about her transition, and that's the key here. It turned for Dave Ellis on the run. We believe is still leading, or back in the lead of this race. He lost the lead late on in the cycle leg, but he is back in the lead.
Yeah, and he has a comfortable lead too. So that lead at the moment is just over 20 seconds from Owen Craven's guide Ben Hoffman as they came through the first of those time checks. So, and look at the form is good. Just stay nice and tall.
Well, I can tell you that Owen Craven's picked up a penalty for a helmet violation. And so I could tell you, did Lukas Bichetsky.
Yeah, we talked about the helmet violations, and it is vital. We saw at the Commonwealth Games back in Birmingham, and a few years back, Hayden Wild, the New Zealand athlete who finished second at the Olympic Games, picked up a helmet violation against Alex Yee for unclipping too early. And so you basically got to rack your bike completely, get off your bike before you unclip your helmet.
10-second penalties to be served in the penalty box for those athletes. Cravens was going really well at that situation. Meanwhile, Susana Rodriguez in the women's PTVI is getting to the conclusion of her bike leg here with a comfortable lead. This is that phase where you do not want to incur a penalty.
Well, she'll probably get away with it with the lead they do have, but it's just not a good habit to get into. Look, they're well drilled on this. It is tough. Your adrenaline's flowing. You think you've done everything right. Don't underestimate, too, because you have a severe visual impairment, too. It's not always easy to necessarily completely understand, but really nice job here, not taking the helmet off until she's got the shoes on. And that, perhaps, is a really good message to young triathletes watching it. If you're concerned, keep your helmet on until you've got your shoes on. You're not going to get yourself into any difficulty. The other one clearly is the dismount line. There's also rules about putting your gear and equipment into those little boxes that are next to your bike.
You throw it out and you pick up another penalty here. Yeah. Really good transition there by
excellent transition.
Very calm. There was a bit of communication going on, and then they were on their way. Very, very good. Cordeiro of Brazil leading the men's PTS 5 at the moment, it appears. So
he looks very good. He's really forward on his seat, so he's tending to not use his glutes so much, tending to probably ride more with the hamstring, so in second place, but that is a very good ride from him. He looks beautifully set up. Sometimes there's a danger, though, when you're a good cyclist, doesn't necessarily mean you're a good runner. But what I like about this course is if you are a good bike rider, you benefit from it.
Just making a move on the blue carpet there through the transition area as Rodriguez now sets into her 5-kilometer run.
Yeah, good form, nice and tall and upright. Head movement, none. Shoulders haven't dropped. There's a little trick that you can do if you find yourself in the hurt box, if you find yourself starting to struggle, form starting to fall apart, take your thumb and your forefinger and just visualize that you're holding a twig in each, between your thumb and your forefinger. It'll just relax your shoulders a little bit, helps you just rediscover your form. So,
first athletes emerging from the water in the women's PTS 4. Excellent start.
Yeah, it is the Australian too.
Yeah.
It doesn't really surprise you with the Australians and their history in swimming.
17, the youngest athlete in the field is Grace Brimlow.
Yeah, and Hannah Moore out of the water, just 10 seconds back.
This is a big field in this PTS 4. As I said, it does have 5 PTS 3 athletes. Transition.
That's just a really good example on the bike there of that race ranger.
Tarantella, the first time we've seen the young Italian, and she was expected to give Rodriguez a really tough battle. It may yet come on the run. That may be where she steps it up, but she's a little bit off the pace at the moment.
Yeah, it can all change quickly though, can't it? 20 kilometres, you're going to basically be on that bike for 30 minutes, and so that's a lot of time to pull back a minute. Small margins, but as we say, they're out on a bike course now that is full of cyclists from the other races that have gone before them. A lot of those races though, are starting to come towards the end of that 20-kilometre bike and are starting to get towards the run. So just having a look there.
Carousel, I think, has just come through. Albaro, that's quite close down for the silver and bronze medals, but Rodriguez nearly 2.5 minutes over Tarantello. And it's Kurzelat and Barbaro all battling it away for the silver and bronze medals. Not that Rodriguez here is necessarily going to run away from it, but she's looking in good shape right now on the run.
I just have to say, I just commend the people of Paris and the people of France for getting behind these Paralympics and coming out and showing the support they've shown. I know you've been at the Velodrome, I've been at the basketball, and the crowds have just been unbelievable.
Yeah, incredible. And, here we are on a Monday afternoon in the centre of Paris, and thousands upon thousands, 4 or 5 deep along the barriers, cheering these athletes along. It is sensational. Great weather, great conditions for spectators and athletes alike. Susana Rodriguez goes about her business here. And another look, and we'll get a lot of cheering for this man, Alexis Henquecon, the Frenchman, favoured to win the gold medal in the men's PTS 4, and he's going about it in very impressive fashion.
Yeah, and I can tell you too, after 3 laps, that his lead is 1:14 over his fellow countryman, Grégoire Buffon. So potentially, France have the ability to possibly go gold and silver. But it is still a very good battle for 4th, 5th, 4th and 3rd. You've got Carson Clough of the United States, Michael Taylor of Great Britain.
But this man, Henquecon, well, he is quite supreme. He was the flag bearer with Nanatan Keita at the opening ceremony. And he's only lost 5 of 46 international races. And hasn't lost a race since 2019. So,
and his competitors will be going, yeah, but he still has lost 5, so he's still beatable. And they won't be saying the fact that, well, it hasn't been since 2019 though. Yeah. But you've got to give yourself that hope, don't you? You've got to go, well, hang on a minute, I still can beat him.
You've got to feed off that. Yep, they do.
And now back to the men's PTF V1. Dave Ellis and Luke Pollard of Great Britain.
Well, Dave Ellis, this is, as we've been mentioning, a redemptive run for him, a redemptive event after the deep disappointment of a mechanical during the cycling leg in the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games, when he was very much in the hunt for a medal there. Well, no problems thus far for Dave Ellis and Luke Pollard.
No, they have a lead through the last time check that we got after the end of the second lap of 1:04 over Thibaut Rigaudot of France, and Antoine Perel of France was a further 15 seconds back. So really good race developing for second, third and fourth between the two Frenchmen and the American.
A little glance over his shoulder there from Luke Pollard will keep Dave Ellis abreast of the race situation. A glance over the shoulder for Sylvia Visagi will tell her, and therefore her athlete Susanna Rodriguez, that they have got a very, very good lead at the moment in the women's PTVI race. Yep.
Yeah, do a lot of distance running, so it is a sport that, like in all endurance sports, you want to start with base work, big mileage, then a strength component, then a speed component, with a little bit of each of those in that base phase.
Touched by a cord, and Rodriguez and Visagi by hand.
Yeah, just got the perfect running build, hasn't he, Ellis? He just looks like a runner.
Constantly monitoring their rivals, and is keeping Dave Ellis abreast is Luke Pollard.
Yeah, they're not too far away from being recognised as Paralympic champions.
Well, the crowd alongside the Paralympic para-triathlon course have been nothing short of unbelievable, cheering these athletes along, and Dave Ellis is going to get the lion's share of those cheers. Now look at this crowd. He looks over his shoulder, does his guide Luke Pollard.
Yeah, he'll just be talking to him, just encouraging him, saying, we've got this, hold that form.
They're going to turn right here, ignore the orange traffic lights, and turn onto the carpet and bring it home. What a ride, what a swim, and now the run by Dave Ellis of Great Britain. He brings it home together with his guide Luke Pollard. It is gold for Dave Ellis. A smile of relief, a smile of triumph, punching the air. It is gold to Great Britain. Dave Ellis and his partner and his guide Luke Pollard take gold in the men's PTVI para-triathlon here in Paris. What a comeback after the deep disappointment of Tokyo.
And a lot of emotion, and I was saying earlier today, it's hard sitting here not getting emotional yourself, watching these athletes achieve what they achieve. But really the story of Ellis was just how patient he was today too. You know, he was just measured all day.
Well, in the women's PTVI category, it is Susanna Rodriguez who emerged from the swim in the lead and has not been under any serious threat as yet.
And the second of our medalists now coming down on the men's PTV. It'll be a great moment for the French. It'll be Thibaut Rigaudot of France. Silver medal for them. And don't the crowd love it? They stand, they recognise their fellow countrymen. What a moment. Silver medal. Superb performance.
Well, delight for Thibaut Rigaudot, and not far behind them is Antoine Perel, who had taken the early lead out of the swim and onto the bike, but slipped it behind, and now will take a bronze medal for France. What a great performance by the French as Perel collapses over the finish line. He has put in so much here. Exhaustion and relief. And well, Cravens threatened for a while on the bike, but picked up a 10-second penalty. Will finish just outside the medals alongside his guide, Ben Hoffman.
Yeah, and don't recognise too the guides, the amount of work they do. Just extraordinary athletes in their own right.
Well, they've run here Susanna Rodriguez and Sarah Perez-Sala almost exclusively in isolation as they got away from their rivals on the bike and have not looked in any trouble at all. Harding for Australia. 5th place for Oscar Kelly. Oh, beg your pardon, for Sam Harding and Darren Royal. And Poland's Lukas Wyciecki and his guide come across the line, taking 6th place. And there comes Oscar Kelly and Charlie Harding.
Yeah, good performance from them as well. Good form to finish, looking comfortable. And as I say, some of these athletes come into the sport a little bit later than others. So, 4 years from now, they layer upon layer. They're in that early part of their triathlon career, the early part of their evolution. And boy, you've got just these years in front of you.
Yeah, Kelly just 23, Los Angeles beckons. Susana Rodriguez at the age of 36 is putting down another marker as the preeminent athlete in the women's PTVI transition. Well, this is very, very close. Cordero, Moxari, Hammer, there he is, the American, Chris Hammer.
Oh, I love this. Settle back here, folks. Look out, here we go. This is just going to be a Street Fighter slugfest. Who wants this the most? Who's prepared to suffer the most? As we go back and see more of our athletes in the men's PTV1 finishing, the American duo.
Carl Kuhn, yeah. Crosses the line just over 3 minutes down, well, just over 4 minutes down on the winner. Dave Ellis, the French pair of athletes and their guide celebrate a silver and a bronze medal for Rigaudot and Perel. And Garcia finishing for Spain, José Luis Garcia Serrano. Lost his sight at the age of 29. And now at the age of 41 finishes the para-triathlon here. 9th place, having finished in 7th in Tokyo.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot deeper fields, though, haven't we? The evolution of the sport, it just continues to grow. And these athletes, I think their legacy is actually inspiring the next generation of those athletes with a visual impairment who either get to hear about it or if they've got some degree of sight, get to watch it clearly.
Well, I think that's so key as we now go to Rodriguez, who is about to... In fact, I think...
final turn, I think.
Yeah. She just gets guided past the French athlete Anouk Cousilat.
Well, just off the timing here, very good race developing for 2nd and 3rd, because according to what I've got in front of me, Francesca Tarantello of Italy and Anja Arena of Germany are both 3 minutes and 11 seconds down behind Susana Rodriguez.
Well, this is turning out to be a battle as well in the out on the run. This is Cordero in the PTS 5. Well, this is going to be a real battle. Schultz is the defending champion, Cordero of Brazil, and Hammer of the United States. Well, this is a battle here. Hammer coming through after a slightly slower swim than the pair behind him now. Hammer has shown some great form this year with wins in Montreal and Yokohama in the Para-Triathlon World Series. Cordero won the other race this year in Swansea, and Schultz was 2nd there. So these are the dominant men in this discipline this year.
Well, like Cordero here, he's looking to just attack. He's surging. He's going to just try and test Schultz here now. Schultz can't respond. Now, the danger here is that he can also ultimately implode a little bit. So it's a real good tactic coming from the Brazilian. The question is now, can Schultz reply?
Henki Koi is off the bike. Meanwhile, we go back to finishes in the men's PTVI. This is Satoru Yanoka Hanky-Con into transition.
Yeah, look at the technology there in the prosthetic. I mean, that's world class. That's as good as you'll see in anything. That is just fantastic. Boy, that is superb. What an athlete.
He is head and shoulders above anyone else in his category at the moment, Alexis Hanky-Con. Rodriguez just slowing a little here, but she's got a bit in hand.
Yeah, she's certainly got time here, but you do just start to feel that maybe the heat, but 5K run, but you can say it's only 5K, but versus say the Olympic distance of 10 kilometres, but of course you just run it faster, so it just means that you just suffer for much more of the race. And I say this, in any event, there's always a threshold where things maybe start to fall apart. There's a saying, the marathon, 20 miles of hope, 6 miles of truth. Well, I think in this triathlon, it's 3.5 kilometres of hope and about 1,500 metres of truth. And what I mean by that, when you get to that certain point, then it becomes mental. It's not just physical, it is absolute concentration.
Well, PTS 4, meanwhile, Hanky-Con is up the road and in complete control here.
Yeah, looks comfortable too, doesn't he? Just really nice and tall and got a good stride on him.
Utterly dominant.
You don't actually realise how quick these athletes are running until you actually get alongside of them, and then you pretty quickly realise the speed that they are running at.
Stedman on the bike as we move on to the women's PTS 5 category here. This is Lauren Stedman of Great Britain, the defending champion and the leader, ahead of Grace Norman at the moment. So looking good for Great Britain's Laura Stedman.
Grace Norman not far behind, there it is, so just about 2 seconds separating. Then Claire Cashmore also in the fight, also in the mix, only a further 5 seconds back. So really good race developing in the women's TS5. Don't go away wherever you are watching this around the world. The fireworks are about to begin across a number of categories. Well, as for this man, he's just simply putting on an exhibition.
Yeah, Gregoire Berton, his fellow countryman, is his closest rival, just under 2 minutes behind him. As we go back to the women's PTVI, and for the visually impaired athletes, it is Susana Rodriguez who's waving and acknowledging the support from the crowd here in Paris, because she has put on an exhibition here of absolutely supreme athleticism. She will take the right whilst others go left. Oops, just about keeps her feet there and onto the blue carpet, and in front of the stands it is Susana Rodriguez who is going to make it 2 out of 2. Following up Tokyo's gold medal, she wins the para-triathlon women's PTVI here in Paris alongside her guide Sarah Perez Sala. Gold for Spain's Susana Rodriguez. Absolutely dominant.
A beautiful moment too. Well, that is good. And now waiting on the silver medal, which at the moment is Francesca Tarantello, who actually has a comfortable lead over Anya Renner. As we go back out onto the men's course in this duel. So settle back, here we go. This is what it's all about. This is prepared. Who's prepared to suffer the most? Who's prepared to hurt the most?
Chris Hammer and Ronan Cordero. 5th in Tokyo was Cordero, and Hammer, well, he really is wanting to put the record right, because he finished 4th in Rio at the inaugural event and 4th in Tokyo. Surges past Cordero. They're throwing punches, these two, aren't they?
Oh, they are. This is a street fight. And I said it earlier, and for those that are maybe just tuning in, there was a famous New Zealand athlete, Erin Baker, arguably the best female triathlete across all disciplines. She had this great rivalry back in the day with a Zimbabwean athlete, Paula Nubi-Fraser. And she said at some point it gets so brutal, there's so much suffering. Someone will say second is good enough today. And it's who waves the white flag first. It's who can stay in the hurt box the longest.
Alexis Hanky-Con is, getting the cheers along the streets of Paris here, and so he should. He is an absolute superstar, and he's giving ample display of that superstardom right here as he dominates the men's PTS 4.
He is impressive. Wow, this is good to watch. I mean, he is a highlight reel right there. Incredible. But look at these two. look at these two. You go back to, what was it, the Rumble in the Jungle?
Slug for slug,
Ali Foreman, Fraser and Ali back in the Thriller in Manila. What would we call this? If it goes like this to the finish, I guess in 10 years' time they'll come up with a little catchphrase for the battle in Paris.
Well, on to the carpet and the completion of the race in the women's PTVI. And this is Tarantello, who's going to take the silver medal for Italy. Well, she's the young pretender to the crown, and she will have to wait a while for gold, but still a sensational performance by Francesca Tarantello to take the silver medal for Italy.
Yeah, gutsy performance from the two Italians.
Well, she's just 22. What a way to start your Paralympic career.
And back out for the women's PTS5, so those athletes with a lower level of impairment. It is still Laura Steadman. And interesting to just see where Grace Norman and Claire Cashmore are, because there was nothing in it through lap 3. Now let's just have a look at the bike handling skills here, and we're going to leave that. We're going to go back to the slugfest in the downtown streets of Paris. United States versus Brazil.
Isn't this a battle?
Oh, this is just mental fortitude. Who's got a head like granite now? Wow, I tell you what, look at the running form of both. It's interesting because it was at the same place last time around that it was Cordino who actually attacked, and now Hammer just says, you know what, anything you can do, I can do. So they are just throwing it down.
A little glance over his shoulder there as they went around the corner from Cordero, just to check where Martin Schultz was, because he's the defending champion, but they dropped him like a stone a while ago. And look at the surge from Hammer here.
Yeah, well, some athletes like bronze medal about to be handed out, and our women's...
This is the bronze medal as they close in on the finish. It is Germany who are going to take the bronze medal through Anja Renner and her guide Maria Paulig, and they are going to come home across the line. They were the winners of the women's test event here, but third place and bronze medal at Paris 2024 Paralympics in the para-triathlon for women's PTVI.
You don't hand out a lot of medals at the Paralympics, so you take it when you can get it, whatever colour it is. As we just go back and have a look at Hong Kong of France. An exhibition, a masterclass, enjoying his fellow Frenchmen, the Parisians, who are lifting him. They are witnessing something pretty special.
Yeah, he is, I think, just lapping up the praise. Now, there's been a change here. It looks like Grace Norman has got ahead of Lauren Steadman.
This is just going to come down to a foot race again. This is going to be a running race between Steadman, Norman, Cashmore. I mean, this is a triathlon fan's absolute dream when you just get those battles on the run.
Alison Peasgood from Great Britain is putting the finishing touches to another superb triathlon here. Sadly for her, outside the medals by exactly a minute. In fourth place for Alison Peasgood of Great Britain, and Brooke Gillies, her guide. So
what a future though, eh? Yep. 4 years from now in LA. Do not be surprised to see her on the podium.
Well, she was fourth in Tokyo. She was a silver medalist in Rio, now fourth again.
So, Han Kwong Ke just on his way.
Well, he is just supreme at the moment. And running close to the fans, and the French fans will be welcoming him every step.
Well, he's just cutting every corner, cutting the apex, trying to take the shortest distance around this 5-kilometre course.
And there'll be a cheer for the French fans here, because Anouk Kuzila, and she was the bronze medalist in Tokyo, will be out of the medals here in fifth place. Julie Marano, her guide, and they will finish in fifth place, 6 minutes down. And the first of the twins from Ireland, Chloe Macomb, crosses over the finish line in sixth place. Chloe and her guide, Catherine Sands. Second of the French athletes, Eloa Courvoisier, and her guide, Anne Henry, and they will be finishing strongly and happily, having completed the para-triathlon in 7th place, 6:44 down there, streaming over. Judith McComb now just behind her twin sister, and Freitas is going to complete for Brazil alongside Alves Opiari, her guide. Top 9 already in close here, really close. You take it from 5th place down to 9th place.
Well, you talk about sport, always looking for that elusive 1%, and for sport, well, it can come down to less than 0.01%, as we're starting to see, because Chris Hammer has gone clear by the looks of it. He's cracked Roland Cordero. Cordero did everything he could to try and hang here, but Hammer has gone now, and I reckon Cordero, well, I reckon he's waved the white flag, because Hammer is absolutely just looking like he's running the 1,500 metres. What a performance from him. Look at the grimace.
Yeah, he's putting in every effort here as we're back at the finish, as we welcome to the finish. I think this is an athlete who was in the early lead, and Barbaro and Charlotte Bonin completing the para-triathlon in 10th place. Meanwhile, back with Hammer, looking over his shoulder. Is he coming for another?
Great sportsmanship there too from the athlete to say, hey, look, here's a water bottle, throw it over you if you want to cool down. Look, there's no plan B here for Hammer. Oh, I tell you what, the razor blades attacking the lungs, the old, you've got the bonfires in the legs, haven't you?
He was an athlete in London in the Paralympics in 2012, and Hammer looking to collect a medal here, and a gold one at that. Meanwhile, Anki Kon is going beautifully for France.
Oh, this is just a remarkable performance. And so Hammer, yeah, he'll come down here, then he'll come onto the blue carpet. He has kicked clear. Good form all the way through for the American. And what a moment for him. He'll take the right-hand turn. He'll bring it onto the blue carpet and get the recognition that he does deserve.
Chris Hammer, the smile on his face now as he knows he has broken a string of disappointing results in finishing in 4th place. 4th in Rio at the inaugural event, 4th in Tokyo. Here in Paris, Chris Hammer will collect the flag and the gold medal in the men's PTS 5 para-triathlon. What an absolute delight for him. He will cross the finish line and take the win. Cordero not far behind him as he high-fives. He's given his best. He knew he was going to be up against it.
Yeah, wonderful performance from him. I mean, that you can't coach that. That's an inherent quality. That ability to suffer is an inherent quality. And Martin Schultz now will pick up the bronze, rounding out our 3 on the podium. Really good performance. I mean, you look at this, there'll be about 10, 12 seconds maybe separating all 3.
I mean, that's delightful. He was a gold medalist in Tokyo, and look at the delight he's showing here. He's finishing 3rd and picking up the bronze medal behind these 2 super athletes. Chris Hammer, 17 seconds clear of Roland Cordero in a sensational race. 35 seconds separating the top 3 in the men's PTS 5.
And back to the front of the men's PTS 4. Alexis Hankonke is in control.
Well, he's been pretty much on his own, hasn't he? The super athlete, the 38-year-old Frenchman, a 6-time world champion from 2017, as Marx now crosses the line. Felipe Marx first out the water, and finishing in 4th place here, the European silver medalist, and Moksari not far behind him. Enze Moksari from Hungary in 5th place. Exhausted athletes you want for nothing else at a Paralympics and a para-triathlon event. They've given absolutely everything.
Yeah, Alexis Hankonke just now enjoying the moment, nice and tall. And he will receive one of the great ovations. And lovely little piece of sportsmanship there from his fellow countryman Berthon.
He still has a lap to run. Meanwhile, transition onto the run leg in what is building up to be a very, very intense race in the PTS women's 5, PTS 5.
Yeah, Norman, Steadman and Cashmore. Settle back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, these are the 3. This is going to be some run for gold. Well, back to the finish, and Urgitkan Ozer of Turkey. 2 World Cup wins. One on his home course in Alana. Now he does very well indeed in finishing in 6th place here. Well, this is the run of a champion. Ankekon running up close to the barriers, cheering every step. Alexi, as they cheer him along.
Yeah, just been dominant, has he? I mean, you just sense he's a type of athlete could step up to the longer distances too, whether it be the half Ironman, the Ironman, just so composed. And if you want to inspire a nation to get into the sport of triathlon, well, this man's doing it.
Well, few athletes came into the Paralympics more favoured to take the gold than he did, and he is delivering here. Jack Howell of Australia completes his PTS 5 para-triathlon in 7th place, just ahead of pulling out the ribbon, because here he comes, favoured to win it, and he will do so as Bryant will finish just ahead of him in the PTS 5, but it is the man just behind him, Alexis Ankekon of France. He collects the tricolor, drapes it around his shoulders or raises it up and surges to the line. Gold in the men's PTS 4 for Alexis Ankekon, the world champion and now the Paralympic champion.
Remarkable performance. All I can sit there is just go, wow. The guy's a highlight reel. Remarkable. Carson Clough of the United States was 2nd, and then Pierre-Antoine Bael of France was currently 3rd on the road. So whether they maintain that order onto the blue carpet, we will find out very shortly as we welcome Ruiz across the finish line out of Spain. Congratulations to him.
PTS 5, Jaro Ruiz. Well, he was a bronze medalist in the inaugural event in Rio, 8th in Tokyo.
It just shows, though, how quickly the sport evolves and moves on, the depth that comes into the sport. You get it at a Paralympics. 4 years later, the standard's even harder. 4 years from that, you get greater depth, greater critical mass. Tell you what, though, 4 years from now, it's going to require some athlete to beat this gentleman.
Well, he'll be 42 then, but we just the way he's going.
We saw the Spanish athlete earlier at the age of 49 win this morning, so why not?
Well, Alexis Ankekon is, well, he's just lapping it up, and so he should.
It's a great venue, isn't it? It's a great backdrop.
Defends his title in sensational fashion.
And now back to the front of the women's PTS 5.
Well, Grace Norman involved in a real battle with Claire Cashmore, Lauren Steadman. Norman, the silver medalist behind Steadman in Tokyo. Cashmore, the bronze medalist there.
Yeah, coming out of transition, still nothing in it. So Norman, though, looking comfortable. It's always a danger, though, that you do get caught up in the crowd. Here you go, a little bit too quick. What I call confusing ability with ambition. That's not the case here, though, for Norman. She's a very experienced contender. And as she's coming down and halfway through her run, she's going to recognise her fellow countryman who's going to come down in that men's PTS 4 race and pick up the silver medal, Carson Clough. So he will take the right-hand turn. His fellow countrywoman Norman will go around the 180-degree turn. And it will be Carson Clough of the United States who will come onto the blue carpet to pick up the silver.
Well, Carson Clough, well, there was not much he could do in the face of the brilliance of Alexis Ankekon, but Carson Clough will be delighted because he is going to take a very well-earned, hard-earned silver medal here in Paris in the men's PTS 4 para-triathlon. Congratulations, Carson Clough, silver medalist at the Paralympics here in Paris. And in third place, surging to the line. Well, this is Neil Rulevet's victory, the Spaniard.
Yeah, not much in it for second, third and fourth, is there?
Yeah, and Pierre-Antoine Bale, second in the test event. And he finishes fourth, just outside the medals, the cruelest place of all in the Paralympics, and by all the narrowest of margins. So tight. Exhausted athletes on the finish line. And you would want for nothing else in the ultimate event for these athletes.
So back out for the women's PTS 4, and that is Hannah Moore of Great Britain, who leads narrowly over Megan Richter of Great Britain, and then Martha Gomez of Spain in third. But back now to the women's PTS 5.
Yeah, Camille Frenet is, well, she was part of that group as they emerged from the water with Grace Norman, Claire Cashmore and Lauren Stedman. And so she's fighting hard to try and get in the medals, I fancy here. Yeah, she's just outside in fourth place at the moment. Top three separated by 21 seconds. Stedman just outside of that.
Yeah, just having a look at the form here, contrasting form to what we've seen from Grace Norman. Not quite the form that Norman has, but that will come with time too. Sometimes it's time. Sometimes if you don't necessarily have great form, you've just got to go away and do more supplementary work as we come back and welcome more of our athletes across the line in the men's PTS 5.
And this, well, he's just looking over his shoulder. I think this is Grégoire Berton. And he will take fifth place in the PTS 4. And congratulations to him as Michael Taylor crosses the line just 3 seconds behind him for sixth place. It's a cruel old thing, isn't it? Because so little between second and sixth place here.
It can be the difference between a good sleep and a bad night's sleep, you know, but it's the difference between missing a session, not missing a session. I have this saying, I say it tongue in cheek, but, you know, you're dealing with 0.01% in performance. I mean, that's the difference between pushing the snooze button and not pushing the snooze button. 10 minutes a day, 70 minutes a week. You know, they are those little things, aren't they? But it's also what creates rivalry. You know, to stay number one, train as if you're number two. The wolf climbing the hill is hungrier than the wolf on top of the hill. And it's all of these things. And you've got to have that depth of competition. It pushes everybody. And I wouldn't be surprised in 4 years from now in LA, you know, some of these athletes finishing 5th, 6th and 7th are the athletes that are picking up the medals.
Well, Hannah Moore has a background in para-cycling, the Great Britain rider. So this is her game, the disc wheel on the back, and she will hit transition now.
Yeah, dismount line, really nicely done. Now the helmet. Has she unclipped that helmet? No, I just thought there, it's just your hair hanging down. I thought she'd unclipped her helmet, which would not be good.
And back to the PTS 4 finishes. Antoni Franco gets across the line for Croatia.
I think what it does show too, it just demonstrates just how global the sport of triathlon is, and para-triathlon, that it's reaching every sort of almost corner of the world, isn't it? I guess the one country missing is probably New Zealand, who have a rich history at the Olympic level in the sport.
Well, bronze medalist at the World Championships in 2022. This is Jeremy Peacock for Australia. Good strong finish to his para-triathlon here in Paris, the men's PTS 4.
Yeah, he's put it out there, hasn't he? They'll all be a bit sore tomorrow. Recovery will be a big focus. One of them will go into ice baths.
And back into the women's PTVI field. This is Aytunuk Zumart of Kyrgyzstan and Angelina Blindul, her guide. And they cross the finish line and will be mighty relieved and very satisfied, the Asian champion. Evidenced by the big hug from her guide. Eric McVaney finishes the PTS 4 as well in the men's race. Not quite as impressive as his 6th in Tokyo. Alejandro Sanchez, the Spaniard, acknowledges the support from the crowd, and Finley Jakes just behind him for Great Britain, also in the men's PTS 4.
So back now to the women's PTS 5, and Grace Norman of the United States leads this race. She had a 39-second gap over Claire Cashmore, and then a further 18 seconds back to Lauren Steadman. So it's United States leading, Great Britain second and third. That was when they came through the last of our run lap time checks.
Well, she is so steady, Grace Norman. Very quiet this year in preparing for the events. None of the finishes in the upper ends of the World Triathlon Series events, where Cashmore won 2 of those events and Frene won an event.
And there is Uda of Japan, finishing in the men's PTS 4. Well, there's one thing with the Japanese, they just leave nothing out there. They are just a nation who know how to suffer and hurt when it comes to sport.
Well, he might be a little disappointed. He was a silver medalist in Tokyo, and the Asian champion not in the medals here.
Yeah, form still looks good here from Grace Norman. 49 seconds, you can hear the call from the American coach. As I said, you know, at Claire Cashmore, Laura Steadman currently sitting in second and third. Do they still believe? A lot of technology goes into prosthetics and the blades that you see them running on. As we go back and welcome more of our finishers in the men's PTS 4.
Ian Toomey from Australia crosses the finish line, and well, he was 6th in the World Championships, the 30-year-old. He spoke openly about dealing with mental health issues as a young man, but has conquered those and conquered the para-triathlon here. This is Hannah Moore. So she was off the bike very impressively, and
yeah, comfortable lead too. She had a lead of 1:45 over Megan Richter of Great Britain, and then Martha Gomez was third off the bike, 2:42 back. So it's whether or not she has the ability to hold it on the run. She's certainly not running as smoothly as we have seen some of the athletes, so she might be a bit of a swim bike specialist, so it's still game on here. Megan Richter of Great Britain, Gomez of Spain, possibly we could see Elise Mark of France or Emma Myers of the United States still make their move.
Yeah, she has a background on the bike, so this will be the test now. Grace Norman, though, is looking every bit a champion here.
A very impressive display, isn't it? And we saw an absolutely wonderful performance from her fellow countryman to win the men's PTS 5 and Chris Hammer. And she doesn't look much different in terms of the way she's approaching this race, the form that she's showing. You know, got lovely velocity going on. She'll be in what we call a high aerobic state, maybe at threshold, where the body will be hurting, but not to the point where she's falling apart.
It's Claire Cashmore. Second place at the moment. Well, it was at the start of the run that Grace Norman applied the pressure. The inaugural winner of this event in Rio, when para-triathlon made a sensational appearance there. There's 60 athletes. There are 120 athletes. Speaks of the growth of the sport here. 120 in Paris.
And go to LA, you know, you might end up with 140, but also within that 140, the closeness between the athletes, the gaps will begin to close a lot more. There'll be more critical mass. There's more, you know, there's more history and technology around prosthetics and various things which, you know, athletes can then tap into.
Well, athletes competing here in Paris will just act as catalysts to grow that field. If you think of the young athletes here, 17-year-old Grace Brimlow, 18-year-old Emma Myers, the younger athletes, just inspiring. Hannah Moore in the S4.
I just wonder though, is that... Just trying to work out whether or not that's... No, I think that still Moore leads this race. I just thought there might be for a moment the Spanish colours coming through of Gomez.
Well, it certainly looked like a Spanish athlete going through.
It's just whether or not it's a Spanish athlete from the PTS5.
Well, this is Megan Richter from Great Britain.
Well, it's certainly game on, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's certainly game on in this race.
She's already got a Paralympic medal to her name in the swimming pool back in London.
So we just have it confirmed that, yeah, definitely Hannah Moore still leading this race.
Confirmation of that. So Hannah Moore, Megan Richter, Marta Frances Gomez. And France have two athletes with hopes of getting into the medals in this women's PTS4. Camille Semaclause and Elise Mark.
Well, fascinating, because Hannah Moore coming off the bike actually had a lead of 1:45. Now, through that after the first lap of the run, the gap is now only 1:05. So, Megan Richter starting to take time out of Hannah Moore and starting to do it significantly. The question is, can Hannah Moore hang on? Will she have enough to hang on? Does she believe, or will Megan Richter run her down?
Well, a year ago, she perhaps had doubts Richter should be here. She had a bad knee injury and was out of action for a long time. But here she is, putting in a run that she needs to make the run of her life, really, to take the gold.
Well, Norman here, well, she's not too far away from victory lane. Look at the form there, beautifully balanced runner. And I say, you can see the grimace on the face, but look at the form of an athlete. It's always the best indication of whether they're really struggling or not. She's not sort of sitting back in what we affectionately known as the bucket. Shoulders still nice and high. Looks really, really good. Now it's just a simple case. You'll see the finish line there. She'll just lift. She'll just be running on pure emotional adrenaline here. Really, really good performance.
Yeah, every athlete will tell you, you ask them when you thought you had the race won, they'll tell you only when I crossed the line. But running into this avenue, this cacophony of noise, the cheering for Grace Norman will give her that energy, that vibe that I think I've got this.
Yeah, these are the moments you dream of, though. These are the moments that you visualize when you're going through those monotonous swim sessions, the warm-ups. This is the reason you get out of bed early. This is the reason when you get off the couch, when everything's telling you can't, because you're tired and you're lacking a little bit of motivation. Yeah, they have a lot of bad days, and you have to remember the good days. You hang on to the good days, because the good days are what you're capable of. You learn how to lose to learn how to win, and it all culminates in this moment for this remarkable athlete. So coming down onto the blue carpet in one of the most dominant performances, it will be the American Grace Norman.
Onto the carpet now for Grace Norman. Well, she did the job in Rio in the inaugural games. She finished second to Lauren Steadman in Tokyo. But it is Grace Norman who will take the gold medal at the Paris 2024 para-triathlon competition in the women's PTS5. With a broad smile, your gold medalist is Grace Norman.
Doesn't that mean a lot to her, eh? As we said, we see it so often, and we sit here, don't we, Gerald, and we do start to well up a little bit. We get the adrenaline rush, we get the emotion, happiness. It's pain to a smile to tears of elation. They go through every single emotion.
Well, this is the second place athlete on the run. It is Claire Cashmore. So Lauren Steadman is potentially running for the bronze medal, because Claire Cashmore is going to upgrade her bronze medal from Tokyo into a silver here.
Yeah, and there's no doubts here. They all came out of transition together. This is a straight foot race. She's not going to be sitting there going, I didn't swim so well, I didn't bike so well. It was a straight foot race, second today.
So Claire Cashmore of Great Britain onto the blue carpet, playing kisses at the fans, a look over her shoulder one final time, just to make sure that Lauren Steadman is not putting in a final surge. And it'll be Claire Cashmore who will take the silver medal here in Paris behind Grace Norman in the women's PTS5. Congratulations, Claire Cashmore.
Oh, that hurt, didn't it? Back to the women's PTS4, and this is where there is some real fascination in this, folks, because we have a big race coming on. In fact, it will be now Lauren Steadman who comes down to pick up the bronze. She's had a tough year. She had COVID. She didn't really recover from it, and I think she's just thrilled to get herself on the podium, because I think there was a point throughout the year she wondered whether she'd ever be on the start line, and look at that performance. That is wonderful, wonderful performance for Lauren Steadman. Great Britain, silver and bronze. That'll be the Star Spangled Banner, which will ring out around downtown Paris a little bit later on. And that, I think, is a sign of the tough year that she's had. The absolute adversity she's had to go through just to get herself on the start line with a really chronic form of COVID.
Well, that was the same medalists from Tokyo in a different order. Grace Norman, Claire Cashmore, Lauren Steadman back with the women's PTS 4, and Hannah Moore defending the lead, the big lead she put on the bike, and she's hanging on grimly here. Megan Richter can't be far off.
No, I don't. I think we saw Richter there. I think Richter's about to take the hit. I think we're going to see a lead change. Megan Richter, once she's got her in her sights too, she's then got a focal point. She's got something that she can focus on, and that's always important. You see it in bike races. They don't want camera crews getting between lead breaks and the main peloton at times, because it can often give the riders a point to focus on. And this is what we're seeing here. And so now Richter, yeah, she's going to get more. She looks easily the more comfortable. And then also coming back in the background, I think we might just see Gomez, or possibly one of the two French athletes.
Yeah, Lise Marc and Camille Senecluz.
So, fascinating race. It's not over till it's over.
They've still got a way to go. And Richter is, you feel, closing in here.
Yeah, again, she's got to believe. Remember those sessions there you just had, the best session, those track sessions, those run sessions were all worked, and said, look, I know it's inside of me. I've just got to bring it out. Now you then combine that with the crowd. You combine that with the occasion, and you just lift.
Oh, she's definitely closing in now. Megan Richter, the 23-year-old on Hannah Moore, her fellow Great Britain athlete. This is an excellent run after getting off the bike a long way down, nearly 1 minute and 40 down.
Yeah, and when she goes past, you want to go past quickly and you want to look comfortable. And I have a feeling here Hannah Moore might not quite be her day in terms of gold, but it'll be certainly a great moment still for her. But I think the inevitable is coming. What an athlete, though. What a swim bike specialist. She can just look to further develop that run in time. She will be the complete package. As we then go back to the women's PTS 5.
Yeah, this is Camille Frenet of France. Excellent swim. Yes, she'll be delighted at finishing in the top 4, but she is perhaps feeling the pain of finishing outside the medals. And there is the catch in the women's PTS 4 as Megan Richter passes her fellow Great Britain athlete Hannah Moore to take the lead on the run.
Yeah, and this is where Moore, she does. There's no plan B here. But boy, what a gutsy, courageous performance from Moore. I mean, if Richter goes on and wins this, she's had to suffer to do it. She's well and truly being tested.
Richter looking very, very strong indeed at the moment.
Just the Lobos Vargas is the Mexican athlete there, who's just actually a lap back at the moment. So not in third place.
On the dead turn, Richter looks at her watch, and already she's opening up a gap there.
It's now a case of here whether Megan Richter can still just hang on for silver and doesn't get run down by Gomez of Spain. And there is Gomez of Spain. And so And she looks good. Her form looks much better. She is on the hunt now. Will we see her move from third to silver? There's still plenty of time left.
You can see she's gritting her teeth. She says, this is a chance. Let me see what I've got left in the tank here. Grits her teeth, makes the turn, and can look up the road. And she'll at least see Hannah Moore. And that will be the first athlete in Marta Francis Gomez's sights for now.
Yeah, look at the hurt now. Oh, it's tough, it's brutal. Every part of you is just saying, I want to stop, I want to stop. But then you just got to play the head game here. You know, you've got to break it down in small pieces. And you've just got to believe. Now, her form's just starting to struggle a little bit as well now. So she is absolutely suffering. Will she run out of real estate? Will she be able to move from silver to bronze?
And back to the finish. And yeah, punch of the air and smile for the Spanish athlete Andrea Migueles Arranz.
Good on her. Well done. Another athlete that 4 years from now, who knows? It's interesting, isn't it, in all endurance sport, because
yeah, she's 21.
Yeah, in endurance sport, sometimes it's just about not necessarily changing your training, it's just about layer upon layer. It's just about time in a sport. And you'll see a lot of athletes who will just not really progress, and then they suddenly have that breakthrough season. All that hard work suddenly comes to fruition. But I don't think anybody's going to know it. Megan Richter here.
Yeah, she's in such a good rhythm now.
Yep, and it'll all be worth it. All those early mornings, all those long days, and sometimes the harder you train, the more bad days you have, and you start to doubt yourself, and you might have one good session in 5. You've got to remember that session. I keep emphasising that. Remember the good day. It's what you're capable of doing. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it. If this was fun, it'd be Disneyland, wouldn't it? So you've got to be a special athlete. You've got to have a head like granite, and you've got to have a wonderful work ethic, but you've got to be able to deal with adversity.
Yeah, and a really supportive team behind you to give you that backup.
Well, I say this. I mean, you know, it's really easy to look at talent and define it by how well you swim, bike, and run. But there's so many other components to talent, and I think that the greatest talent you can have is passion and desire. But the only way you truly test it's adversity. And all of these athletes have had a lot of adversity. They've all answered the questions. They've all risen to the occasion. As we welcome home another one of our athletes in the PTS 5, another one of our French athletes.
Yeah, France are having a good day out there, although not in the medals this time. 6th place for Gladys Lemousou. And 9 minutes and 23 behind the hugely impressive Grace Norman, who won this category and won it by 1 minute and 15 seconds from Claire Cashmore, with Lauren Steadman taking the bronze medal.
Well, I can tell you back out on the course at the last time check, I'll bring home.
The Polish athlete, Monika Belozuska, beg your pardon, 8th at the World Championship, and she's all smiles as she crosses the line. She's had a busy year, having taken part in all the World Triathlon Series events in Montreal, Swansea, and Yokohama, and now finishing in 7th place.
Now, I can tell you back out on the run course too, we have had a change by the looks of it. So Marta Francis Gomez has now moved past Hannah Moore into the silver medal position. So Moore in real trouble here. Megan Richter of Great Britain still comfortably in front, but it is now the athlete from Spain in the silver medal position. Moore starting to tire. The next big challenge could come from the French woman Camille Seneclaus, who currently sits in 4th.
You've spoken about it a few times, Mark. It's the run that counts. It's the run that earns you the medals. And so we're seeing right here, Marta Francis Gomez has just run herself now into silver medal. Has she got enough? Is there enough time and road for her to take a aim at Megan Richter up the road? There she is.
Well, you talk about the run, it is. I mean, you've had to endure the swim, so you're carrying the fatigue from the swim and the bike. The bike's a different muscle group, but running is weight-bearing, so it just hurts. It hurts every part of you. you know, you do just have to have incredible mental fortitude. It's not an easy sport. It's a lonely sport.
Yeah, it's an impact sport, and
that accumulation day in after day of running, you know. There was a great New Zealand runner, Peter Snell, won the 8 and 1500 metre double in 1964 in Tokyo. And the old adage back then, as an endurance athlete, you'd run 100 miles a week. It's probably come back to 80 miles. He only managed to do that once for 8 weeks, once in his entire career. And the point is the accumulation of fatigue, the hardness on the body. It's not an easy sport to master.
And yeah, these athletes are doing this run at the end, as you said, the swim and the bike. But Megan Richter, well, she's looking every bit a champion here, composed and focused. As we go back to the finish line and welcome in Lisa Kolpaki. She was 19 years old when she finished 6th in Rio, 5th in Tokyo, and now 8th in Paris for Ukraine. And second of the Polish athletes gets across in 9th place. And there's such a wonderful community and camaraderie around this sport. They compete fiercely against one another, but as soon as you cross the line, they are just there's such a wonderful sense of camaraderie and friendship.
Well, you've got to have rivalries, don't you? I always use the analogy, you don't have Pete Sampras without Andre Agassi. You've got to have, you know, the villain and the hero. And obviously from what country and what athlete you support, one's the hero and one's the villain. And that's what gets you out of bed. And you always have to say that. You always have to say, okay, I'm a bit flat. I don't want to go, what's my competition doing? Yep. That's always the motivation to get out the door. How badly do I want this? It's going to come down to the smallest of percentages.
Meanwhile, Megan Richter has done her calculations superbly. As second place, Marta Frances Gomez. Oh, look at her digging deep here. A glance to the camera. She's in second place. Silver medal beckons. Well, that gold medal looks a little too far up the road for her.
Yeah, really good performance. They really measured, and that's the key thing. Often these races, it's the athlete who decelerates the least over the last, say, 1,000 metres in a race like this, the last maybe 3 kilometres if it's a 10K race. So, what you're trying to do is just not decelerate too much towards the end.
The coach was running alongside her there, just giving her some splits. Meanwhile, turning the final corner and onto the blue carpet in front of the stands with the flags flying high and blowing in what is now a cloudy sky over Paris. It is Megan Richter who's going to bring it home. And a glorious gold medal for Great Britain in the women's PTS 4 here. She took the lead from Hannah Moore on the run and has never looked anything other than the champion and the gold medalist in Paris in the para-triathlon PTS 4. Congratulations to Megan Richter.
Again, really well measured performance from her. Patient is the key word here on that run. She was patient. She clearly knew Hannah Moore. She knew what her strengths were and she knew what her weaknesses were.
And not far behind, a gutsy, determined performance from Marta Frances Gomez. And the smile tells it all. She's absolutely elated with a silver medal here in Paris. Well done, Marta Gomez.
Yeah, wonderful rivalry between these two, isn't it, in the future?
Yeah, 40 seconds in it there. Very, very tight. Yeah, Richter just 23, Gomez 29. Yeah, the future looks bright for both of them and for some great competitive races in the years to come.
Yeah, and that's what sport wants. You've got to have those brand athletes. You've got to have those rivalries. It's how sport can end up marketing events.
Oh, what a day Great Britain are having in the para-triathlons here. Golds and medals all over the place because here they come again. This is a bronze medal for Hannah Moore, led on the bike and hung in there on the run and will bring it home. World champion in 2018 and 19, but she is now a bronze medalist at the Paralympic Games Congratulations. A scream of delight for Hannah Moore.
Yeah, only 27 too, so you know she'll be aware that she's just got to continue to work and develop her running. She's certainly got the other two components. If she can just continue to develop that running, she could be an absolute superstar at this level in the sport.
And this is one of the two French athletes. It could well be Camille Senecluz. It is indeed. Responding to the cheers from the crowd, a surge, that kick she'll get from hearing the crowd roar her to the finish line. Fourth place for Camille Senecluz, the 26-year-old. Well, it just is fantastic to see these young athletes. And not far behind her, Elise Mark completes the triathlon here in 5th place, the same position she took in Rio in the inaugural event. She was a paracyclist in Tokyo, also a rower, but yeah, top 5 in the women's PTS4.
I think that the message that's come from me throughout all the events today is just the greater depth that we're now seeing, just the sheer numbers of participants. Really starting to get that critical mass, the small percentages separating first from fifth. When, you know, sport's in its infancy, like going back to Rio, sometimes the winner, you know, there's big gaps between first, second and third. That's not the case now. Those percentages are becoming smaller and smaller. Well, it is just a spectacular venue here in downtown Paris. The Pont Alexandre III. It's basically an arch bridge that spans the Seine in Paris. It connects the Champs-Élysées quarter with those of the Invalides and the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, and an event like this, so dependent on the weather, and it has played a beautiful part today because it's been absolutely perfect as we bring home the next athlete. This is the youngest athlete amongst 120. Grace Primlow from Australia, continental champion, just into the sport, vaults into the Continental Championship and finishes a sensational 6th place.
Yeah, led the swim out, and so she got the hardest part of the sport sorted. She's a swimmer, and that's always the hardest part in triathlon for people coming in because of the technical component that goes with swimming. She's mastered that. I think the cycling's the one you can probably develop the easiest, and then it's just time with the running. So big future ahead for the Australian. LA, perhaps not, but maybe in Brisbane in 2:32.
Neutral athlete Anna Plotnikova, world champion back in 2018. And finishing in 6th place here, 4:19 down. And second Australian in the race, Sally Pilbeam, about to hit the blue carpet and bring it home in 7th place in the women's PTS4. Well, if Grace Primlow is a beacon for the future, Sally Pilbeam is very much a beacon for the present. She is a remarkable athlete. Twice a PT3 world champion back in 2011, 2012. So still going strong and still very competitive. 7th place in Paris.
It's always a reminder too, isn't it, when you see the finish line, it's not just about the athlete, it's about those people in the background, it's about the family. They all make the sacrifices. I mean, athletes, you know, they get tired, they can get grumpy. It's easy to take it out on those closest to you. And then when it's all said and done, it's all about coming together, acknowledging those people in the background.
And the crowd's still out there. The medals have been decided, but the spectators still there to cheer on every athlete as they make their way towards the finish here. This is Emma Myers from the United States. Another of the future of the sport at 18. And a great performance by South Africa's Kirsty Weir. She's put herself inside the top 10 in the women's PTS4 here in Paris. Kirsty Weir began life as a cross-country runner, went on a scholarship to Colorado, but now a top-class para-triathlete. Congratulations, Kirsty Weir, finishing in 8th place. Congratulations, broad smile, richly deserved.
Yeah, tough day for all of them. It is very, very warm out there. Mercury has continued to increase throughout the day.
Just an example of those who have to really work hard to qualify. Won 3 Para Cup events to get her qualification nailed down. Emma Myers, 18 years of age. What a run. What a performance by clearly one with a great future in the sport. And Germany's Elke van Engelen just behind her. And Estonian gets across the line as well. In the PTS 5 category, this is Laura-Liis Juraslu, 10th place, completing the field in the women's PTS 5.
Yeah, 3 athletes still out on the course.
So Mexican we saw a little bit earlier being lapped, and Yesenia Villalobos Vargas is about to cross the line here. 11th place for the Mexican, who was a silver medalist at the World Championships. So perhaps by those standards, not quite the result she was hoping for.
Well, that's the nature of sport, isn't it? Good days and bad days, as we have a go back now and have a look at Casey Carver here of Ireland.
P3 athlete Casey Carver.
So when we say P3, racing in the PTS 4, so their level of impairment will be considerably higher than those other athletes in the PTS 4 or PTS 5 categories. So thus we do expect them to be a degree slower and not quite the depth at the moment in this class to make it its own race just yet, but I wouldn't be surprised come in 4 years' time that in fact it stands on its own.
Well, this is Rachel Watts, who, believe it or not, made her debut in para-triathlon in January this year.
Yeah.
And went straight to it and was second at the Americas Championships in Miami. And it's just, well, made it seem quite easy because she's had 3 podiums in 3 World Series events.
Yeah, and again, just such a big learning curve, this coming to arguably the biggest event and the blue ribbon event of the sport, and having to deal with, you know, as you said, so you've seen at the start of the year, next minute you're at the Paralympics, you've got opening ceremonies, you've got the village, you've got the media, you're surrounded by these superstars across all these other sports, and they're on the start line, and you're still really inexperienced. So, you know, her improvement over the next 4 years will be huge. I mean, that improvement curve, well, it'll be exponential.
Well, you can never tire of this site, can you? And it is quite spectacular as the para-triathlon discipline draws to a conclusion here on the River Seine and the Pont Alexandre III.
So all the athletes across the line, we can tell you that, in fact, we're still waiting for Rachel Watts. Grace Brimlow of Australia has been disqualified.
She did cross the line, yeah.
So she will protest that. So they'll finish and then protest it. And Kelly Elmlinger did not start of the United States, number 404. So Rachel Watts, the last athlete out on the course, enjoying the plaudits. And why not? Settle back, take it all in. Every day that you get to race in front of this size crowd and enjoy it.
Well, again, we cannot emphasize enough the incredible support that all the athletes have got around Paris, either inside the stadiums and venues or out on the roads. There's a wonderful sense of proximity to the athletes in these sort of events, those that are out in the public. We'll see in the para road races that'll come up very shortly. Opportunity to be so close to these athletes and look them in the eye occasionally and cheer them on and smile and get perhaps an occasional response as well. But it really is fantastic, and they're giving Rachel Watts a wonderful ovation as she makes her way towards the finish in the women's PTS4.
Carver from Ireland still out on the course, my apologies. Yeah, so there she goes. Of course, in that PTS3 division. So not too far to go, though, for her, the Fighting Irish.
Yeah, Cassie Carver has another string to her bow. She's a para-snowboarder and went to the para-snowboarding World Championships as well. So another of those multi-talented athletes. So many of them here at the Paralympics.
It's amazing, too, when you read their bios, just how academic so many of them are and the degrees that they all have, and trying to balance that along with their sport. Not easy, but then I think sometimes when you're busy, you know, if you've got all day to train, you take all day to train. If you want something done, ask a busy person to do it. And I think it's important having that balance as an athlete, where, and particularly if you're having some bad days too with your training, just be able to go and put your energy into something else. You're not focusing on it all day. You're not letting it bring you down. So, looking back over this magnificent city, helicopter crew, production company, the production crew doing a fantastic job. The OBS team.
Yeah, it is very, very special indeed. And, well, a little look at a watch for Rachel Watts. Don't worry about that. You're going to finish the para-triathlon here in the PTS4 category.
Imagine how nervous she would have been prior to this event, being such a novice in the sport of triathlon, I guess. It could go the other way sometimes, you know, and I say with the greatest respect, sometimes ignorance can be bliss too, the fact that it is also new, you don't care. But I tell you what, you go from not having raced a lot to suddenly being in this environment. I would imagine there'd be a couple of really, really nervous nights where maybe she didn't sleep so well.
But there's nothing like this experience to then settle it and perhaps give her the motivation to really go on and come back again in 4 years' time at the United States. Well, where better to take
LA.
the next step than in LA?
Yeah, and they will be very, very patriotic over there. You can guarantee that, the Americans. It'll be hot.
Well, they'll do well to surpass the support that the French and the Europeans, those who've travelled to Paris over the last month to come and support these athletes here. It has been quite sublime.
Well, I think I've said it a few times, maybe throughout this particular commentary, throughout these races, but I've been lucky enough to be at Versailles Arena for the wheelchair basketball, and I don't think I've ever experienced an atmosphere like it. And I've been lucky enough to go to some of the big stadiums and some of the big events, 100-metre finals at Olympics and stuff, but the atmosphere in there is just simply deafening. You know, for the players, they must just be in awe. I'd imagine some of them might be even spooked by it.
Absolutely, can be an overwhelming experience for some who haven't had the opportunity to perform and compete in front of big crowds. Cassie Carver of Ireland, she's got one more corner to go round and she'll be on the blue carpet, and the crowds are still there cheering on the other side of the road to bring her home. Beg your pardon, she's still got to do one more lap.
And we'll have those victory ceremonies for you as well. A number of victory ceremonies throughout the day. So they're all being put at the end of the day. So earlier on, we had the men's event for those wheelchair athletes. And we'll have the medal ceremony for the men's, the women's of that. And then the men's PTS, the men's PTS2, the women's PTS2, the men's visually impaired athletes, the PTV1, the women's PTV1, and then these races that we have witnessed throughout the afternoon as well. So plenty of the victory ceremonies to come, and what a special occasion for each of the athletes and their home nations.
Yeah, 11 events here, 120 athletes, just remarkable. The growth of the sport and the support for these athletes.
Well, I think the thing that triathlon has the benefit of, they're three sports, they're all slightly different, they all present a challenge, and that's what makes it unique compared to so many other sports at the Paralympics. So based on your impairment, you've got to make 3 lots of adjustments. You know, if you're a cyclist, you're a cyclist. Okay, I'll set my bike up a certain way, road cycle versus maybe time trial. Here, you've got to actually master the technical side of swimming, and therefore you have to find a way of compensating for maybe some of the impairment that you do have. The cycling's a different skill set in itself, and then you've got the running side of it. So there is an appeal, but there's also, you know, it does make it a very time-consuming and challenging sport.
Oh, it demands huge commitment, doesn't it? Well, there's a smile from Rachel Watts. Enjoy it. Relish the opportunity. Take it all in. It's a very, very special opportunity, special occasion.
Yeah, it really is. And take this in. Remember the moment. Use it as motivation for the next 4 years. I want to experience this again. What I've just gone through, you cannot buy. It's you know, it is set aside for a very, very small group of people. And so embrace it.
Cassie Carver's just gone past the National Assembly building. Steady as you like. And she'll get it done.
She's got a good build for the sport. She looks like, just with time, another one who could really do something quite special. Again, remembering that she has come up against athletes today who are in the PTS4. She is a PTS3 athlete, so she does have a higher level of impairment than those athletes that have got themselves on the podium. Yeah, it's remarkable, isn't it? We started at 8 o'clock this morning, and the support only seems to have got bigger. It's never dissipated at any point. And again, credit to the people of Paris, credit to the people of France for getting out here and supporting these athletes. It has been by far the most supported Paralympics that I've experienced, that the athletes have experienced. It's been a sellout at Stade de France every day. As I said, Versailles Arena for the basketball's been a sellout every night. It doesn't matter what team's been playing, it's been a sellout. Yeah. Wheelchair rugby as well. It's been unbelievable. I mean, I know you've been at the Velodrome.
Yeah, been a sellout there as well. It's a small venue, but it has been absolutely packed, and the noise in there, you had experience of it at Versailles. I think the roof nearly came off that venue when the French were performing, but not just them. That has been a hallmark, and the other side of it for me has been the number of young fans, children at all these events, brought by their parents, just lapping it all up, just loving the environment and the achievements of these athletes. It's been phenomenal.
Absolutely, and embrace it too, because you know it has become a very, very big event, and it's sold itself because of the remarkable athletes that do take part, because of what we are witnessing, because of the athleticism. That lovely venue there is the Grand Palais, and that hosts some of the judoka and fencing, and I've got to say it is probably the most spectacular sporting venue anywhere in the world, with the way the architecture on the inside, and then suddenly putting these modern day sporting events in the middle of it, and you've just got this history with sport, and the backdrop is just wow factor.
Yeah, I mean, it was difficult to imagine. As 10 years ago, if you said we're going to host the Paralympic Games in the middle of Paris, or even next week, if you were to show the images of Paris at its busiest, and said, well, this is where we actually had the Paralympic triathlon, on these quiet roads with fans standing just meters away from the athletes, no one would believe you. It is amazing how it's been transformed, and the people of Paris, the Parisians, have embraced it. and standing still hours and hours along the road, marveling at the determination, the achievements of these wonderful athletes. Well, Cassie Carver on her way towards that finish. You can catch a glimpse of it now, the Pont Alexandre 3 in the distance.
And we don't actually see it because we don't get a shot necessarily from where the crowd is sitting, but the crowd look basically straight over the finish line and straight down the River Seine. So wonderful seats if you can get one. I imagine they're one of the hottest tickets in town too. So it's not just set up for the athletes, it's also set up for the spectators. I've got to say, our camera work today across these different events has been simply superb in terms of the directing as well, cutting from race to race and allowing us to bring you all the finishes, but still not miss out on the big key moments out there across the different events and those key moments where athletes maybe change position.
So Ireland's Cassie Carver makes the final turn now onto the finish carpet in Paris. She's won 2 World Triathlon Paris Series events, one in Swansea and one in Devonport very early this year in her PTS 3 category. She's competing in the PTS 4 here, and a smile on the face of a woman who used to compete for Great Britain, but now since 2018 has been competing for Ireland, and she will make that nation proud as she completes the women's PTS 4 para-triathlon here in Paris. Congratulations, Cassie Carver.
Yeah, long day, tough day, pretty warm out there for Carver. So write her name down for the future, folks.
Yeah, she's a bronze medalist at the World Triathlon Grand Finals in 2018 and 2019. So this is just another layer of that rich experience at competing, well, in a category that is not her own. So it's a tough one, but she's done herself proud.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's a saying in triathlon, para-triathlon, and I'll just use the terminology swim, bike and run. But I swim well, I bike well and I run well, but it's its own sport and it's actually greater than the sum of its parts anyway. And then you go and put these peripheral things, like I say, the opening ceremony, you have the Paralympic emblem, you have the history of the sport, and it is overwhelming. There are just so many things you need to factor in. It's not your everyday race.
Swim in the river, which is a tough one.
I've been running along the river in the mornings. I must admit I'm tempted sometimes. I think, I'd love to have a swim in that.
Well, years to come, if the legacy continues, it may well be. This is Rachel Watts from the United States. And the green vests are the volunteers as well, all part of this very special Paralympic family here.
Oh, great to see, isn't it? And she would have come here realistically too, you know, saying, look, I'm going to just take this experience on board. This has all maybe happened a little bit too quickly for me, but I'm going to embrace it. I'm going to take it on board. I'll look to build on the experience as well. And then hopefully, you know, just inspire somebody else to maybe take up the sport as well. Just showing, look, age is not a barrier. Just get into it.
Absolutely. This is where you want to be.
So we will have those victory ceremonies for you at the conclusion of this race. 11 gold medals handed out today.
Yes, those athletes, we started early in the morning here, 8 o'clock this morning. The first events headed out and all the way through to, well, it's Rachel Watts has got across the line the conclusion of all those 11 events here. And the performances of these athletes have been warmly applauded and cheered all the way along, regardless of where they finished in this event. And Rachel Watts is soaking up that support and applause, running close to the barriers there to just use that applause and cheering to spur her on towards the finish. Well, she was not missed the podium since she started in this sport. In the Triathlon Paris Series events. Second in Montreal, third in Swansea, and second in Yokohama in the high-level Paris Series event. So that's certainly given her the motivation, and now she's getting closer and closer to putting it all to bed. Yep.
Yeah, and listen to that crowd in the background, urging her on, celebrating in her success. Now onto the blue carpet.
Final turn.
I can't imagine that a year ago that she believed this would happen, but folks, really, really good performance here. A gutsy, courageous performance coming. And another wonderful moment for the sport of triathlon in the United States. Another wonderful moment for para-triathlon as she comes down to the finish line. And Rachel Watts will forever be a Paralympian who completed in the sport of triathlon. She will enter her name in the history books. She will use this experience to look to build in her home country in 4 years from now in LA.
Well, Rachel Watts in the women's PTS4 completes the field in the para-triathlon competition, the women's PTS4. Congratulations.
As we just go back and look at some of the remarkable highlights throughout the day. A great day for Great Britain, Spain. Very much been the United Nations today in terms of our podium and our medal place getters. Lots of camaraderie. As we would say down in New Zealand, a lot of mateship.
And Rodriguez celebrating another fantastic victory, backing up the gold in Tokyo. And wasn't this a performance? Chris Hammer in the PTS 5. Running head-to-head against Ronan Cordero over the run leg. And, well, that was how close it was.
Oh, that was just a remarkable race. And arguably, as I said, I think just an exhibition today put on in a city that's famous for its art. Well, it doesn't get much better than that performance from this man here, Nkonke.
He is a superstar, and he's just earned even more. And Grace Norman in what was a terrific race in the run with Claire Cashmore and Lauren Steadman, but Norman carrying too much firepower on the day today. And another beautiful run by Grace Norman to take the gold. Megan Richter, well, she ran down her fellow countrywoman Hannah Moore, who had got off the bike with a substantial advantage, and Richter hunted her down and took the win. It was in the women's PTS 4.
So as the mercury increases and the wind gets up over the River Seine, we will have those victory ceremonies for you. 11 gold medals, 11 silver medals, 11 bronze medals to be presented. A wonderful way to cap what has been an outstanding day for the sport of para-triathlon, for the sport of triathlon.
So Dave Ellis slays the ghost of Tokyo to take the gold medal in the PTWC. A brilliant, brilliant performance by the Great Britain athlete, as he dominated the field in superb fashion. In the women's PTWC, it was the outstanding athlete in this field who defended her title from Tokyo, Susana Rodriguez, the young pretender, the world champion, Francesca Tarantolo, could not quite get it right on the day today in the face of the brilliant Spaniard. In the men's PTS 5, Chris Hammer and Ronan Cordero indulged in a slugfest out on the run. Eventually, Hammer was able to strike the knockout blow and get away from Cordero over the run leg and win by 17 seconds from defending champion Martin Schulz. Well, there was little doubt about the dominant manner in which Alexis Henkekon took the victory in the men's PTS 4 by 2 minutes and 46 seconds from Carson Clough, with Neil Rudevet's victory taking the bronze medal in the men's PTS 4. In the women's PTS 5 para-triathlon, it was Grace Norman who upgraded from silver in Tokyo to gold in Paris. Claire Cashmore took the silver medal, having taken bronze in Paris, and Lauren Steadman, the gold medalist in Paris, the bronze medalist, the gold medalist in Tokyo, the bronze medalist in Paris. Terrific race that, 2 minutes between the top three. And the women's PTS 4 in the para-triathlon, Megan Richter had a 1 minute and 45 second deficit to make up off the bike over Hannah Moore. She passed Hannah Moore, and so did Marta Francis Gomez to take the silver medal behind Richter. Moore taking the bronze medal. Completing 11 final events in the para-triathlon. So to follow will be the victory ceremonies for all the events in the para-triathlon competition here at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Yeah.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du PTWC femmes.
Day 5 of Paris 2020 Paralympic Games, and now it is that time of the day where we get to honour and recognise our champions in the sport of para-triathlon. Our first medal ceremony will be the women's PTWC, raced earlier this morning.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Ms. Muffy Davis, membre du conseil d'administration du Comité international paralympique.
Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee.
Accompagné by Monsieur Yasushi Yamawaki, membre de l'ordre paralympique.
Member of the Paralympic Order.
Wonderful moment for our delegates.
Médaille de bronze représentant du Canada.
Bronze medalist representing Canada, Leanne Taylor.
Not a special moment for Canada. Thoroughly deserved bronze medal.
Médaillé d'argent représentant des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Silver medalist representing the United States of America, Kendall Gretsch.
What a race she put up, Kendall Gretsch. Wonderful rivalry between herself and Lauren Parker. Well, it was gold medal 3 years ago, silver today.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Australia, Lauren Parker.
What a moment for Lauren Parker. She lost it in the final 10 metres in Tokyo. Well, 3 years on, she will now be forever Paralympic champion.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de l'Australie.
Ladies and gentlemen, Please stand if you are able for the anthem of Australia.
Advanced Australian fair about to ring out around Paris. Lauren Parker, Paralympic champion, Kendall Gretsch, the United States, the silver, and Leanne Taylor of Canada, the bronze. A wonderful rivalry, great camaraderie amongst these athletes. Very shortly we will have the medal presentation for the men's PTWC class. And now the medal ceremony for the men's PTWC. Wonderful moment here for the Netherlands and Austria.
The victory ceremony for the men's PTWC.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Miss Chelsea Cottel, membre du conseil d'administration du Comité international paralympique.
governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee,
Accompagnée par
accompanied by
Miss Leslie Buchanan, membre du conseil d'administration du World Triathlon.
World Triathlon Executive Board member,
Médaille de bronze représentant des Pays-Bas.
bronze medalist representing the Netherlands, Geert Skipper.
So Geert Skipper will pick up the bronze medal. A wonderful day, a remarkable athlete.
Médaille d'argent représentant de l'Autriche.
Silver medalist representing Austria, Florian Brungraber.
And the silver medal to Florian Brungraber of Austria, bronze 3 years ago. Takes the next step on the podium. He was absolutely delighted with his performance.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant des Pays-Bas.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing the Netherlands, Jets Platt.
Jets Platt, well, he won gold in 2:16, Tokyo 2:21, and now for the third consecutive time, three-time Paralympic champion. Jets Platt. Still looking to try and win the road race, the time trial, and the marathon on the final day. An absolute superstar.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne des Pays-Bas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of the Netherlands.
And now the national anthem of the Netherlands. Really special there too for Geert Schipper, the bronze medalist, to hear his national anthem as his fellow countryman Jets Platt picks up the gold. Florian Brungraber the silver. They are your medalists for para-triathlon Paris 2024 Paralympic Games in the men's PTWC. What a photo with the Eiffel Tower in the background as the backdrop. Doesn't get any better than that.
Restez avec nous, nous avons encore plusieurs cérémonies de victoire à vous présenter. Restez avec nous dans quelques instants, nous allons continuer avec les cérémonies de victoire.
Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. We still have a few medal ceremonies to get through, so thank you very much for your patience.
messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du
And now the next of our medal ceremonies for the women
Ladies and
PTS2.
gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's PTS2.
Really special moment for the United States, Italy.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Ms. Marisol Casado, présidente du World Triathlon,
World Triathlon President,
accompagnée par
accompanied by
Monsieur Shin Otsuka, vice-président du marketing financier du World Triathlon.
World Triathlon Financial and Marketing Vice President.
Médaille de bronze représentant des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Bronze medalist representing the United States of America, Alyssa Seeley.
What a special moment for Alyssa Seeley. A bronze medal on the biggest stage at the biggest event in the sport of para-triathlon.
Médaillée d'argent représentante de l'Italie.
Silver medalist representing Italy, Veronica Yoko Plebani.
Veronica Yoko Plebani of Italy. The silver medal in one of the great emotional performances we saw here on day 5. You could see what it meant when she crossed that finish line.
Médaillée d'or et championne paralympique représentante des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing the United States of America, Haley Downs.
And one of the most dominant displays we have seen. An absolute class act. Deserved champion, Haley Downs of the United States. And what a wonderful moment it will be for both Alyssa Seeley and Haley Downs, the national anthem of the
Mesdames et
United
messieurs,
States.
si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of the United States of America.
And now our three medalists will come together. Hayley Dans, Veronica Yoko Plebani and Alyssa Seeley of the United States. Gold and bronze to the Americans, silver to the Italian.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du PTS 2 hommes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's PTS2.
Medal ceremony now for the men's PTS2.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
This will be a really special moment for the host nation. A very emotional one. With their athlete on the highest step of the podium. I'll use that as a metaphor.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Dr. Deborah Alexander, membre du conseil d'administration du Comité international paralympique.
governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee,
Accompagné by Monsieur Grant Darby, président du comité du para-triathlon au sein du World Triathlon.
World Triathlon Para-Triathlon Committee chairperson.
Médaille de bronze, représentant des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Bronze medalist representing the United States of America, Mark Barr.
Not much separated bronze from silver today. But Mark Barr, well, he etches his name in the history books for para-triathlon at the Paralympics. Great performance from him.
Médaille d'argent, représentant des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Silver medalist representing the United States of America, Mohamed Lana.
And Mohamed Lana, well, he wore his heart on his sleeve throughout the day. And I don't think he could quite believe it when he crossed the finish line in second. And he will cherish this silver medal from this day forward. And now the moment the entire crowd have been waiting for.
Médaille d'or et champion paralympique représentant de la France.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing France, Jules Ribstein.
And Jules Ribstein, a wonderful run leg, wonderful form, lifted by this very large crowd around the streets of downtown Paris. And Jules Ribstein, the latest French hero, and again forever Paralympic gold medalist. And now the playing of Marseillaise, one of the most beautiful national anthems anywhere in the world.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la France.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of France.
messieurs, les médailles paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic
What a
medalists.
moment for Jules Ribstein of France. Gold medal around his neck. And a real sense of nationalism throughout Paris and France. Mohamed Laha of the United States, the silver, and his fellow American teammate, Mark Barr, the bronze. Next of our victory ceremonies, the men's PT S3.
Ladies and gentlemen,
what a moment it will be
victory
for the
ceremony
nation of
for the
Spain,
men's
Germany and the
PTS
Netherlands.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Dr Deborah Alexander, membre du conseil d'administration du Comité international paralympique,
governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee,
accompagné par
accompanied by
Monsieur Miguel Sagara, membre de l'ordre paralympique,
member of the Paralympic Order,
médaillé de bronze représentant des Pays-Bas,
bronze medalist representing the Netherlands, Nico van der Berg.
So Nico van den Berg picks up the bronze medal. Keeping the rich history and heritage of the success the Netherlands have had in this sport throughout the history of the Paralympics. What a moment for him.
médaillé d'argent représentant de l'Allemagne,
Silver medalist representing Germany, Max Gelhar.
No real surprise to see Germany on the podium in a triathlon event. Such a rich history. And Max Gelhar adds to that rich legacy with a very well-deserved silver medal.
médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant de l'Espagne,
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Spain, Daniel Molina.
Hard to believe, 49 years of age, Paralympic champion. You can see the emotion. What an athlete. What a performance. What an inspiration. And now the crowd will stand for the playing of the national anthem of Spain.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de l'Espagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Spain.
Daniel Molina, Max Geller, Nico van den Berg. Well, they'll always be joined by this moment.
Ladies and gentlemen,
They'll always
the
be in each other's
Paralympic
photo,
medalists.
which will sit, I'm sure, on the mantelpiece, front and centre. Wonderful display of camaraderie and sportsmanship. They are your medalists in the men's PT S3 for 2024.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du PTS 4 femmes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's PTS 4.
14 athletes at the start, and these 3 athletes emerged as the medalists.
Les médaillés seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Antonio Fernandez Arimani, secrétaire général du World Triathlon,
World Triathlon Secretary General,
accompagné par Madame Marie-Émilie Le Fur, présidente du comité paralympique et sportif français,
President of the French Paralympic and Sports Committee,
and a 3-time Paralympic gold medalist.
Médaillée de bronze, représentante de la Grande-Bretagne.
Bronze medalist representing Great Britain, Hannah Moore.
Hannah Moore was off the bike and in the lead. Terrific performance, her first Paralympic medal for the 27-year-old. She's world champion in PTS 4 in 2018 and 2019.
Médaillée d'argent, représentante de l'Espagne.
Silver medalist representing Spain, Marta Francis Gomez.
Well, she was also the silver medalist at the World Championships in Pontevedra last year. And the 29-year-old Spaniard now a silver medalist in Paris at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Came off the bike in 4th and ran her way into the silver medal position.
Médaillée d'or et championne paralympique, représentante de la Grande-Bretagne.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Great Britain, Megan Richter.
Well, Megan Richter steps up as the gold medalist. She was a para swimmer for Great Britain. Also an athlete, but started para-triathlon when she went to a talent ID day. And talent was clearly of the highest order. She is now the Paralympic champion, Megan Richter. All 3 are first-time Paralympian medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la Grande-Bretagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Great Britain.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Well, a real sense of achievement for Megan Richter. She had a serious stress fracture to the knee last year and was out of action for nearly a year. Back now at the top of her game as the Paralympic gold medalist in the women's PTS 4 here in Paris.
des vainqueurs du PTS4 hommes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's PTS4.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Well, there were 13 athletes bidding for glory in the men's PTS4, the para-triathlon here at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Only 3 on the podium and a gold medalist. Outstanding.
The medals will be presented by
Madame Aurélie Merle, directrice exécutive des sports du comité d'organisation des Jeux olympiques et paralympiques de Paris 2024.
Sports Executive Director of the Organizing Committee of the Olympic and Paralympic Games of Paris 2024.
Accompagné by Monsieur Bernard Saint-Jean, membre du conseil d'administration de World Triathlon.
World Triathlon Executive Board Member.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant de l'Espagne.
Bronze medalist representing Spain, Nil Rudovic's victory.
Well, this young man was competing in non-para-triathlon and had a terrible accident in 2019 and was very reluctant to return to the sport, but Spanish para-triathlete Alejandro Sanchez gave him one of his medals and told it to return it to him once he'd taken part in a triathlon. Well, he won his first triathlon and 3 years later gave the medal back to him. Well, now he has his own Paralympic medal around his neck at his very first Paralympic Games.
Médaillé d'argent d'argent représentant des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Silver medalist representing the United States of America, Carson Clough.
Big cheer for the 30-year-old American in his first Paralympic Games from Charlotte, North Carolina. He has a degree in business administration, and he's the co-founder of a coffee roasters in Charlotte, North Carolina called the Giddy Goat. They'll be celebrating at the Giddy Goat, that is for sure. After this performance, he points out that in fact he should get the silver fringe. Next time the gold.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant de la France.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing France, Alexis Onquencon.
Won French national boxing titles nearly 15 years ago, but now he collects a second Paralympic gold medal. Alexis Onquencon, absolutely dominant performance. 2 minutes and 46 seconds was the gap to the silver medalist Carson Clough. A worthy champion in the men's PTS4 here at the para-triathlon.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la France.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of France. Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Well, delight for the French fans. Alexis Onquencon, the gold medalist again, flanked by two new Paralympians celebrating their achievements alongside one of the all-time greats.
disparu. Serons-nous détestables? Serons-nous admirables? Des géniteurs ou des génies? Dites-nous qui donne naissance aux irresponsables. Hein? Dites-nous qui? Tiens, tout le monde sait comment on fait des bébés, mais personne sait comment on fait des papas. Monsieur, c'est tout, on aurait hérité, c'est ça. Faut le sucer de son pouce ou quoi? Dites-nous où c'est caché et ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois qu'on a bouffé nos doigts. Où t'es, papa, où t'es? 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 Où est ton papa? Dis-moi où est ton papa? Sans même devoir lui parler, c'est ce qui ne va pas. Un sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts. Où est ton papa? Dis-moi où est ton papa? Sans même devoir lui parler, c'est ce qui ne va pas. Un sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts. Où t'es, papa, où t'es? 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 Où t'es, papa, où t'es?
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du PTS 5 femmes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's PTS 5.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Well, this is a very special victory ceremony. 3 very good friends and the dominant force in this discipline.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Mr. Luca Pancali, membre du conseil d'administration du Comité international paralympique.
governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
And 15-time medalist in Paralympic swimming.
Monsieur Ian Howard, vice-président du World Triathlon.
World Triathlon Vice President.
Médaillé de bronze, représentante de la Grande-Bretagne.
Bronze medalist representing Great Britain, Lauren Steadman.
Well, a huge moment for Lauren Steadman. Gold in Tokyo. She stepped away from the sport for 2 years after Tokyo and has come off a long bout of long COVID. So that represents a wonderful fight back from a tough time. Competed in the Paralympics in Beijing and London in the swimming pool. Now, another medal to add to her collection.
Représentante de la Grande-Bretagne.
Silver medalist representing Great Britain, Claire Cashmore.
Another with a history as a swimmer. Claire Cashmore has she's a 6-time Paralympian and 8 Paralympic swimming medals to her name. Bronze in Tokyo, now silver in Paris. Her partner Dave Ellis, also a medalist at these games, a gold medalist.
Médaille d'or et championne paralympique représentante des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing the United States of America, Grace Norman.
PTS 4 gold medal in Tokyo, in Rio, beg your pardon, and silver in Tokyo behind Steadman. And they have a particularly strong bond. Steadman was a bridesmaid at Grace Norman's wedding. That's the camaraderie, friendship and love that exists in this sport.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of the United States of America.
messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Well, a special bond exists amongst these wonderful athletes. Grace Norman, also a bronze medalist in the 400 meters in the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. All three super achievers in their chosen fields of sport at any one time. So wonderful to see.
There was a time I met a girl of a different kind. We ruled the world. I thought I'd never lose her outside. We were so young. I think of her now and then. I still hear the songs reminding me of a friend.
La cérémonie des vainqueurs du PTS 5 hommes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's PTS 5.
Accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
One of the closest races we've had in the para-triathlon competition here in Paris.
The medals will be presented by
Ms. Marisol Casado, présidente de World Triathlon.
World Triathlon President.
Accompagnée
by
Ms. Corinne Bioré, directrice des finances du Comité international paralympique.
Director of Finance for the International Paralympic Committee.
Médaille de bronze, représentante de l'Allemagne.
Bronze medalist representing Germany, Martin Schulz.
Well, having competed in London in the swimming pool, Martin Schulz found a niche in triathlon. And as a para-triathlete in Rio, he made a bit of history. He became the first man to win a gold medal when he won the very first Paralympic para-triathlon race in the PT, then it was PT4 category. Went on to win gold in Tokyo and bronze this time round for the 34-year-old German from Leipzig.
Médaille d'argent, représentant du Brésil.
Silver medalist representing Brazil, Ronan Cordeiro.
Well, he put in a storming performance, Ronan Cordeiro. And his battle for the gold with Chris Hammer will be in a lasting legacy and memory. See them going, attacking at each other and surging and counter-attacking and counter-surging. Ultimately, he settles for the silver medal after taking 5th place in Tokyo.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing the United States of America, Chris Hammer.
Well, a really, really big cheer for this man. 14 years ago, he started taking aim at athletics in para-athletics and then went to London in 2012. Wasn't among the medals in the long distances. 4th in Rio, 4th in Tokyo in this event. And now, Chris Hammer, at the age of 38, climbs to the very top of the tree. Congratulations, the gold medalist in the men's PTS5, Chris Hammer.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of the United States of America.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Chris Hammer Well, finally, after two fourth-place finishes, goes to the very top with the gold medal. Ronan Cordero plays part in a sensational race, and the defending champion is now the bronze medalist.
Mesdames, Messieurs, il reste encore quelques billets à acheter pour les autres épreuves des Jeux Paralympiques. Si vous avez aimé ce que vous avez vu aujourd'hui, n'hésitez pas à aller sur le site de Paris 2024 afin de voir les billets qui restent et prendre votre place pour les épreuves pour la suite des Jeux Paralympiques Paris 2024. Restez avec nous, nous avons encore deux cérémonies des victoires maintenant, les deux dernières cérémonies des victoires pour donner votre soutien, tout votre soutien à nos médaillés du jour.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your support of the athletes and hanging around today for the medal ceremonies. With two medal ceremonies to go, there are still tickets available for future sports here at Paris 2024. So check online at Paris 2024 for more tickets to different events over the next few days. Thank you.
et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du PTWC femmes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's PTVI.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Luca Pancani, membre du conseil d'administration du Comité international paralympique.
governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee,
Accompagné par Ms. Michelle Cooper, membre du conseil d'administration du World Triathlon.
World Triathlon Executive Board member.
Médaille de bronze, représentante de l'Allemagne.
Bronze medalist representing Germany, Anja Renner, and guide, Maria Pulic.
Well, delightful moment for Anja Renner, who only took part in her first para-triathlon in 2023. She didn't start, in fact, competing in triathlons until she was 30. And then got into it and then went away from it for about 4 years, came back in 2023, and she now has a Paralympic bronze medal to her name alongside her guide, Maria Pulic. They know what it feels like to be here, because Anja Renner won the Paris test event for the para-triathlon right here.
Médaille d'argent, représentante de l'Italie.
Silver medalist representing Italy, Francesca Tarantello, and guide, Silvia Disagi.
Oh, 22-year-old Francesca Tarantello from Padua in Italy has made a sensational start to her career. She was a swimmer initially, but 3.5 years ago decided to focus on the para-triathlon, and she has had great success. Silver at the World Championships in 2022, and then the World Champion in 2023. Combining triathlon with their studies in molecular biology. And her guide,
Médaillée d'or,
Silvia
et
Disagi.
championne paralympique, représentante de l'Espagne.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champions representing Spain, Susana Rodriguez, and guide, Sarah Perez Fala.
Well, she's a 4-time world champion. She's 5th in Rio, gold in Tokyo, and another gold here. For Susana Rodriguez, her guide Sarah Perez Fala. Rodriguez only got into the sport because she missed out on getting selected to go to the Beijing 2008 Paralympic Games in athletics. Finally got into para-triathlon and has made a great success of it.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de l'Espagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Spain.
Proud moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Particularly for Susana Rodriguez and Sarah Perasala, former Spanish triathlete. She was also a UCI road cyclist. And before that, went to the 2004 Summer Olympic Games as a swimmer for Spain. Gold to Spain, Susana Rodriguez and Sarah Perasala. Francesca Tarantello, the 22-year-old Italian, the silver medalist. Anja Renner from Germany, the bronze medalist at her first Paralympic Games.
gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's PTVI.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
The final medal victory ceremony in the para-triathlon discipline here in Paris's 2024 Paralympic Games.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Reynold Hoover, directeur général du LA 28,
LA 28 Chief Executive Officer,
accompagné par
accompanied by
Miss Gabriela Gallegos, membre du conseil d'administration du World Triathlon.
World Triathlon Executive Board Member.
Médaille de bronze représentant de la France.
Bronze medalists representing France, Antoine Perel and guide Johan Lebert.
Oh, Perel set the pace off the bike, but he couldn't sustain it, but hung in there. Former athlete, went to Beijing and took part in T12 long jump and P12 pentathlon. He missed out on selection to the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games in athletics, so then switched to para-triathlon. Moves from 6th in Tokyo to 3rd and the bronze medal in his home Paralympic Games.
Médaille d'argent représentant la France.
A silver medalist representing France, Thibaut Rigaudot and guide Cyril Finot.
Adding luster to a very good day for France in the para-triathlon. Another medal, this time silver for Thibaut Rigaudot. He lives nearby in Boulogne-Billancourt. And his guide Cyril Finot is a former long-distance world champion. And also an upgrade for Rigaudot from 4th place in Tokyo. Part of that very strong military sports team in France. As background as a physiotherapist as well, which he still practices.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Gold medalists and Paralympic champions representing Great Britain, Dave Ellis and guide Luke Pollard.
Well, perhaps one of the most gratifying gold medals of the entire Games. The deep disappointment of a major mechanical in Tokyo denied him the possibility of getting a medal there, and he was a favorite to do so. And he and his guide Luke Pollard, who got together for Tokyo, have delivered in emphatic style here. And he and his partner Claire Cashmore, also a silver medalist here, live in the heart of Great Britain's triathlon country, Loughborough University. And Dave Ellis, now a Paralympic champion.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la Grande-Bretagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Great Britain.
les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Great Britain, Avellis and Luke Pollard, flanked by the silver and bronze medalists, both French teams, as they celebrate victory at the para-triathlon men's PTBI here in Paris. And at the final victory ceremony of what has been an extraordinary day here at Pont Alexandre III in the heart of Paris. The celebration of para-triathlon excellence and great support for all the athletes. Well, the weather held good, the river was a delight, and the athletes were exceptional throughout the day. The para-triathlon here in Paris was something quite extraordinary and will live in the memory for a long, long time for those who were there and those who were taking part.
Restez avec nous quelques instants juste pour voir le fin des athlètes qui quittent la scène. Et puis rentrez-vous et puis
The third edition of the para-triathlon competition here at the Paralympic Games, having started in Rio, well, it has vaulted to the next level here. 60 athletes there. There were 120 athletes taking part in 11 medal events here. A massive success for all concerned. The United States walking away with 3 golds. Great Britain, Spain and France picking up 2 apiece here. Showcasing the talents, the strength, the skill and the tenacity of the athletes. And a salute to the fans who lined the streets and roared their appreciation all the way around. It was a superb day for para-triathlon here in Paris.